The young woman advanced cautiously down the deserted hallway of the estate, fearing being overheard. In order not to be caught, she had to remain silent. The heroine had purple eyes and long brown hair. She covered her mouth with her hand and had flushed cheeks. In the room behind the door, a charming child was sitting and glancing through the pages of a book with his chubby hands. How cute! The girl was torn by emotion. She wanted to smell the baby's sweet hair and squeeze those chubby cheeks. But she cannot be so tactless with the boy. You must keep your desires to yourself. The happy girl quickly entered the boy's room. The boy's name was Elliot. And he clearly did not expect to see her at all. The child immediately jumped from his seat, scared and cautious, with wide-open eyes, and a cold sweat running down his face. What bad treatment did the girl give the poor boy all this time that the baby feared her so much that her heart sank? But charming Elliot does not want to go for a walk with his mom. The girl really wants to go for a walk with the boy and spend time. However, the boy's face showed no enthusiasm or joy for the proposed idea, rather. Elliot was terrified and looked around for help. Tears of horror appeared at the corners of the boy's big eyes. Elliot began to tremble and move away from the girl. Poor girl. The scared baby tilted his head with a doomed expression. If Elliot had really done something wrong again, his little body trembled with horror. The boy's cheeks began to sting from the salty tears. Elliot would fix everything. No matter what he did, the boy would definitely make amends. The boy's mother was paralyzed with amazement. Silent shock froze in her eyes. She extended her hands, but why is the boy crying and behaving like this? If Elliot suddenly did nothing wrong, then the boy is really asking his mother not to scare him like this. The girl does not understand what she did wrong. The main character approached the child to comfort him and explain that he was not in danger. But Elliot started screaming heartbreakingly. The child was having a nervous and tearful hysteria that the girl could not suppress. But she did nothing. So, what is wrong with Elliot? Then his father approached at his son's cries and lifted the child into his arms. There, Dad is near, let Elliot calm down. And here is the standard hero of a girl's love story, an ideal face and body. A captivating look and indestructible charisma. A truly incredibly beautiful young man appeared before the girl. She involuntarily gasped. This boy looked like he had been torn from the pages of a fairy tale. It is difficult to get used to the young hero's face. Elliot's beauty is apparently the power of excellent genes, so much like his father. The dazzlingly beautiful young man hugged his son tightly. Now everything is fine. Well, at least the father treats his son well. After which, Elliot's father shot a furious look at the boy's mother. There was steel and resentment towards the boy in his eyes. The girl told her son again that the boy was bothering her. No, Elliot's mother began to back away. The young man's rage was so palpable that it could be touched by hand. Even if the baby bothers his own mother, why can't the girl love him at least a little? After all, this is her son. What universal injustice? Because in reality, the girl simply adored this little one and loved him immensely. Unlike her character, it is her fault that she ended up in the body of this particular heroine. The girl herself is not happy with her, but what can she do? The main character would like to tell Elliot's father everything, but will he believe her? The young man led the baby out of the room. Well, why did the girl end up in the body of this unfortunate character among all existing ones? Why did she become the terrible mother-in-law? So one day, the girl opened her eyes and realized that she was in the body of the terrible mother-in-law from the novel she had read the day before. Moreover, by this time, a lot of hatred had already accumulated within the husband and son of this character for obvious reasons. And what should a poor girl do in such a situation who hated this vile mother-in-law while reading about her in the pages of the novel? Maybe she should try to improve her relationship with her charming son, but she failed. And the girl doesn't even have the courage to make peace with her husband. Since such a transformation was supposed to happen to the girl, then why not send her into this body before her wedding to the young man? Everyone here already hates her. What should she do about it? The girl herself would not have believed a single word from her vile mother-in-law, let alone sudden love. and mercy for her loved ones. Why did the terrible mother-in-law live like this? The name of her character was Arenal. She hated her little son and did not particularly like her husband. So, Arenal von Balwa is the terrible mother-in-law in the fantasy romance novel called Lily in Your Hands. Arenal was born into the aristocratic family of the Marquis of Saxony and was the very embodiment of arrogance, considering herself the main asset of society. The vain lady did not consider all people who held a title as people at all. And a status inferior to her, she only spoke with those aristocrats who were her equals. The vile and pitiful behavior of the daughter of the Marquis of Saxony aroused indignation in many. And among them was Baron von Balwa, husband and father of Elliot's protagonist. Baron never understood why he should humiliate commoners, while for his wife, these people were just pathetic commoners and disposable material. Baron von Balwa really treats his shoes and furniture the same way he treats people. This is the answer Arenal's husband always heard. What surprised me very much was that Baron's wife was saved only by her surname. Without him, she would have been an insignificant and useless scum of society. After some time in the relationship between Arenal and Baron, the girl gave birth to a beautiful son for her husband. And charming, they named him Elliot. Baron von Balwa resisted for a long time and did not understand why his wife was so obsessed with sharing the same bed with him. Her husband understands nothing at all, of course. The vile and petty wife had to conceive a child to become a full-fledged mistress of von Balwa. Every answer from this character made her desire everything painful. While reading the novel, Elliot grew up without maternal love in an environment of contempt. The baby was drawn to his parents. He loved them, which provoked a furious fit of irritation in the mother, which is why this child bothers her all the time. And remembering the entire original story of this vile lady, of an insignificant soul, the girl understands why Elliot is so afraid of her. In conclusion, Elliot will grow up and become the main character. He will bring his girlfriend Doriana home. And Arenal, becoming his mother-in-law, will start mocking her and poisoning the poor thing. And in the end, this scoundrel will do so much harm that she will finally be expelled from the Valois family clan. But the persecution will still continue and almost lead to the death of her daughter-in-law. In the end, all the angry members of the von Balwa family execute the vile reptile for all her insensitive acts. And rotten. And after the solemn execution of Arenal, the von Balwa family will breathe a sigh of relief and live happily. And Elliot and his girlfriend will become convinced of what they feel for each other. And everyone will live happily ever after. This is the happy ending of a love story. And now the girl will either be killed in the body of her mother-in-law, or the family will begin to rot. This cannot be allowed. Just do not commit all these atrocities, then she will be safe. And in general, Elliot and Doriana are her favorite couple. And the girl does not want her beloved couple to hate her, but Elliot is already 7 years old, which means the boy has been accumulating hatred towards her for 7 years. Therefore, the dear Doriana remains. Baron and Elliot will begin to take care of her according to the plot. Maybe it is worth winning the girl over to her side. In fact, as the novel progressed, the terrible mother-in-law did not know the little Doriana at all. And very soon, she would become one more member of her family. And if, 10 years later, the charming Dorian intercedes with father and son for Arenal, considering her a good person, then this will be able to save her. Moreover, the girl will be able to accumulate karma points from the main character of the novel, and thus improve the family's attitude towards this vile character. Well, here is a brilliant idea that will help you avoid a painful execution for the terrible deeds of your terrible mother-in-law, and improve your relationship with your family. So, dear Doriana, wait a little longer, girl. Your future mother-in-law is already coming to you to become the best guardian in the world. And so the girl in the body of her terrible mother-in-law took her first step towards salvation from inevitable death. In front of the girl was a huge building. The current Arenal did not expect to see such a scale here. What a building! This building was the Rendini orphanage. It was to this place that poor Doriana was taken where the girl was constantly abused. The charming baby was an only child and was born into the clan of the Duke of Everett, in a family of little influence, but with a family history. But as a result of a terrible disaster, she became orphaned. The accident deprived the girl of her parents, and she was transferred to the care of a distant relative, Baron Rendini. The vile scoundrel had a deep sense of inferiority towards her parents, so Rendini hated the girl. The only reason for his guardianship was the inheritance of the Duke of Everett, but his plans were frustrated because Baron was a close friend of Doriana's father and protected her property. As a result, the toxic envy, jealousy, and sheer uselessness of the Baron and Baroness Rendini were directed at the poor girl through violence. And when Doriana asked the scoundrels to let her live in the von Valois house, Don Denny Tut put the girl in an orphanage to trample her chance for a happy life. Even knowing about the closeness of the Everett family and the von Valois clan, when Doriana and Elliot had a close relationship leading up to the wedding, the monsters continued to humiliate her and poisoning her. How dare the scoundrels treat the girl's future daughter-in-law like this, the Rendinis? They will be incredibly surprised by what Arenal will do now. Outside the orphanage gates, the girl was met by a dirty and frightened little girl, with bruises and abrasions all over her body, and she asked who the girl was. This poor girl looked exhausted and hungry, but even the general anxious appearance could not hide the girl's true beauty. These emerald eyes the color of young buds, the golden curls of hair. The girl was angelically beautiful. She asked what the guest had come for. The girl in front of her was definitely the same Doriana. Arenal's heart beat faster. What a pretty girl, how can she be so beautiful? Could it be that the very angel of heaven appeared before the heroine? Where were the wings of this purest creature? Doriana probably hid them behind her back. You need to calm down immediately. The girl is already starting to get scared. The girl is exactly as described in the novel, but you need to clarify. Arenal stretched out with a pleasant smile. She is a beautiful baby, she doesn't know. In this orphanage, there is a girl named Doriana Everett. The beautiful emerald eyes widened when the guest said, if the girl really said her name. Doriana admitted that it was her. Of course, such a beautiful and bright girl can only be the protagonist. The girl will now be torn by emotion. Until now, the girl thought her son was the cutest in the world, but her daughter-in-law is much cuter. She needs to return to appropriateness. The girl has completely forgotten her goals for today's visit, and the Baron or the Baroness are currently at the shelter. Arenal is very glad to meet Doriana Everett. The girl opened her big eyes. The guest refers to the director of the shelter, Rendini. The girl had just named her guardian the director of the orphanage. Of course, Baroness Rendini was in charge of the orphanage, but dear Doriana is her relative. And the girl addresses her guardian as any local orphan would. This is the attitude these vile parasites have towards this baby, because it is truly difficult to look at Doriana without bitterness in one's heart. Well, she and the Baroness are going to have a long conversation. Lady Arenal really needs the director of the orphanage. The little one will help her. Doriana doesn't even dare to think that such a magnificent lady is going to adopt such a disabled girl as herself. Of course, the guest did not come to adopt the girl Doriana. She began to fidget nervously with her fingers, wondering what she was talking about. Since the beautiful lady is clearly not going to take the baby out of the shelter, the guest obviously came from another shelter. That is why Doriana Everett is really asking the lady from the other shelter not to take her away from the Rendini shelter. Why does she say such a thing? The charming girl understands nothing at all. She is simply charming. She will be surprised when she finds out that Arenal has come specifically for her. The baby cried and lowered her head. Doriana will definitely disappoint the mistress. She does not work well, eats a lot, and her movements are not efficient. This incredible girl was told that she was worthless and a burden to adults, that all her basic needs were arrogance and whims. The poor child was afraid to even mention being hungry or tired, let alone her experiences and internal fears. The little protagonist is sure that nobody needs someone like her. No one will ever come to pick her up from the shelter. After all, if Lady Arenal takes the heiress from the Rendini orphanage, she will spend a lot of money on food. The girl's voice broke. What is this sweet girl so afraid of? Why is her voice trembling? Why is the baby so worried? Arenal felt the implication of the vile guardians. Doriana, sobbing, obediently lowered her head. Well, the lady director just said it, which was to be expected. Director Rendini said that all other orphanages are hell for disabled children like Doriana. Her vile relative assured that there was simply no better place for the orphan Everett. The shelter was the only place where she would be tolerated. The girl was told that children who do bad work there are slapped, and those who do not obey are arrested for a week. At least this shelter accepted such a lazy girl, but in other shelters, Doriana would have been beaten every day. Because the degenerates are unfortunate. What the hell did these creatures tell the girl? What kind of orphanage dares to treat babies like this? Flames of anger burst out of the girl. And these terrible, dirty, and worn-out clothes on the baby. There are some wounds and bruises all over the body. And even on the face. These monsters must be deprived of the right to contact children. Who would have thought that such infernal shelters still exist, poor pupils of Rendini? What happens behind these walls? The girl clenched her fists with unrestrained anger, but the baby is a relative of these two degenerates. What then happens here with the common orphans? To begin with, the future mother-in-law wants to make it clear that Arenal has nothing to do with the other shelter. The girl's face showed open shock and genuine amazement. It's not true, these are the bastards. But then, why did the beautiful lady need Doriana, and why does the girl need to meet with Director Rendini? Poor charming girl. She willingly and submissively accepts the violence and terrible treatment. She needs to be urgently rescued. After all, as soon as Doriana gets out of here, she will meet people who will love her. Here she thought that cruelty towards her was normal. The heroine visited the unpleasant Rendini shelter to take the baby home, by the way. She hasn't introduced herself yet. The terrible mother-in-law extended her hand towards the little heroine's head. She so much wanted to wrap this girl in warmth and light and quickly take her out of this darkness. And now the beautiful mademoiselle strokes the golden hair of the most terrible orphan. Doriana was stunned by such a pleasant touch. Previously, other adults only hit the girl with their hands. She didn't know that through her help she could also convey affection. Doriana immediately blushed. Not expecting such an impulse from her guest, the girl had such a warm hand. A certain feeling of happiness penetrated her heart. How nice it was when her hair was stroked. That's why the beautiful lady is called Arenal von Valois. The baby will remember this name forever. Doriana was already happily putting her head under the young lady's arm, slyly smiling at the beautiful name her guest had. Then the little angel's emerald eyes flashed, barely a minute, what the guest had just said. The Duchy of von Valois, one of a kind. The kind that can shoot a flying bird from the sky with just one look. But why did such noble and great people need something so small? Doriana could not believe her happiness. Arenal von Valois is also the mother of Elliot von Valois, who will be a wonderful boyfriend for the sweet baby. Well, in general, she holds nothing back. Why did Arenal just throw everything at the girl like that? She already has many shocks today. Doriana froze in amazement. The beautiful lady offers to talk in more detail inside the shelter. Well, why did the girl scare and shock the poor child? Arenal embraced the baby so much. And now, as for the two rotten scoundrels, the girl will definitely make the Baron suffer. And Baroness Rendini. Well, the inside of the orphanage looked much better than Arenal had imagined. Everything was neat. The girl invited the lady to hang her hat. The rest of the children looked healthy and clean. The orphans ran happily through the orphanage hallways. Most likely, the reason for this is periodic inspections, and Doriana looks like the most neglected child here. While the heroine analyzed the orphanage, the girl began to collect trash from the floor and clean up the waste left by other children. On the way to the scoundrel's office, the little one cleaned every corner, removed leftover food. She carried dirty dishes and collected garbage. What have these monsters turned such a fragile child into? Doriana does all the dirty work, although she clearly doesn't eat or sleep enough. But the baby is only 7 years old. She is simply exhausted and on the edge. How dare they torment Doriana like this? The girl works nonstop, to the point where she hurts herself and behaves as if it couldn't be otherwise. The main character suffered abuse, the only sentence from the novel describing the hell Doriana went through. Well, finally, the beautiful guest and the charming girl arrived at the office of Director Rindini of the shelter. All right, and now the instructive plot of the novel will begin. It is time to punish the scoundrel for all this abomination. The girl, cautiously and fearfully, knocked on the director's office door and introduced herself as a common orphan. And ordinary. The office door immediately opened in fury. What a useless creature. How dare this brat bother the Baroness? The girl immediately flinched in fear, apparently preparing to receive another blow from the vile director's hands. This stupid brat didn't understand that she shouldn't bother Director Rindini when her daughter came to see her. Arenal shot a furious look at the insignificant reptile, filled with steel and a desire to smash her head against her own door. The Baroness finally, after a long tirade of insults, turned her attention to the arriving guest and recognized her as the Duchess of Fonvalois. So the pathetic reptile must work hard to explain to the Duchess why her daughter-in-law does not live on the Baron's estate, but in an orphanage. Cold sweat ran down the bastard's face because Doriana is a relative of the Baroness. But she calls the orphanage director an orphan. The Baroness suggested continuing the conversation in her office and not in the shelter hallway, in front of numerous witnesses. This still won't protect this reptile from the anger of her terrible mother-in-law. The Baroness apparently trusts that she can negotiate everything with the girl. In Director Rindini's office, a girl in expensive jewelry and a luxurious outfit was sitting on the sofa. Apparently, she is the daughter of Baroness Rindini. The youngest heiress, Rindini, was presented with excellent desserts. There were many, and they were all intended for her. Doriana barely eats more than once a day, and this reptile feeds all this to her daughter with the baby's father's money. What a creature! So the daughter of the vile Baroness, right in front of the Duchess, enjoys aromatic tea and expensive sweet desserts. The girl's hair is full of luxurious jewelry and ribbons. Her daughter's outfit is clearly made of materials and expensive fabrics. Arenal carefully examined her future daughter-in-law and then shot a scathing look at the scoundrel Rindini. So why the hell is little Dorian walking around in rags and tatters? The maid's clothes here are intact and better than the girl's. Sticky sweat ran down the Baroness's face. The director will explain everything to the Duchess of Bonvalois and fix everything, of course. The bastard really thinks that Lady Bonvalois will allow this, after everything she could see here. Arenal was furious. The Baroness swallowed with fear, but what happened to Lady von Balwat, what the eminent guest was generally looking for now? Rindini confused it. Previously, the wife of the noble Duke von Balwat was not at all interested in the fate of this brat. What she eats, what she wears, and how she feels. How much money Baroness Rindini had to give to shut everyone's mouths. A maid, Meg, had to give a lot for her help. This maid assured the Baroness that the Duke of Valois trusted her more. Supposedly she was his friend and Elliot's nanny. Baroness Rindini did not reach an agreement, backed by a financial investment with that interloper Meg. Moreover, Director Rindini herself wrote good fake reports to Duke von Valois every day so as not to arouse suspicion. There was no reason to cause any trouble. So, what is the owner of the noble von Valois property doing here? Then Lady Arenal informs the orphanage director that from now on she is taking the baby out of this hell. What is Duchess von Valois talking about? Because Baron and Baroness Rindini are Doriana's relatives. Well, in fact, Madame von Valois will become the future mother-in-law of little Everett. So the issue of kinship disappears. The Baroness really considers the words of the Duchess of Valois to be not serious. Why does the scoundrel feel entitled to challenge the lady's decisions? After everything the girl saw here, considering the disgusting attitude towards the baby. Why is the Baroness still keeping her? So the director already told the Duchess of Fonvalois that this will not happen again. The girl listened to the Baroness's words, no. And since the rich heiress's relative will no longer do this, then there are no problems. And Doriana won't want to leave them either, by the way. The Baroness roared, not wanting to part with the luxurious life, the origin of which was the girl she had been jealous of the rich all her life. The girl was stunned by such obvious greed. How could the Baroness dare to say such a thing out loud? This carrion is definitely not a person. The bastard grabbed the baby by the shoulders and began to apply pressure. Doriana is a relative of the Baroness, no. The girl knows it all herself. After which the director squeezed the girl's shoulder tightly. A painful grimace appeared on Doriana's face. The Baroness was raising her relative. What stupidity to keep your relatives right now. No, because the girl thinks exactly that. Let her share her opinion with her aunt. Arenal menacingly placed her hand on the scoundrel's shoulder, imperiously ordering her to step a few paces away from the little one. After which the girl turned the pitiful creature to face her. The reptile had just dared to manipulate the girl right in front of the Duchess. What are we talking about? What does Baroness Rondina's manipulation mean? She was obviously a stupid and talentless palette that didn't match the outfits of a noble lady. To impose her vile will, while saying that the baby was raised by a relative, this is manipulation. As she only dared. The Duchess does not regret at all that the useless and unnecessary Baroness can no longer extort by manipulating the baby. Under the pretext of Doriana's maintenance costs, the cost of quality food for the baby, and good clothes for her. No, because Doriana Everett is the sole support of the Rondini family. She and her husband know how to do nothing, but they have already enjoyed a comfortable life. The scoundrel fell to her knees in front of Arenal. The Baroness begged her to leave the brat in the shelter. They need her. What will the family do without their funding? A grimace of disgust appeared on Lady Bonville's face. Where Baroness Rondini could have sunk even lower, it was already disgusting to be next to her. The future mother-in-law instantly moved away from the culprit of all the baby's troubles and turned to the angelic Doriana. So, the beautiful lady wants to become the child's guardian in the future and live together with Doriana in the same house, like a real family. And what will the baby herself say if Doriana wants to go with her future mother-in-law? If she wants to be part of Arenal's family? The girl simply cannot leave the baby in an orphanage, where she is harassed every day. But where she will live is another question now. And it is important that Arenal respects Doriana's choice if the baby feels uncomfortable. She can refuse, and another good place will be found for her. This is not true at all. The little one immediately shot out the answer with such anguish in her childish voice that the girl froze in amazement. The baby straightened her back and acquired a confident look. A certain strength lit up in her eyes. And here was the true main character of the novel. Doriana practically shouted to the entire office of Director Rondini that she would go with the beautiful lady. A little embarrassed by her volume. Of course, the baby will go with the lady if it doesn't cause her any inconvenience. The girl simply cannot become a burden. Arenal called her herself. That's true, but after so many years of learning her own uselessness and cruel treatment. The baby truly believed that she did not deserve warmth. And then, such a magnificent and noble lady came personally to the shelter and wants to take the girl into her family. Extending her hand. This is simply something incredible. Is this really happening to Doriana Everett, the clumsy and incompetent one? And now the hand of the little protagonist of this novel already reaches out to the main villain of the work, who has embarked on the path of correction. For some reason, Doriana Everett unconditionally believed her new acquaintance. And the future mother-in-law will do everything possible not to betray the baby's trust. And now two beautiful ladies need to get out of this hell as quickly as possible and go together to a happy life. Was everything so strange? How beautiful is this noble lady? Does the girl have such warm and caring hands? The baby seemed to arrive in a dream, because Doriana considered herself a nonentity who served as a burden to everyone. Looking back, the little protagonist was sure that she would live in this orphanage all her life. and die here. For the little one, it was like a huge dark swamp from which she did not have enough strength to get out. It swallowed Doriana. What a beautiful sky. What a friendly wind greeted her outside the shelter. The baby started to cry. The sun rays are so soft and pleasant, and the hand of a beautiful lady is so warm and friendly. How can this happen to her? Lady Bonvalois immediately turned at the tears of her charming companion. That was what the girl had done wrong. Why is the charming child crying again? Something scared Dorian or something happened. Nothing terrible happened. The girl's cheeks blushed, her emerald eyes radiated a glow. The girl was very, very happy. Doriana simply couldn't believe this was happening to her and burst into tears without realizing it. The girl immediately jumped towards the angel in person. The future mother-in-law carefully and reverently took her little hands. She can cry as much as her soul requires. But the girl must know something very important. Doriana will definitely be happy in her new mother's house. She promises this. Let the little one not doubt it, Arenal will do everything for this. Doriana nodded, sobbing through tears. So, it's time to show the girl the magic of money, because now the girl needs positive emotions so much that it's time to provide them. And then, after a couple of minutes, the young princess carefully and cautiously came out of the fitting room, wondering if she could really wear something like that. Arenal was shattered by the emotion, of course. How pretty this girl is. It's simply impossible to take your eyes off her. Let the baby not be ashamed and boldly try on another luxurious dress. But in soft blue shades, it suits Doriana very well. And this one has a precious necklace, perfect for daily walks and probably quite comfortable. Well, what can you do if this charming baby fulfills absolutely everything expected of the main character of the novel? The satisfied girl approached the kind boutique saleswoman and asked her to prepare all the available clothes for the baby. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Doriana simply cannot accept so much clothing. Those they took from the shelter are enough for her. What a charming and bright creature. How can she be so sweet? It's even legal. If you buy a lot of clothes for this sweet girl, Doriana will feel really heavy. But how can she resist? The baby must look at this differently, because Doriana will become the next mistress of Valois. The Duke's fiancé cannot wear old clothes. Then the people around will start slandering, because the Von Valois clan has a lot of money. And at the same time, they treat their daughter-in-law this way. Everyone will think that the Duchess of Valois is a bad person, but the current mother is not like that at all. The girl does not agree with this. The girl is very happy to hear this from this charming girl. The support for the main character of the novel is already in her pocket. In this case, Arenal simply has to dress the girl in nice clothes if Doriana wants to show others that her guardian is a good person. The baby's cheeks lit up with color. The girl understood everything, and from now on will only wear the best so as not to disappoint her. The future mother-in-law is very grateful to her little daughter-in-law. What a wonderful girl. And smart, the girl couldn't be happier. Inside the little main character, there was a strong feeling that the girl had been dragged into something again. The charming girl kept the dress she liked best of all. Madame will send the rest of her clothes to the Fonvalois estate. The girl left a fashion boutique, holding the hand of a pretty girl. Curious ladies were already crowding behind her. Is that really the Duchess of Bonvalois? What's wrong with her, and what kind of unknown child is next to her? Arenal is holding the girl's hand. Everyone can see this, right? The Duchess is not at all the type of person who worries only about small children. All this is very strange. The other girls agreed with the instigator of the conversation. Maybe something happened since the Duchess touched this child. Then the gossips froze in fear. While they were enthusiastically talking about the wife of the Duke of Valois, the ladies did not notice that the heroine of their dirty gossip was approaching them. As soon as the Duchess approached, the gossips immediately fell silent and looked at each other. As much as Arenal managed to hear, they had all finished. The girl took a deep breath. Duchess Bonvalois watched the chatterboxes for a while. Sticky sweat began to run down the culprits' faces. What will happen now? Everyone knows that this lady is not distinguished by piety or good character. Arenal is capable of making their lives unbearable. Well, the girl understands everything perfectly. Well, her Doriana is incredibly sweet and beautiful. It is impossible to take your eyes off her. Therefore, the girl understands why the ladies stared intently at the girl Arenal. She thought there was no one sweeter than her son, but there was another cute child. So, here is the very famous family estate of the great Bonvilleroy family, where the main character of the novel grows up. And now the main character. The little one gasped in amazement, unable to contain her emotions. Wow, a mansion. And Doriana will live on this estate now. This is the castle of a real princess. Everything is like this. The girl is a real princess. Arenal was moved by her daughter-in-law's reaction. Inside, the decoration of the Bonvilleroy estate was even more luxurious than it might seem from the outside. Everything shone with wealth. The girl was simply filled with joy and amazement. How is this possible? This is the Empress's palace, and she is a clumsy and incompetent person standing right here. Well, how pretty is the protagonist of this novel? How can you even control your emotions next to Doriana? Then the girl's attention was drawn by a crunching sound at the front door. Arenal immediately turned towards the sound and saw the crown of ink-colored hair. The little protagonist cautiously peeked out from the door. His purple eyes pierced right through the soul. The girl immediately experienced another attack of emotion. One cannot be so charming. Her poor heart simply cannot withstand such shocks. By the way, this time the adorable boy is not trying to run away from his mother. He is not crying at all and does not seem scared. It is simply amazing, because just a couple of hours ago the baby could not stand her intimacy. And she was very afraid of her own mother. Then the girl's gaze turned to sweet and beautiful Doriana. Her eyes the color of young shoots shone, and her golden hair was swept by a gentle wind. The girl immediately captivated the young heir of Bonvilleroy and penetrated the boy's heart. And here is the fatal meeting of the two main characters of the novel. What a charming scene. Two of the cutest children in the world. Such charmers really only exist in novels. Well, the girl is ready to say goodbye to everyone alive. Her heart simply cannot withstand such a high level of tenderness. Arenal leaves this fatal world because the girl simply cannot withstand the charm of her angelic children. One moment. But the girl's goal in this work was to survive at any cost, to correct her situation, and not to die at all. Duchess von Valois activated instant resurrection, so let the girl introduce herself. In front of her is the younger Duke von Valois. His name is Elliot. Doriana immediately looked at the cute boy with amazement. It could be that the heir of the largest family was standing in front of her. The girl immediately bowed respectfully to the young von Valois with an elegant curtsy, and greeted the main character. After which the main protagonist stood up and straightened her back. The little one called herself Doriana Everett. It was very nice to meet you. The embarrassed boy immediately blushed. His face glowed with warmth. His eyes stared intently at the charming guest. These two decided to kill their mother with their angelic appearance, for Elliot's face turned red. In front of him was the fiancé of young von Valois. How is this a fiancé? But the baby still doesn't know that a fiancé has already been predetermined for the youngest heir of the Duchy of von Valois. The boy was incredibly embarrassed and charming in his confusion, of course. Elliot already knows he has a fiancé. It's just that the baby didn't expect her future fate to be so beautiful. Doriana is simply angelically beautiful. The girl smiled satisfied, because the boy had everything she was thinking written on his face. Elliot should take care of his fiancé from now on. As the mother wishes, the baby couldn't even look up at her future fiancé. But now she answers directly and without tears to Arenal. The influence of the main character is truly the best means to influence the heroes of the novel. A simply amazing result. After which the boy approached the main character to ask the girl something. Arenal froze with interest. The young Duke Bonvilleroy leaned over the charming baby's ear and whispered quietly that she should be careful with her mother. Elliot wanted to know if the Duchess of Bonvilleroy was already angry with the sweet girl. Or maybe she was just scolding her, irritated by her presence. But the future husband of the protagonist continued. Knowing his mother well, maybe Aaron'll push the girl or shoot her away. That's a harmful little thing. In fact, her mother is nearby and hears all this. But what did she want? On the other hand, her character bullied her son for years. Here Doriana blushed with the intensity of a true hero in general. My mother did none of that. She is very caring towards the girl. Elliot stretched his face in amazement, as if the Duchess hadn't done any of that. The poor baby had never seen anything else from her mother. But the little one continued to refute all the young heiress's words. Her mother is very caring and attentive towards Doriana, although she doesn't deserve it. The girl covered her mouth with her hands. What an angel in a dress. The little one is already standing firm for her new mother. In reality, Elliot's mother pulled the young protagonist out of a terrible place, and personally chose the dress she is wearing now. But before the charming baby had time to finish her line of defense, a dull noise from her stomach was heard throughout the estate. The girl immediately gasped. Wow, Aaron'll didn't even know all this time that the poor baby was so hungry. The young protagonist's face immediately turned red. The girl lowered her eyes in embarrassment. She needed to eat something quickly. It was already late, and the venerable butler was already greeting his master in the hall of the von Valois Duchy estate. Its owner arrived at the luxurious mansion. The Duke von Valois arrived very late today. The young man really had to stay late. In fact, today the head of the large family faced much more work than the young man expected. The young man smiled. The butler was very insightful, as he showed concern for his master's condition. The Duke needs to spend more time mastering facial control, since even the employee thought the young man was tired. The young Duke has been sleeping in his room for a long time. The gentleman heads to the cottage. He still has something to take care of and needs coffee. The butler carefully knocked on his tired Duke. The servant needed to tell him something right now. Today, the wife of Duke von Valois brought a young orphan named Doriana Everett to the family estate and housed her in a room. The owner of the estate heard everything correctly. His cruel and ruthless wife took the orphan under the care of the von Valois family. A frown appeared on the young man's face, and his eyes reflected the understanding of what the hell this woman was doing. After which, the young Duke von Valois took the lamp and went upstairs to his beloved son's room. There have been too many strange things lately. The butler reported that the guardians treated the baby worse than the servants. Although Meg never said anything about that, the maid assured her master that the charming heiress of the Everett family lived well under the wing of Baron Rendini. The young master ordered the butler to find out everything in secret and also reveal the true situation to the Imperial Tax Service. And finally, the matter was over. The young man could afford to be just a father, looking at the sleeping baby. Well, for him, Elliot is charming. The boy is so sweet and warm, despite all circumstances, that his father adored him. Most people say that the little heir is an exact copy of his father. But this is not entirely true. If you look closely, young von Valois looks more like his mother Aaron'll, with a turned-up nose and small lips. Deep purple eyes the color of violets. A true son of his mother. Then the baby suddenly woke up. Apparently his father woke him up with his visit. The young Duke apologized. It was probably his fault. The Duke did not want to wake his son at all, just to see him. The cute baby smiled and stretched his little hands towards his beloved father. Even his blossoming smile is the same as his mother's. This is a charming, angelic boy in Aaron'll, but for their common happiness, the boy resembles the girl only in appearance. Although, in truth, the husband has never seen Duchess von Valois smile, so how does he know what kind of smile she has? The young father hugged his baby tightly. If only this baby would always smile and be surrounded by true happiness. How lucky the Duke is with his son. It is a real miracle. And what is that cup on his bedside table? Elliot timidly replied that the baby drank a glass of cocoa before bed. That sweets were forbidden in their house at night, and that it was the maid Meg's fault. Meg already has serious doubts about baby Doriana, but she managed well with the role of nanny. Indeed, if it were not for the nanny's presence, the boy would have felt completely alone. It wasn't Meg who gave Elliot the chocolate. The father looked in amazement at his sleepy son, but who then handed him this drink before bed. If not his nanny. The little protagonist's eyes shone. The baby timidly replied that indeed, before bed, Elliot's mother came to see him and brought him this cocoa. The head of the largest family was paralyzed with amazement when the mother brought cocoa for her son. Just like that, she herself took it and brought the drink, and not a servant. What is wrong with this woman? Why does his wife continue to do things that are completely out of place for her? It's not like her at all. Duke von Ballewin shook his head. You must discard all those thoughts and stop looking for answers to those questions. Since the baby has already managed to brush his teeth well, let him go to bed quickly. Because it is already very late, both will have to get up soon. The young father held his head. The young man understands nothing of what is happening in his house. Instead of his vain, cold-blooded, cruel, and empty wife taking him like this in an instant. And changing, is this possible? During this time, Arenal had disappointed him countless times, and the Duke expected something again. What nonsense! After all, Arenal has always been like this. So why should she suddenly change? This is the very essence and nature of his unfortunate wife. At the other end of the corridor of the Bonvalois family estate, another person could not believe the drastic changes in the Duchess. This afternoon, the young Duchess entered her son's room and, with unusual warmth for her, gave him chocolate. The little heir of Bonvalois was confused and amazed. His mother had just brought cocoa for her son. There was nothing to worry about. And besides, the mother came to wish her son pleasant dreams. Elliot was bewildered by this behavior and told Meg about it. It didn't seem to his nanny that his mother was somehow affectionate and caring. With him, today the baby's cheeks blushed. And when the baby ran into his mother in the hallway at night, the Duchess was not angry with him at all. On the contrary, Arenal later brought spicy cocoa to her son's bedroom. The maid was not at all happy with this state of affairs. Meg immediately ran to the boy. The maid truly hopes that the little gentleman will no longer suffer because of this woman. That the baby remembers how his mother usually treats Elliot, it is not clear why Arenal suddenly changed. This could be a trick. The baby will trust his mother again and then get angry and suffer, but Meg will always be with the child. She is very worried about him. The boy smiled modestly. Well, at least the nanny will always be with him, but still, his mother has become different. She feels it. In the nanny's head, everything is exactly as it should be. They won't do it. By the way, the young heir was upset. Why is Elliot upset, but his mother is so concerned about this Dorian? How is it for her son, whom her affectionate attitude has overlooked? The little protagonist did not understand at all why he should be upset. His purple eyes shone. The bastard Meg knew very well how painful it was for this child to be indifferent to his mother. And she replied, because Dorian essentially stole his mother's love from him. The shine immediately went out in the beautiful eyes of young heir von Balois. The baby hurt to hear this, and this is what the nanny was counting on. The maid was glad that she could extinguish this outburst of pleasant emotions from the boy towards his mother. The charming heir diligently analyzed something for a long time, and it was red in his purple eyes. In fact, little Elliot is not very bothered by this attitude towards Doriana. It doesn't look like he's stealing his mother's love. And in general, if his mother treated her son with such rudeness and cold blood, this is no reason for the same to apply to others. Words of the true protagonist. Of course, the little Duke von Balois would be lying if he said that he was happy. And Elliot was sad. But how well and carefully his mother takes care of the young protagonist makes Elliot much happier. Why does the boy feel warmer inside? And why is this charming girl incredibly beautiful? The baby covered his face with shame. Let the baby give this unfortunate cocoa to his nanny and go to bed. It's too late to talk. Why give the cocoa away? Meg will serve it. It's already cold and tasteless anyway. But the boy did not allow it. Elliot will drink the drink in any form. The boy took this cup in his little hands with great warmth and fear, because it was his mother's first cocoa. Infuriated by this state of affairs, the nanny banged her fist on the table, as if all this was over. That's why this lady suddenly decided to become good. And young Duke von Valois is already beginning to doubt his mother's indifference. And that should not be the case at all. Then someone knocked on the room of the head housekeeper and nanny of the little heir of a great family. She let them in. A crowd of worried service personnel immediately rushed into Meg's room. The maids urgently needed a maid. Well, what else happened? Why all this worrying fuss? The thing is, the maids just saw the Duchess in the kitchen. Then the maids talked about little Doriana. The girl was supposed to become Elliot's fiancée. This is the same one from a ruined family or something. In all likelihood, the maids are forced to cook so late because of this orphan. And one of the maids knew that her mistress personally chose dresses for her daughter-in-law and bought her the entire collection. What happened to Erinal, the next whims will pass them in a couple of days. But they only have more exasperating work left. Then the three sarcastic gossips suddenly fell silent and stared at the kitchen door with wide eyes. The owner of this estate entered the kitchen, and the maids here are having fun with such fascinating conversations. The maids swallowed and looked at each other in horror, each realizing that they would now be in big trouble. The maids pitifully informed Meg that they were only talking about Doriana. And they allowed her to speak well of them. Indeed, they were rightly punished for dirty gossip, the preventive measures for which were named by the Duchess. But the lady did not punish the gossips in the kitchen in any way. This time, the maids got away with it. The Duchess always treated service personnel like trash, but here she showed condescension to those who slandered her behind her back. If this continues, the lady may start managing the estate, and this will complicate everything. They already have a lot of work to do thanks to this girl. As Meg thought, the fact that the Lord had really changed could not be ignored. The nanny knew this for sure. Until now, Meg had freedom to manage the house and the status of head housekeeper. But only because Erinal didn't care. And if the young Duchess continues in the same spirit and begins to manage everything here, her position will immediately collapse. But the maid had been building it for years in a difficult way. And everything was fine with the head maid, Meg thought. Meng had a bad feeling, so it was hard for her to concentrate. And she didn't understand anything. And what should the maids do now? They always did what Meg told them, and it was so pleasant that suddenly the lady starts interfering. The head housekeeper got up from her seat. Everything will be fine, because Meg will take care of everything and sort everything out even with Erinal. The maid will not let things slide, even if her subordinates do not doubt her. The culprits will be punished. Of course, based on Meg's deceitful speeches, the rest of the maids immediately started babbling, relying on their powerful savior. After all, even if you bring a person to the estate, there will be more work for the staff. And Erinal only looks angrily at honest workers. That's exactly how it was. The maids told their boss, so only the head servant would understand them like no one else. That's right, the maids should trust their leader. Who else would take care of them? Everything is exactly like this. Meg kept telling me that Duke von Valois himself trusted her because in childhood she and the young man were practically friends. And Mrs. Erinal can do nothing about it because the head of the largest family and the head maid are very close, of course. Everything is like this. Of course, the maids are right. Meg and Mr. von Valois are very close, much closer than the spouses themselves. But one cannot speak of dexterity and sinister like this. The 6 head maids bowed and left the office. Guess what? Meg exaggerated a little about their relationship. What can we do now, except how perfectly she works with the maids? Let Erinal get cold towards the family. There must be a way. A pleasant and sunny morning arrived. Duchess von Valois got out of bed and yawned reluctantly. Then, half asleep, the girl felt something moving next to her in her bed. Erinal turned cautiously. Then the violet eyes of the estate owner filled with warmth and light. and a special smile appeared on her face. Next to her future mother-in-law lay a sleeping, charming baby. How adorable she is. It's impossible to restrain oneself. Arinal had completely forgotten that last night, a frightened girl entered her bedroom and asked to spend the night with her mother. After all, the girl was so afraid to fall asleep alone in an empty room in an unfamiliar house. And the girl suggested that they sleep together. And so, the terrible mother-in-law and her beautiful daughter-in-law fell asleep together, and in the morning, Arinal was already admiring her rosy cheeks. The girl could not stop the flow of tears, because the protagonist slept warmly. And with a full stomach, she was proud of herself. Definitely becoming the main villain of the novel is the best thing that happened to her. And Dorian Everett herself woke up. In all likelihood, the mother woke the girl up and apologized. Everything is in order, since the Duchess herself slept. How crazy pretty she is, Doriana. You need to activate a calm face. The mother slept well today, and how the baby feels. Arinal thanks God that the girl got the body of her wicked mother-in-law. This is definitely an incredible opportunity for her. Well, in that case, it's time to go have breakfast. Doriana ate so well yesterday that she is not hungry yet. They also had cocoa before bed. Well then, let the young protagonist choose what the girl would like to do today. What are her wishes? Charming Doriana was immediately confused by the question asked by her mother. She wants to know what her future daughter-in-law wants. It's just that no one had ever asked the girl what she wanted before, so Doriana couldn't answer. But her mother was waiting for an answer. It is urgent to answer at least something, because Arinal looks expectantly at the baby and awaits her wishes. The girl smiled warmly at her future daughter-in-law. Tenderness and warmth could be seen in her eyes, because the baby had been silent for so long. Confusion arose in the emerald eyes of the little protagonist Doriana. She had no idea what she wanted. She had never thought about it. But right now, the only thing the baby wants is to be near her mother. She needs nothing else. Then her mother's thin, warm hand rested on the girl's lock of golden hair. What kind of nonsense is this girl talking about? Is this really all a girl wants? Doriana must have dreams or hobbies. The little one shook her head. If the girl embarrasses the mistress, then nothing can be done, but she will try not to interfere. She will just stand by her side, and this will make her happy. After all, it is also very pleasant for Arinal to spend time with her. On the contrary, if the girl is with her, it will make her mother happier, and she will not interfere at all. You definitely need some kind of safe hobby, so that Arinal can do something with the baby. And like it. Here is a great idea. The owner of the estate invites the girl to start making sweet cookies with her. Doriana immediately blurted out that she agreed with this idea. The answer came too quickly. The girl didn't think anything before answering. Apparently the baby would have liked it, even if her mother had suggested Doriana weed. But that is not possible. After a couple of hours of pleasant joint preparations, there were delicious crispy cookies of different types on the tray. The little protagonist and her mother were absolutely delighted with the result, because they did it very beautifully. Doriana was so happy and amazed that they themselves managed to create something so cute. The girl had never made cookies before. Well, how much charm does this main character still have? The poor little girl's heart can no longer bear so much pressure. It was a very good and correct decision to throw all the service staff out of the kitchen and take care of it. Then the terrible mother-in-law's attention was drawn by a loud sound coming from the kitchen hallway. The girl immediately turned towards it. On the floor in front of the kitchen door, the young protagonist got down on all fours and looked ashamed at his mother. Tears began to appear in the eyes of the charming baby. It was just that such a sweet smell was coming from here. And the child, without realizing it, came here. Elliot asks his mother for forgiveness for such behavior. What is this child doing to even apologize? The girl immediately ran towards the boy. He did nothing wrong, so there is no need to apologize. Elliot fell. It's okay. The young heir of the Duchy of Von Falk just dropped his books. Everything is fine. The boy wasn't even hurt. The terrible mother-in-law caught her son's gaze and saw indecision in him. The child clearly wanted to say something. Here, the little protagonist finally took a deep breath and thanked his mother for yesterday's cocoa before bed. Well, what a cutie, you just want to squeeze her soft cheeks. There's no need to thank your mother for the cocoa. The best thanks is that Elliot drank it with great pleasure. Then a cute little girl intervened in the conversation. Elliot came into the kitchen because of the smell. They prepared cookies and let the child serve himself. The little Duke's cheeks blushed. A special gleam appeared in his eyes. The boy would be happy to try it. The aroma of the cookies was captivating and spicy. The young protagonist blew and took a bite of the sweet. Immediately, Elliot's purple eyes lit up. The cookies were incredibly delicious, crispy and sweet. The compliments from the young Duke made Doriana very happy. It was great. It means that everything turned out well for the girl and her mother, since Elliot liked it. The charming girl immediately turned to Arenal. Since they turned out delicious, it means they need to make even more cookies and share them. This girl is truly an angel, such a kind soul, that's what they will do. But first the mother and children will eat everything that is already ready. Here the little main character began to look towards the door. The girl immediately noticed what was happening to Elliot. The boy looked at his mother with big puppy eyes, and they could treat their father to these delicious cookies. A nervous tremor ran through the girl's body. The baby wants to treat Baron, who can destroy his character with a single look. But on the other hand, there is no need to bring the cookies to Duke Bonvalois. You can ask someone yourself. The enraged image of her husband immediately appeared before Arenal's eyes, accusing her of turning Elliot into her messenger. We need to finish this quickly and bring these unfortunate cookies to our husband. The girl took the tray and announced that she would be back soon. The little protagonist's face froze at the question of why his mother suddenly decided to bring the treat herself and didn't ask the maid. But inside the spoiled character was a citizen of modern Korea who didn't even think about servants. Arenal felt a surge of emotion. Maybe she should just leave the cookies at the door. But it was too late. Baron knew that someone was stepping hesitantly behind the door. The terrible mother-in-law remained motionless, and the head of the clan still felt her presence. So Baron is truly a great warrior. The girl responded to her young husband's voice and introduced herself to Arenal, literally pushing her husband away from her affairs for a short time. The handsome Duke turned around in amazement and looked up from his work. Indeed, his wife had arrived at the head of the duchy. Apparently, this spendthrift, once again, doesn't have enough money for the next useless purchases. So she came to receive another amount. His wife entered Duke de Valois' office with a tray in her hand, and an oppressive silence reigned in the room located above the young ones. The Duchess felt like she was starting to suffocate under Baron's gaze. She needed to quickly leave the cookies and get out of here. Finally, the girl grabbed her husband's desk, and Arenal, with relief, placed a tray of treats on it. Baron coldly and suspiciously clarified that they had just placed Arenal on her work chair, and that hot tea and sweet cookies awaited her on a tray. And why did Duchess Bonvalois herself personally bring this gift to Baron's office? Why not the maid? This is a vengeful boy. The girl understands everything perfectly. The real Arenal was a real punishment. But such negligence is clearly impolite. Cookies are usually eaten. What a silly question. The Duke already knows that his wife came for money. Why waste time and distract him from work? Arenal rolled her eyes. The girl did not add poison or venom to the sweet. The young man can safely eat it. The girl is not the type of person to use food for such purposes. There is no need to look at her so harshly. On the tray there are only harmless crispy cookies and fresh black tea. The Duke sighed deeply. He didn't mean that at all. That is, the Duchess means that she really came with pure intentions to her husband. Just to give him cookies. For obvious reasons, Arenal's actions aroused Baron's suspicion. But it was still possible not to be such a rude person. It was imperative to express your disgust out loud. Today Duke von Valois is too rude to his wife. The head of the largest family was paralyzed with astonishment, looking at his wife. whom he no longer recognized as a girl. Arenal really came to give cookies to her husband. This delicacy is special for her. They prepared it together with Doriana. The girl perfectly understands that her husband hates her, but there is no need to neglect the baby. They really prepared a treat together. And there is some kind of problem with this. It turns out that Duchess Bonvalois essentially prepared the cookies herself. An oppressive and testing silence once again hung over the young couple. The Duke looked intently at his wife's face. The girl turned around and started to leave. Since he hated the treat so much, he let her throw it away. She kept her promise. Before the girl managed to leave his office, Baron Valois called his wife indeed. The young man was too rude. And because of this, for the wrong actions and inappropriate words directed at his wife, Duke von Valois apologizes. After which the handsome young man bowed to apologize to his wife. Arenal accepted her husband's apologies. Although in reality, the girl was very surprised that the Duke himself decided to apologize to her after all. The girl's purple eyes widened apparently. It was very unusual for the young man himself to ask Arenal for forgiveness. Well, what did the girl expect from the relationship between Baron and her terrible character? They didn't even communicate normally. Besides the vile character of Duchess von Valois, the young man is completely absorbed in his laborious work. Every day, a huge pile of documents awaits the young duke. Probably Baron is always very tired. After all, yesterday the head of the largest clan returned home so late after work. And then this mountain of documents awaited him at home. What reaction did Arenal have? Why did his wife suddenly become attentive to him? Where did the concern for his condition come from? The Duchess's purple eyes looked somehow different. They showed concern and compassion. Maybe the girl could help somehow. Duke von Valois completely lost control of his facial expressions and opened his mouth in surprise. Who was in front of him? The girl felt sincere pity for her husband. It was like coming home after working overtime and then working from home. Probably the special knowledge and skills needed to help Baron. That's why she suggested it. The young man was confused and tried to quickly end his dialogue. But still, before leaving the young man's office, the girl asked her husband not to overdo it. After all, health is the most important thing in everyone's life. This girl showed concern for him. And simply left without anything. The Duchess didn't even mention any expenses for her latest whims, but what is really wrong with her? This girl really seemed to have turned into a completely different person. But what is the probability that the soul in the body can change? But this is simply impossible. But in this case, what happened to his young wife? What are the real reasons? Many different conjectures and thoughts were born in the head of the largest family. And nothing found real confirmation. The young head of the duchy had been observing his wife's behavior for many years. But he has a feeling that Baron is seeing this girl for the first time. The gaze of the completely confused and bewildered young man fell on the tray with freshly baked cookies and tea that she herself prepared. Duke Bonvalois took the crispy and sweet treat. The cookies smelled very nice, like hot black tea. His young wife offendedly assured the Duke that there was no poison or venom in the food, which turned out to be awkward. Baron brought the cookies closer to his face with a captivating spicy smell. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the little protagonist admired her mother, her future mother-in-law. She is simply an incredible woman. It was the first time the girl had seen such a kind and bright girl. With such a reverent attitude towards the child, Elliot did not understand these words. After all, nothing similar happened to him. If you listened to Doriana from the outside, you would think Arenal is her mother. But the charming hero still could not understand why the girl always praises her mother. Why such manifestations? While the little one did not understand the question about her future boyfriend at all. Well, everything was so obvious why Elliot was asking. In fact, the heir duke does not understand at all his girlfriend's admiration, her attitude towards Elliot's mother. After all, since the birth of her dear knight, his mother has only shown him indifference and sometimes even cruelty. For Dorian, it was painful to hear this from the child, how such a kind and pure person could treat her own son this way. After all, for the little protagonist, Duchess Bonvalois is a Superman. Her savior. The girl became the only person who showed sincerity towards the girl, and such affection that the little one could believe in this very happiness. It was Elliot's mother, who was the first to take the clumsy and inept Doriana by the hand. And she was the first to show her warmth and affection. Duchess Bonvalois was the only one who asked what the baby wanted and found a job she liked. That's why Arenal is like a real miracle to the young Duke's bride. Here the girl's emerald eyes fill with sadness, since the little one saw that her future fiancé was saddened by her story. Elliot clearly felt hurt and sad. If you think about it, Mom has really changed a lot lately. She constantly tries to talk to her son, and yesterday she brought cocoa before bed. But how can the same person behave so oppositely as if it were not the same one? As if two completely opposite girls were trapped in one body. The baby understood nothing. Well, the young Duke thought about his own things and completely forgot to pay attention to dear Doriana. The girl was clearly upset. Apparently, his fiancée thought it was because of her that the boy's mood deteriorated. Elliot is fine, he doesn't care at all. But Doriana felt even worse. The girl turned her back on Elliot and hugged herself. She forgot about herself. And said so many things. Well, now Elliot won't be able to fix anything. The little protagonist's purple eyes lit up. The only correct idea to solve the situation was born in them. Elliot clenched his little fists, so the young master has no choice but to divert the girl's attention. The charming boy invited his interlocutor to stop thinking about sad things and play with toys. The eyes the color of young leaves lit up immediately. What child doesn't love to play? It was a win-win option. And in the children's room, the pink plush bunny was already a beautiful princess and greeted her old friend. The friend was a teddy bear who was also a princess of the Footstomp Kingdom. The charming girl's performance came out very smooth and natural, but poor Elliot tortured himself with every line for her sake. Well, why did his future wife choose to play with these dolls and even give Elliot the role of princess? However, his charming future wife loves all these plush toys because her mother gave them to her. Doriana herself said so. How could anyone refuse her after such a thing? Elliot suffered for her. The boy felt some pain. Something was wrong with his face. Elliot seems like something is hurting him. Maybe he should tell the doctor everything is fine. It's not worth worrying about at all. Here the girl had already returned to the little main characters of the novel. What is happening now? Arenal covered her mouth with her hands. The terrible mother-in-law's heart is about to break into pieces. Angels play with plush toys. Well, much cuter ones. Where is the limit? The little emerald-eyed girl noticed that her mother had already returned and was watching her children play. Arenal did not take her admiring gaze off the cute children. It's all like that. And these two charmers are playing with dolls. What a delight. Doriana felt content, while Elliot could finally exhale after the shameful game of princesses. He was already on his last reserve of strength. Duchess von Valois drew his attention to the fact that now the main character does not run away from her when she enters the room. The owner of the estate, von Valois, was walking down the hallway and froze when he heard the children's cheerful laughter from the room. His eyes widened in astonishment. His ruthless and disgusting wife was sitting on the floor surrounded by children with a teddy bear, and threatened to eat the beautiful princesses. His friend Everett's daughter heroically ordered the villain to be left alone, and his beloved son diligently followed the game of the two young ladies. What an unhealthy and unrealistic situation is this before the young man's eyes. Perhaps the Duke really overworked himself in his job. This is definitely some kind of nonsense or mischief from his tired brain. Arenal cannot sit on the floor and shoot magic spheres at a teddy bear. Here the internal struggle of Duke de Valois was interrupted by the voice of his beloved son, who had already noticed his presence. The ice-colored eyes opened immediately. Baron's conscience immediately cleared. The loving father nodded warmly towards his son. Duchess von Valois turned in amazement towards her husband, wondering what Baron was doing there, and how long he had been watching their lavish fight. Well, the girl was just playing a joke on these two little ones. The children were just starting to get used to it. And he ruined everything. The couple looked at each other again. Baron calmly asked his wife if she was really playing with dolls with the children. That's all. The Duke visited them for some reason. A cold sweat began to run down the young man's face indeed. No, the Duke was simply shocked by Erinal's behavior, so he froze in front of the room. The terrible mother-in-law looked inquisitively at her husband. Why did the Duke look at them so strangely and remain silent for so long? Finally, after a long and difficult silence, the young man said he had come to thank. Erinal looked at Duke de Valois in astonishment. The young man came to thank her. But for what merit? The young man sighed deeply. Everything is exactly like that. The head of the Valois clan would like to thank the ladies for the delicious gift. The girl felt in a good mood. She was not worth such honors at all. She and Doriana were just happy to be busy with cookies. Then the protagonist's father approached his wife and sat down next to her on the carpet, wondering if this was happening. This dazzling young man is too close to her. Baron also wanted to thank his wife for solving the baby's problems. The captivating hero whispered in the girl's ear in a velvety voice how grateful he was. Her heart began to beat treacherously. We urgently need to move the children. The Duke is seeing Miss Everett in person for the first time. Let the girl greet him. The sweet little girl approached Baron and gave him an elegant bow. Her name is Doriana, and it's a pleasure to meet you. The charming girl's cheeks blushed, her emerald eyes were embarrassed. She was grateful that the master allowed her to stay here. The terrible mother-in-law's eyes became unbearably painful from the blinding tenderness of the main character. The baby was simply glowing. This girl is so cute, she is already shining. This is the unsurpassed magic of the novel's main character. The dazzling effect is activated. Duke von Valois discreetly nodded in response to the girl, with a cold gaze. And assessing, the terrible mother-in-law was extremely indignant at such an indifferent reaction, and meager towards the baby's courtesy and warmth. It was really so difficult to smile, even a little bit. The girl simply had no words, even the boy couldn't stand it and turned to his father. In such moments, it is necessary to smile, but such an empty expression on his father's face scares everyone. He scares Doriana. The young Duke froze in place in shock. That is, how is he scaring his little guest? His son speaks seriously. Duke von Valois' face really scares others. The young man made an unpleasant grimace and looked at the others. Elliot roared that now everyone was even more scared. Even the Duke's wife looked at him in amazement. This could really be true. Baron covered his terrible face with his hand. The young man understood everything, and from now on paid more attention to his expression and facial expressions. The Duke was lost in his thoughts and already had difficulty understanding what was happening around him. The young man was called by Dear Dorian. The girl's cheeks were burning. The baby didn't want the master to worry about her. She would not become a burden. For this reason, even if young Miss Everett is afraid of the Duke's expression, the girl will endure everything. Erinal laughed. What nonsense. This cannot be tolerated under any circumstances, that the girl even forget about thinking such a thing. The little main character supported her mother. It's true, there's no need to restrain yourself if you are suddenly afraid of something. Baron continued to observe everything with open surprise. What kind of atmosphere was here? Something completely new. As if the rooms suddenly filled with warmth and the walls filled with light. Of a certain atmosphere of comfort, Sorinal invited the children to eat for dinner. After which the terrible mother-in-law shouted at her thoughtful husband. Duke de Valois did not want to go to the table with him. After all, it's time for dinner. Everyone present will be delighted if they see him at dinner with them. The young man was lost. The young man had not yet had time to realize reality. They were already inviting him to a family dinner. This also never happened before, so the Duke wouldn't mind having dinner together. The girl was sure he would refuse. And this did not escape the attentive gaze of the ex-serviceman, which is why the wife was so surprised that Ernil thought her husband would refuse. As this young man found out everything, it was as if he had read her thoughts in no case. The girl was simply very happy. Then the girl met the persistent gaze of her son, and why the young master looked at her so strangely and suspicious. After which a warm smile appeared on the face of the terrible mother-in-law. Because Baron is not a bad young man, this is simply the result of his character's disgusting attitude towards him. For the first time, the young head of the duchy saw a smile on his wife's face. She really seemed to be blooming, just as he had imagined. What made the atmosphere in the family estate so warm and cozy was the duchess's smile. The young man thoughtfully looked after his wife and son. His soul felt somehow well and calm. Now it is simply impossible to deny that the girl has really changed and become a completely different person. And the most surprising thing is that the new atmosphere made all the people around me very happy. It was simply some kind of magic. The little protagonist turned to his father in amazement. He really didn't believe he was smiling now. On the other hand, the charming boy himself asked the Duke to smile, but his father still looked strange. After a wonderful and hearty dinner, the butler announced that the baby's room was ready to be used. Doriana froze in astonishment. Wow, the girl will have her own room. Mom offered to look at it together. The young master approached Erinal and asked her to take him along. Elliot also wants to look at the future fiancé's room. It is possible that the young man will go with his mother and Doriana to see her new room, of course. Here the Duke intervened. The young man will also look at Miss Everett's first private room. Everything must be carefully checked. The charming girl froze in silent shock, her cheeks burning. Her eyes looked in different directions. Everything was simply incredible. A huge room in dusty tones awaited the girl with luxurious furniture and countless decorations. Baron Balua nodded. Everything looks good, but the young man would add more ribbons and flowers. But Erinal is sure that would be too much. An embarrassed girl approached her mother, lowering her emerald eyes. What happened? Doriana is not happy. The little protagonist sighed sadly. Since the girl now has her own room, it means she won't be able to sleep with her mother anymore. Well, what a delight, how sweet and necessary this child is. What is the baby even talking about? They can sleep together whenever they want. After which the terrible mother-in-law turned to Baron. Everything is true. They still use separate rooms with the Duke. Well, because this guy is frozen. Let him accept quickly. Baron nodded moderately. His wife says everything correctly. Doriana heard what Mr. Bonvalois said. She and her mother can sleep together at any time. There is no obstacle to this. A cold sweat began to run down the young man's face. Why does this anger him? Baron understands nothing. But what is happening to him? Duke de Valois, angry, clenched his fists and turned away. What was happening to him? The young man's offense did not escape the tenacious eyes of his son. The little protagonist looked coldly and with contempt at his father. Erinal was surprised that the boy looked at the Duke so strangely. Outside the window of the main character's cozy bedroom, a golden sunset was already visible. Doriana watched with interest. After which, the sweet emerald-eyed girl looked around her own room again. It was still difficult for the baby to believe that all this now belonged to her. Everything was so beautiful and pleasant. To be honest, in recent days there have been so many good and happy events that the girl did not have time to feel them. And find out until the end if this is really happening to a common orphan. And just an ordinary girl from an orphanage, or if it is a dream. Sometimes Doriana gets very scared by this thought. What if the girl blinks a couple of times and everything simply disappears? And all these miracles that happen to her, those wonderful people and happy moments will simply disappear. And she will return to hell. How much pain and sorrow she experienced in the Dorian orphanage. The girl lived there in constant fear and hated every new day. The little protagonist was so afraid that if she opened her eyes and saw Baroness Rendini again, she would be beaten and harassed again. But upon opening her emerald eyes, the baby was still in her personal pink room with luxurious decorations. And flowers. The future daughter-in-law's bedroom was so beautifully decorated, and these impressive fabrics were so delicate. When a girl touches something in her room, it seems to her that this is exactly where she should be. Finally, the little one can breathe a sigh of relief, which she couldn't afford for a long time. Then terrible shouts and bad words were heard from the hallway. One woman scolded another for her ineptitude and slowness, because the new girl was so useless. And stupid. This time, all newcomers are incredibly mediocre and only add work to the rest of the maids. The poor maid apologized. Meg doesn't need her apologies. This incompetence gets in everyone's way here and makes her waste time. After which, Meg forcefully shoved the poor new girl. The girl fell to the floor, and the clothes from the basket scattered in the hallway. The little main character froze in horror. Who is this terrible woman, and by what right does she treat the maid with such cruelty? A young maid lay on the floor. The head maid loomed over her. The scoundrel ordered her to get up immediately and clean up here. This terrible image greatly reminded the girl of her own past, how Director Rindini beat her all the time. The pain of old wounds and insults froze in the emerald eyes of baby Doriana. She was beaten for her own pleasure. The girl clenched her fists and showed Meg to stop immediately. And leave her alone. How can one even hit a person? No one has that right. Why behave with such cruelty and insensitivity? The rotten person did not expect such an outburst from the girl. She did not expect to run into anyone at all. Meanwhile, the confused and frightened maid had already stood up and was rubbing her shoulder after the blow. You can't do this. One can always come to an agreement through words. And violence is the way of the stupid weak. The core of the main character formed inside the girl. Meg felt like the owner of the Valois family property, although she was not the real one. So she relied on her impunity. By the way, training and educating service personnel is the job of a servant. The scoundrel crossed her arms in front of her. The little one believed that she knew much more than her about hiring and training maids. What a little rat. Miss Everett had better not interfere in the affairs of the head maid and her relationship with the maids. Meg needs to immediately suppress the morale of this upstart. If Doriana interferes in her affairs, this will complicate everything. She understands that. The young lady understood the maid well. Or would Doriana have trouble understanding her? The little main character ignored the scoundrel's question. Still, the maid did not expect such character from this brat. She did not expect to run into anyone at all. What can this little girl afford? She has only been on the estate for the first day, and she already dares to contradict the head maid. The owner of this mansion. The new maid with her head bowed, obediently waited for her turn to arrive. The girl felt very sorry for her. Doriana felt compassion for her and saw herself before. The little one was weak-willed, intimidated, and accepted everything. If someone sees something wrong, then it is necessary to correct it immediately. Just look at this cheeky brat. Who she thinks she is, the owner of the estate. Meg is in charge here. The girl is trembling a lot, but still trying to keep her face and bend her line. Apparently trying to match the aristocrat. The vile head maid bared her teeth angrily. She didn't fight her way to this position to be reprimanded by this little one. How irritating is this upstart? Why does everyone here think Meg is better? She did this to snatch at least a piece of power in the house. She should be afraid. That is, Miss Everett means that she will continue to interfere in the affairs of the head maid. And the maids. The girl intends to continue interfering with the household chores in the house of the family that accepted Miss Doriana. It's not like that. The girl is not talking about this at all, as the young lady had no such intentions. But still, it becomes a nuisance. Well, if so, then the little main character is simply obliged to apologize to the head maid. Meg showed her teeth. Doriana opened her eyes in astonishment. Why should this girl apologize to this terrible woman? She behaved unworthily. Then Miss Everett is from an aristocratic family and cannot apologize to a commoner. That's how it is. What nonsense is this evil woman saying? Doriana cannot apologize because she did nothing wrong. If the little one made a mistake or did something wrong, she would undoubtedly apologize to Meg, and then wait. Then the vile lady was called by her young master. What was his nanny doing here? The maid immediately swallowed. The little protagonist doesn't understand at all what this strange situation is. It seems that her nanny needs to explain it to him. On what grounds should Miss Everett apologize? There was steel and indignation in her eyes towards the maid. Meg immediately began to squeak. There was a misunderstanding. Nothing serious happened. The girl simply started to annoy her. So, what exactly did the future Duchess of Bonvalois do? The maid never gave a clear explanation to her master's question. Dorian said not to hit or push other people. What's wrong with that? Their voices could be heard throughout the hallway, even if Meg doesn't even think about avoiding the answer. Cold sweat ran down the head maid's face. Because of this brat, Meg didn't have time to look around and make sure no one was nearby. The young heir of Fonvalois approached Doriana and asked how she was. Everything was fine. That frightened maid was now much more important. This is the situation. The impression that the young master has of her needs to be urgently corrected. Meg began to make excuses again. However, the little gentleman did not allow her to do this. Elliot didn't want to hear anything. The nanny was shocked by the boy's scornful appearance. The young master continued. The disrespect she showed Doriana could not be justified in any way. It was. Everything inside the insolent woman shrank. Her master had never been so contemptuous of her in his life. And he had never spoken to her with disgust in his eyes. Moreover, Doriana is the future fiancée of Duke Heir von Valois, that is, the future Duchess of the family. Therefore, let Meg say that being rude to Miss Everett is equivalent to being rude to himself. If the nanny has nothing else to say, the young master hopes this will not happen again in front of Doriana's room. Meg was furious. She had been Elliot's nanny and had taken care of him for so many years. And the boy had treated her with such coldness. And in general, it is the maid Meg who should be the most important person to the young heir duke. And his father. The young duke has changed so much, it wasn't enough for the Duchess herself, but now also for her ward. That he must be loyal to her. What is happening in this wretched estate? How did these strange changes in the inhabitants of this house begin? The maid simply needs to eliminate its catalyst. Without this, she can be the owner of this mansion, and for that she has already done a lot. It's about the scoundrel Everett, because it was with his appearance that all the changes began to happen in the Valois estate. If it weren't for the servant's low position, she would have quietly killed this brat. Even with some pleasure, showing him who was in charge here. But for now, she cannot act directly. She needs to get rid of Doriana with someone else's hands. And Meg heads to her 6. So the head maid was busy all these days with hard work, and could not pay due attention to her subordinates, because with the appearance of the girl it became very difficult for everyone. In fact, the maid never did anything or worked. She only lied about her unbearable fatigue and hard work, which aroused the admiration of others. Only Meg cares about her maids, but Miss Everett doesn't care about the service staff at all. Finally, the hard day gave way to a pleasant, sunny morning. The girl went to the window and admired the beautiful scenery. The weather today is simply incredible. It will be fantastic to spend time outdoors in the fragrant garden or take a walk in the neighborhood. Doriana didn't even know that the Fontvalois Duchy estate had a garden. But the girl loves to walk. Moreover, we are talking about a difficult walk through the alleys and a walk with my mother. Of course, Miss Everett is delighted with the idea. The terrible mother-in-law, along with her future daughter-in-law, left the room and headed down the hallway towards the garden. The young Elliot noticed them. The boy immediately called the future fiancée, and where the two beautiful ladies were going so early in the morning, he could go with them. The charming girl replied that she and her mother were going for a walk in the garden, and that if Elliot didn't do anything, he could accompany them. When these two started becoming such close friends and communicating, how quickly does this happen in children? Arenal simply doesn't get tired of them. Doriana cheerfully shouted to the little duke to hurry down to them, because the sun had long since set. Elliot hastily ran up the stairs. The boy didn't want to wait for the young ladies and was already running towards them. The terrible mother-in-law's cheeks lit up. A gleam appeared in her eyes. How could she fight the approaching wave of tenderness? These two angelic babies are like a black and yellow chick, so cute and bright, with charm in every movement. The girl asked the children to go to the garden first, and why Miss Everett? And the young master should go alone. My mother simply wanted to take a fascinating book with different fairy tales for a walk, and left it in her room. Thinking about the chicks, Erinal just remembered this book. She will need to read it so the children remember it. The young Duke looked at his mother in surprise. While she withdrew, her mother was still behaving strangely. Then the two little main characters headed alone to the beautiful garden without adults. Maybe the girl wants an apple pie. The pies from the Bombalua's kitchen are incredibly delicious. Let Miss Everett wait a little. Elliot will bring them now. She looked very much like her mother at that moment. So as not to keep the lady waiting, the young gentleman went to run. But Elliot might fall like this. Doriana is worried about him. And what is this new and very warm feeling maturing inside the young lady? The girl was happy to feel it. It is definitely related to Elliot. Besides, so many miracles are happening to the baby now, so many bright things. And good ones that her soul is healing and seems to shine with happiness. After all, everyone cares very much about Elliot's future wife. They treat her with awe and adoration, and her mother surrounded her with so much love. Everyone tries so hard to do something for Doriana. The girl's cheeks turned red. This makes the little one feel the happiest in the world. Here, in the garden, behind one of the hedges, I heard the feminine voice of a maid lamenting that it was unbearably hard for her. The girl immediately became interested in these sounds. Someone felt bad and suddenly, something serious had happened and needed help. The girl looked from behind a bush. Two of the headmaids' 6 were nearby and complaining about their work. After cooking, the entire kitchen was covered in dough and cookie crumbs, which means they were talking about the Duchess. And the girl, but they cleaned everything and it was left clean. It was so hard to clean all this, that the head maid even started having muscle aches after this. What was going on? After all, the service staff already had a lot of work to do, and now much more has been added. Everything is exactly like this. And all these difficulties started precisely because of Doriana. Everyone suffers because of her. With her appearance, it became so difficult. How is that possible? Why did the girl become the cause of someone's misfortunes? Because Doriana doesn't hurt anyone at all and doesn't want to be a burden. After the girl moved in, there was so much work at once that it wasn't easy at all to attend to another person. After Doriana started living here, the Duchess changed a lot. Before she simply didn't pay attention to the maids, but now she has become harsher with them. Well, all right, maids, and the difficulties of the poor commoners are not that important. But I feel very sorry for the younger Duke, of course. After all, because of Lady Everett, the poor child completely lost his mother. The Duchess was always cold to him, but suddenly she treated the girl with great affection. Honestly, all their troubles are due to the new guest on the Bonvalois estate. This girl destroyed and ruined everything. Bitter tears welled up from the emerald eyes. How could the girl not notice all these horrors if everything was really her fault? The young lady's painful thoughts were interrupted by a familiar female voice, who accused the two scoundrels of lying. It was the new maid who checked the kitchen after cooking, and everything was clean and tidy. There were no more enemies around. And the charming baby here gives no trouble to anyone. Nobody got a new job with her appearance. What nonsense! The little protagonist immediately remembered her intercessor. It was she who was beaten by that terrible woman in the hallway in front of her bedroom. The relationship between the Duchess and her son was cold before the appearance of this girl. But with her appearance, on the contrary, it began to improve. Therefore, all the unpleasant things that the vile gossip just expressed are complete lies. And dirty ones. The 6 head maids immediately fell silent, not expecting someone to punish them, and place them in Meg's insidious plans. One of the hyenas awkwardly began to pretend to laugh, How funny the new girl is. She has only been here for a short time and understands nothing. The second immediately picked it up. This is the same new girl from whom everything falls out of her hands exactly. Exactly. She is so stupid and ignorant. If the maid cannot work fast, then at least let her think faster. Her behavior makes the older maids hate her. Apparently, the girl has a lot of free time, since she allows herself such liberties. And watches other people's conversations. Let the insolent one go clean the warehouse right now, and not even ask anyone for help. Let her do it all herself. But in this warehouse, no one cleans alone, it is too large. All service personnel clean it simultaneously once a year. Why did she make such a fuss? Now it's her problem, since she doesn't know how to value the situation and interferes. Make her shut up and do what she is told, as befits a novice. The new maid saw no other way out. She had to obey the older maids and follow orders. But here, once again, the little protagonist stood up to defend the poor girl. For these two vipers to stop immediately. After all, these two of Meg's servants made such a fuss about Miss Everett. Why drag other people here? If the maids specifically dislike Doriana, then let them be angry with her. And not take out their anger on innocent people. The six immediately chirped. They didn't even think that Miss Everett would overhear their conversation. Of course, they knew that the baby was nearby and put on a cheap show. Meg actually said that Doriana is trying to be an angel of justice and annoyingly interfering in everything. The maids did not say this on purpose, so if these two sixes did not do it intentionally, it means it was due to some wild mistake. Every time these two gossips discuss something incredibly exciting, while the Duchess of Fonvalua is not present. Well, once again, the girl prevented two idlers from having fun, let them continue. So what were they talking about? The maids immediately bowed and began to apologize. They couldn't hear their mistress well. That was the subject of their persistent dialogue. Let them continue expressing their dirty thoughts immediately in front of an adult, and not in private with a child. And why did the two hyenas suddenly fall silent? A minute ago, this cowardice and kindness did not exist at all. It's simply a pathetic show. Come on, where are the complaints from the protesting staff? Because of the girl, it became unbearable to work. So many things increased at once. However, the mistress of the estate knows very well that nothing has changed in the working schedule of the maids. Which means this is a blatant lie. These two scatterbrained women dared to involve the young heir-duke in their conversation too. There was steel in her voice. So, what are the reasons for the incredibly ignorant and low behavior of these two idlers? The girls still cannot utter words. The ignorant blonde spoke especially a lot, talking about her inability to assess the situation, and about trying to meddle in other people's affairs. The girl was ready to tear off the limbs of each of these parasites. But she works hard on the positive characteristics of her character. So it was precisely this vile lady who failed to assess the situation in time, and got involved in something that was not her business at all. The six immediately hurried to apologize. This trash has been here for a long time. If this lady is dismissed, it could have a negative effect on Dorian. It would be better to settle everything quietly and systematically. The perpetrators will still be punished, but not at the expense of the baby's peace of mind. You need to control yourself. You cannot risk the baby's safety and position now. She already has enough. Let the two lazy liars immediately apologize for their rotten mouths. The maids froze. Whom should they ask for forgiveness? The two scatterbrained intermediaries of the head maid looked at each other in amazement. This was not at all the result they should have told Meg afterward. That the maids should apologize to Miss Everett and also to the new maid, whom they dared to mock. But the apologies of these ladies must be sincere. Duchess of Bonvalois explains clearly, or they will have to repeat it. The six head maids immediately turned pale with horror. Of course, they understood everything the first time. No need to repeat anything. The vile liars immediately bowed before the future Duchess of Bonvalois and apologized to the girl, after which the two ladies bowed their heads in front of the embarrassed Jane. They behaved improperly and apologized for their behavior. Arenal applauded. How good the maids are at apologizing. I don't want it to become a habit. The maids should remember this day well, because it was the second time the Duchess caught her doing something like this. The maids listened attentively and silently to their mistress. They feared her anger and revenge for the child. Because they really crossed the line. The first time, the terrible mother-in-law passed through the kitchen and stumbled upon dirty gossip about the young protagonist. Then Arenal made a comment for the first time. And this is the second time these two shameless ones dared to treat the poor little one so rudely. The lady really keeps track of their misdeeds. The Duchess's purple eyes shone with steel and determination. She could easily tear their heads off for this angelic girl. So the six must understand that their mistress's patience is not designed for a third time. So there simply won't be a third time. Lady Bonvalois clearly conveyed the main idea. The maids understand the consequences of such behavior in the future. This is the last time the maid was spoken to about her behavior. After that, there will be no more conversations. The punishment will be by default. Everything will happen quickly and without remorse. Fear was clearly visible on the faces of both maids. Both were afraid of losing their jobs because they had been serving here for so long. The girl was satisfied with this reaction. In front of her, there were only pathetic henchmen, weak-willed and characterless. The lords of the estate told all the staff to go to their places. And Jane to forget about cleaning the warehouse, of course. If you think carefully about this whole story, everything seems very suspicious. Why such an open and obvious lie? It can be assumed that someone disliked the charming Doriana, so they are trying to offend her indirectly. Not directly. But if such a bold act was the initiative of these two idlers, the Duchess greatly doubts it. Most likely, someone else with their own hidden agendas is behind all this harassment. But why would they intimidate the poor girl? The girl turned to Doriana. She was completely dejected. She needed to fix this somehow. And urgently cheer up this cutie. The baby's emerald eyes completely darkened after all this abomination. What scoundrel did they dare bring to Doriana? And as soon as these creatures dare to mock a small child, the righteous fire is activated. Arenal will tear their limbs off. By the way, where is the little main character, Elliot? He went to buy apple pie for his future fiancée. What a scoundrel. If this boy hadn't left Doriana alone in the garden, then everything that happened wouldn't have happened. The burning anger is deactivated. In fact, the boy has nothing to do with it. They are all uniform rats people. And here is the little protagonist. The boy returned to the ladies with a basket in his hands and ran towards the young Miss Everett. The Heir-Duke immediately noticed that the emerald eyes of the girl were clearly red from salty tears. What happened here? Everything is fine now. Nothing serious happened to the girl. The weather is fine, they shouldn't talk about bad things. As if everything is fine with the future fiancé, of course. What a resilient girl this is. Arenal was very proud of her. In a wicker picnic basket, the young Duke carried a glass bottle of milk. And purple grapes. Of course, the little one did a great job, showed concern and brought snacks. But a true gentleman would not leave a lady alone. It was necessary to order that the necessary snacks be brought to the children, or at least go together to look for it. Because the girl has not been here long. This must be taken into account. The boy straightened his back and bowed respectfully to his mother. Elliot understood everything perfectly, and he will not repeat his mistakes. What a smart girl. You can immediately see whose son he is, such an intelligent and noble boy. A real main character. Then, behind her back, the girl felt the presence of someone. She turned around and ran into her husband in the novel. And why did Mr. von Valois decide to visit her with the children in the middle of working hours in the garden? And why is Lady Valois so surprised? The terrible mother-in-law closed her eyes and turned away. Hiding her face with her hands, it is simply illegal to be so dazzlingly beautiful. What is wrong with his wife? The girl seems worried. Maybe she doesn't feel well. Maybe they should send servants to get a doctor. Yes, only to inexperienced eyes, the youth's beauty is simply unbearable. Poor thing. Everything is fine with Erinal. In that case, you should go back to Elliot. His mother was right. You shouldn't be so careless with the little lady. This is completely wrong. If the young Duke really used moralizing towards his son as an excuse to get close to them, Erinal really doesn't stop surprising him. How dignified and impressive the mistress of the estate treated the two insolents. Her response was the true response of the Duchess. It is simply incredible how much beauty is hidden in Erinal, so the children. Of course, they finally want to hear their mother's fairy tale. The terrible mother-in-law began to reveal herself from different sides, and each of them was distinguished by the beauty of who this girl was. And now, seeing another new image of his wife, Duke von Valois simply couldn't take his eyes off the girl. That same pleasant smile appeared on the face of the elder head of the family, and warmth that Elliot had been waiting for from Father Elliot. His wife was so beautiful. The terrible mother-in-law made a terrible, bloodthirsty grimace and promised to eat 2 chicks in one bite. A very multifaceted personality. After which the mother began to emit terrible growls. Let the chickens be careful. The monster is already very close. What horror! But they will be saved. The little protagonist looked towards his father. Maybe the Duke would agree to read some fairy tale to the children. Baron von Valois looked stunned at his beloved son. The boy definitely wants him to read this book to him. But the young Duke had never done this before. Did the young ladies activate their puppy eyes? Well, since everyone wants it so much, what can they do? The protagonist's father simply ran out of options. The young man cleared his throat and corrected his voice. The hen Ari appeared from this place, while the young man stared at the place where his wife had stopped. An expectant silence fell. Everyone waited for him to start. With a terrifying and frightening voice, Ari called himself the bravest chicken. The chick never gives up on anything. With a squeaky and terrifying voice, the young man continued, the protective level of pom-pom magic is activated. The girl restrained herself with all her might so as not to laugh. In a monotonous voice, Baron continued, he will stop the star tiger with the caramel of justice. He will let the cloud cast the light of justice. Here the young master could no longer restrain himself and ordered his beloved father to stop this trial. He had had enough. The boy snatched a book of fairy tales and headed towards his mother. It would be better if he read to them. It was a big mistake. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. She almost burst out laughing. How clumsy the Duke is. So where did you stop? The young man felt embarrassed by the reaction of his listeners. The Duke believed that he had perfectly adapted to the role of the galactic chicken savior. The girl couldn't help but joke about her prim husband. She believed that the Duke was good at absolutely everything he did. Apparently, it was not worth laughing at such a thing. The handsome young man was really offended by her words. Erinal seemed to have gone too far. The Duke covered his face with his hand and did not answer his wife, most likely. The girl really crossed the line. Was the handsome young man really so angry about his wife's words? After all, this was just a harmless joke. However, the young man continued to hold his head. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his eyes deliberately ignored the girl. You need to take a deep breath and calm down. It's just that Duke von Valois has been working too hard lately, so his mind has become mischievous. The head of the large family looked again at the terrible mother-in-law to dispel all her doubts. But she was still so beautiful that she shone. What is this? What dazzling glow does his wife emit? The young man began to rub his eyes, which were clearly letting him down. It's simply impossible to endure this any longer. The young man abruptly turned and walked away. He has a lot of work today. The image of his wife did not leave his head, even though Baron diligently tried to discard it. What came to his mind had never happened before. And generally, why did the Duchess of von Valois suddenly become so beautiful? The young man's cheeks immediately flushed. And what was happening to his heart? It was the first time the girl saw the gentleman so irritated, so annoyed by a poorly read fairy tale. That one had to be more careful with teasing. The young man barely reached the family estate. His thoughts still swirled around the new Erinal. His heart was also pounding. Baron Balwa is no longer an immature 13-year-old boy. He needs to return to the work process. The internal torment of Mr. Balwa was interrupted by the annoying Meg, what she needs from him now. The maid has started allowing herself too much lately. The maid was already piercing the young man with her persistent gaze. Meg urgently needed to tell her master something. The mood of the young landlord immediately deteriorated with just one look at the face of the vile servant. The young man had been disgusted with her for a long time. Moreover, there are many questions and suspicions about this person. Little Everett was treated cruelly. The girl practically didn't eat and worked all the time, while the head maid sweetly assured her master that young Doriana lived well under the wing of the Rendini family. How unpleasant this sticky woman is to him. If she has something to say, let her pass it through the butler. But how can it be that the Duke listens to Meg? After all, the maid came to talk to the young man about his beloved son. Meg started worrying about the young master. In that case, let the maid not waste time and quickly tell what happened to Elliot. The vile person smiled. The Duke points at her so much that the maids have no right to communicate directly with the master. But she is allowed to do it. The girl's cheeks immediately flushed. It had been a long time since the young ones were left alone like this. Like in the old days. What is this annoying Lady Meg talking about? She is even addressing him now. The Duke didn't understand a single word she said. Meg continues her sickly delirium, which brings her memories of past days when she took care of Baron. Just like she takes care of her beloved son now. The maid so wants to return to that happy and carefree time. The Duke showed his teeth with disgust. It's time to put an end to this nonsense. The maid said she had something to tell about the young master, or let him say it now. Or get out of his sight. Meg was immediately surprised. Why speak to her with such rudeness and coldness? The girl worries so much about the Duke and his son. Well, as his lordship pleases, a cold sweat ran down the maid's forehead. We will talk about the Duchess of Bonvalois. Arundel only worries about Miss Everett and dedicates none of her time to the younger master. Her nanny is very worried. After all, this can greatly harm the baby. It is obvious that Madame Valois' favorite is this child, not her own son. Some maids said the same thing a while ago. The Duke was curious where these dirty rumors came from, but it turns out it was the head maid. This is the real problem. If the young master really realizes that Meg is behind all this persecution, then she will be kicked out of here. The bastard immediately knelt down. She was not to blame at all, as this was a delicate topic. So she decided to share it with the young man. The maid, after all, is Elliot's nanny, and she came here because she is very worried about the boy. And about how she can spread rumors. It makes no sense to blame Meg. On the contrary, the head maid's words are worth paying attention to. After all, given that the rest of the maids have the same opinion, it means it is clearly obvious to everyone how horribly the mistress treats her own son. Baron Balwa growled to let the maid know her place. It was his maids who were arrogant towards Doriana, of course. His wife had to dedicate more time to the girl. Nothing would have happened if Meg had properly trained the working staff, the insolent one. She doesn't even realize that she is now insulting the Duchess in her own estate. If the maid is not satisfied with the Duchess, then it is her duty as a nanny to inform her directly. But she insisted to the Duke that she is not allowed and says such things. The maid dares to accuse and denigrate the name of the lady of the duchy, and the head of a great family is obliged to explain such things to the head of staff. Let Meg escape immediately before the young man takes serious steps to improve the quality of the service staff. From now on, the maid is forbidden from pursuing the Duke. He let her pass all her questions through the butler. Meg quickly left the office. The maid was in total shock. It's simply impossible how the Duke can treat her like that. This is the same Meg, his Meg. After all, the maid has been by charming Baron's side since childhood. The master simply cannot treat her like that. The change of Duchess becomes more and more troublesome for the maid. All her rotten thoughts and plans begin to crumble. Until now, Lavelle could have a significant influence as head of staff. But only because Arundel didn't care about her duties. and she was simply lucky to become Valois' mistress. She is from the insignificant family of the Marquis. She abandoned all her affairs. And now she pretends to be a duchess. Whereas the maid followed the Duke all her life and didn't even dream of becoming his wife. Although they clearly have feelings for each other, that's why the maid decided to dedicate herself to working on the Bomaloa's family estate, bumping into Baron occasionally. And when Meg, with the help of lies and the absence of other candidates, achieved this position, she began to feel like the mistress here. And this is exactly what Meg wanted. And now the scoundrel decided to take this joy away from her. What an insatiable woman she is. The head of staff clenched her fists. She couldn't fight the Duchess now, but she wasn't going to give up. At first, the maid wanted to slowly deal with everyone, but since this happened, Meg simply had no other choice. Her subordinate caught the head maid's attention. Meg told her to immediately convene a council with all staff in the break room. Let the maids immediately gather in the hallway and await instructions from their manager. They now have an important task that needs to be resolved. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, the girl was drying her wet hair after bathing. A beautiful day with her cute children. Moreover, today Arenal was lucky enough to see a new and unexpected side of Duke Bonvalois. It was very amusing. But at the same time, all his behavior and embarrassment seemed definitely sweet to her. And pleasant to the terrible mother-in-law. So enough, why is a girl even thinking about her husband before going to bed? She needs to go to bed immediately. She is too tired. Arenal climbed onto a cozy, cool bed with a soft and pleasant pillow. Just a fluffy cloud. Then a persistent knocking was heard on her bedroom door, which could happen at such a moment. The same maid, named Jane, entered the room. The new maid, whom the Duchess had seen in the garden, came to bring her very important news that couldn't wait until morning. In fact, the lady herself wanted to thank this maid, and then the girl approached her. Everything is fine. Jane froze in amazement, not expecting such words from Lady Bonvalois, as if she were talking about a new maid. Of course, Arenal, as a mother, wanted to thank the maid for taking Doriana's side and defending her in front of the other maids. Jane simply said what she had to say, but that requires courage and nobility. Doesn't it? So, what is the reason for such a late and worried visit from the young maid? The girl is clearly upset about something. Sticky sweat began to drip down Jane's face. The girl's eyes began to shine. The maid was clearly afraid of the consequences of her action. The terrible mother-in-law perfectly understands that if the maid decided to contact her at such a late hour, something serious had happened. The next day, early in the morning, the lady of the duchy summoned her faithful butler, which made the man nervous. Butler Raymond arrived at his lordship's chambers. The lady apologized for having to call the employee so early. The employee was surprised. The Duchess never asked for forgiveness, not even favors, and the girl's eyes began to look somewhat softer. Raymond immediately became annoyed and didn't even know what to answer his mistress. She had nothing to apologize for. The Duchess suggested that the butler not stand, but sit across. Raymond is already comfortable. The mistress of the Bonvalois estate slowly and gracefully placed the porcelain cup on the table. The girl wanted to talk about something important, but her mistress doesn't feel comfortable with him standing. How does it feel? But what is she going to say happened to this woman? The reason the Duchess had to turn to Raymond was because she was spying on the head maid, and she needed to keep an eye on her. What a coincidence! Because Duke von Valois also ordered the butler to follow Maggie to secretly find out about the Rendini family. His lordship's order completely matches his wife's order. Arenal also suspects Meg. Or did the vengeful Duchess simply decide to replace her with the head maid, whom she simply didn't like? Given the Duchess's nature and her behavior so far, the second option is most likely. It is unlikely that Arenal is conducting her investigation. What is the butler thinking so much about? Maybe the employee will share his thoughts with his mistress. Raymond has been serving the Fonvalois family for a long time, which is why he wants to ask the mistress of the estate something. There is no other way out. What is this woman thinking when she gives such an order to the butler? Probably about other vile things. Raymond does not understand the true intentions of his mistress, so it is worth asking her directly, even if it angers her. The employee asked permission to ask an indiscreet question. The lady is trying to mock the maid out of personal hostility, isn't she? That his lordship understands his faithful servant correctly, the butler would not want to participate in the harassment at all. After all, the direct duty of an employee of this house is to prevent such disturbances. He simply cannot become her instigator. The butler told everything as it is. Although he now fears for his position and his mistress's anger, the dishes will probably fly towards him. Therefore, he must prepare for the usual reaction to his insolence, since you yourself provoked your ladyship's anger. Well, the butler's opinion is justified and quite understandable. Raymond's eyes widened. The lady listened to her employee. Calmly, she took a sip of tea from her cup. You should take this as a refusal. And this is the entire reaction of the terrible mother-in-law. And where is the hysterical scream, the threats to his life, the broken dishes and beatings? How can the butler refuse? He is simply worried. The girl understands everything. No need to repeat the reasons. Everything is obvious. Moreover, Raymond is the only one who decided to warn his mistress against unnecessary conflicts. Isn't that so? Arenal didn't even allow herself to think that the employee decided to test her patience with his harsh words. If he really understood. This young lady grasped the butler's true intentions and main thoughts in just 1 minute. Where did such an idea come from? Raymond said everything correctly. The butler must avoid scandals and not provoke them. The girl understands everything perfectly. However, her ladyship had doubts as to whether Raymond himself considered her insolent statements the cause of the disorder on the estate. The employee realized his mistake. The lady has really changed. In front of him is a completely different person. But how is that possible? The conversation between the Duchess of Valois and the butler was interrupted by the childish voice of a charming girl inviting her mother to breakfast. The little protagonist immediately apologized for interrupting the adults' conversation. They were finished, everything was fine. Raymond agrees with his mistress. Arenal stretched with a good-natured smile. Who is this woman? The butler nodded in approval. That's great. Anyway, it's time for her ladyship to go down to breakfast with the children. The lady wished her employee a pleasant day and went to breakfast with dear Doriana. And she could give her mother a gift. Of course, the girl simply loves surprises, especially since the gift will be from her beloved children. This is definitely a completely different girl in the Duchess's body. No longer that eccentric and vain lady who could hit an innocent person due to her bad mood. Raymond apologized for his behavior and asked Arenal to tell him the real reasons for her request. What sense does this make even if the Duchess gives the real reasons? Will the butler believe her words? Of course, the girl does not blame the servant for his mistrust and will not punish him. This is understandable, given the Duchess's earlier behavior. However, Arenal no longer intends to tolerate such manifestations of disrespect and mistrust towards the words and actions of her mistress. After all, something like this is just starting to irritate the terrible mother-in-law. What irritates her ladyship, Raymond froze inside. Arenal did not ask to bother the maid or poison her. It was a matter of observation. But Raymond immediately decided that she wished to harm Meg. The butler didn't even try to seriously evaluate his mistress's request. So why did he immediately start objecting? From the employee, because it was precisely the request of the mistress of the estate. No, a shiver ran down the faithful butler's back, indeed. There was truth in his mistress's words, and they sounded inappropriate. From now on, Raymond needs to learn to judge the words and actions of the girl without looking back at his mistress's past. The Duchess of Valois insists that you only pay attention to the present and the future. Raymond can handle this. The butler must put aside the prism of his ingrained attitude towards her and evaluate the Duchess's specific orders. The terrible mother-in-law wants to hear the impartial opinion of her servant because that is the butler's job. Because she says everything correctly. The lady's purple eyes seemed to begin seeing through the employee. Raymond clearly felt uncomfortable with this thought. The butler was impressed on the spot by the firmness of thought and justice of the intentions of the mistress of the estate. He didn't even have anything to add. Under this unwavering and confident gaze, the employee didn't even dare to squeak in self-defense. Everything will be done. Meanwhile, the scoundrel, who dreams of becoming the mistress of the Valois estate, took out an expensive emerald necklace from the Duchess's box. This necklace should be enough to fulfill Meg's plan. Finally, we need to get rid of that Everett brat and then his mother. And if everything goes according to plan, all the maid's troubles will end, and she will take her place next to Baron. Let the little upstart tremble. Very soon the maid will kick the orphan out of the family estate, where there should be only one mistress. Luxurious and expensive jewelry, with a giant green emerald and large mother-of-pearl pearls. A masterpiece of jewelry. This necklace is too expensive for the Duchess, so the girl will notice its loss very soon. But she will be able to frame Everett. For such a crime, in the best case, the brat will simply be expelled from the property. But it is possible that he will even receive real punishment. The maids have already realized that they need Meg. The only thing left is a small task. You just need to place a few decorations in the girls' room. Everything is so simple that there was no need to postpone it at all. And what was Elliot's nanny doing outside his mother's room, Meg? She jumped up on the spot. What is the head maid doing here? The young master witnessed the scoundrel's crime. Meg does not hear her master's question about what the maid was doing in her mother's bedroom, and why she doesn't answer the question. The head of the service staff froze in place. This is just a stupid child who is very attached to her. Well, the young duke knows his mother's temper and whim. The maid was just trying to avoid him. If the heir duke had seen what was done, he would not have asked questions, which means we just need to cloud his mind and dull his vigilance. The maid entered the Duchess's room only to order. There was a lot of dust. But Meg does not do that. What a smart boy. Why didn't this idea work? Then stay, as always, pressing on pity and Elliot's attitude towards her. The head of staff immediately threw herself at the feet of the little duke. The girl simply had no other choice. If the cleaning is not done correctly, Meg herself will take responsibility. And the lady will be so angry with her that the maid will be scared. So why is the nanny crying? Because the boy simply doesn't need to tell his mother. That's all. What a young and caring gentleman Meg is. She helps her nanny so much that she has no one but this baby. Elliot is just a child and does not doubt Meg. Because she is his nanny, the maid will never forget Elliot's kindness. Meanwhile, in her room, the terrible mother-in-law looked out the window with a warm smile on her face. What beauty! Below, two little main characters smelled flowers. Perhaps they are celestial creatures from the same paradise. What tenderness they cause! The girl's visual pleasure was interrupted by the butler's voice. The servant approached the Duchess to tell her something. Raymond can speak freely, as it really is. The girl doesn't care about formalities or conventions. And most likely, there is only one reason why the maid came to the mistress when her children were not around. We will talk about the head maid. The Duchess immediately understood the whole situation, which greatly scared her servant when Arenal asked. The maid observed Meg and noticed something. After her important report, the butler left his lady's room, leaving her alone with her thoughts. How dare this scoundrel do something like this? Who does Meg think she is? What does she have going for her if she fails? Arenal still has a bad reputation in the Valois family. Meg can refute all accusations, and even a drop of confidence in the girl will be destroyed. We must act slowly and systematically. The Duchess addressed the maids. We have to start somewhere. That maid with bangs is clearly on the side of the head of staff and is her sick subordinate. We should not forget about her either. First, we need to make sure of everything. And then act. The lady wants to change clothes. Let the children be called and follow Arenal. Of course, the initiator and everyone involved will not be late for long and will appear at the first opportunity. Almost all maids are scoundrels, but some have enough loyalty to the family. It is necessary to eliminate the six. A charming girl was with a bouquet of flowers. She asked her uncle, the gardener, for it. And the employee allowed her to take a couple of flowers. How beautiful these flowers are. Surely dear Doriana brought such a bouquet for her mother, of course. The lucky mother-in-law really liked the baby's gift. Doriana was surprised to notice that her mother suddenly decided to change clothes in the middle of the day. It's just that the terrible mother-in-law changed her mood, so she decided to change her outfit. But apparently, she went too far with the jewelry. Erinal had difficulty forcing a smile for several hours, but thanks to communication with Meg's maids, she managed to find out what the scoundrel stole from her jewelry box. The Duchess went to her chambers and headed to the dressing table, where there was a beautiful chest with luxurious jewels. The maid took something so conspicuous that the theft would be very noticeable and obvious to all residents of the house. One of Meg's minions immediately ran to her mistress's bedroom, wondering if something had happened to the Duchess's box. These are vile creatures. How could they gather in a flock and attack a small, innocent, and defenseless child? The maid didn't even hide her expectant gaze from the Duchess's eyes. Everything was so deliberate and open. No problem. Disappointment appeared on the face of Meg's pathetic will executor. It's not disgusting. The terrible mother-in-law, angry, stuck the fork into the plate, imagining that she was aiming at the head of the main instigator of the harassment. One must be so insignificant and pathetic to mock and destroy the life of a small child who did nothing wrong. And that's good. These stupid young women are eager to interfere with other people's business. But why does the head maid need all these executions? After all, Meg took care of the little protagonist for so many years. The girl is his nanny and spends most of her time with him. Erinal couldn't even imagine how much it could hurt the child that the nanny in whom he trusted, and who had been with him since birth, would do this. How is it possible that a creature caring for one baby can have so much hatred and cruelty towards another? The righteous anger of the terrible mother-in-law was interrupted by a loud childish voice. The boy carefully called his mother. Something happened to Duchess von Valois. Something definitely angered the young gentleman's mother greatly. All these thoughts of anger and inner malice were reflected in the facial expressions and gestures of the girl. That she herself did not suspect the flow of rage, it did not escape Elliot's eyes. The little protagonist would like the Duchess to improve her mood by looking at these beautiful flowers. The girl's face immediately turned red. She was so deeply immersed in her anger that she didn't realize how this bothered her children. Erinal immediately drew the children close and hugged them tightly. She asked for forgiveness for her behavior. The mother did not want to worry them. That the little angels shouldn't worry about anything. Their mother will take care of everything and handle everything, so they won't have to think about anything. The worried mistress of the Valois estate is interrupted by the voice of 6 other head maids. And so the parade of hypocrisy begins. The maid announced an emergency. This is the same lady who expected the necessary reaction from her mistress and then left disappointed. The maid strove to show concern and sincerity. It would be better if the lady saw it for herself, so she should follow her servant. The insolent woman did not give up and played until the end. Lady Bonvalois' most beloved necklace disappeared, and as soon as these creatures dared to frame a small child, the terrible mother-in-law will not allow her sweet girl to be harmed. Meg has surrounded herself with weak-willed artists and is gathering strength. The maid is not aware of all the details, so she leads the lady to the head maid. Meg will explain everything to the Duchess of Valois. The little one realized with horror that the maid was leading her mother towards her own bedroom. Why was everyone going there? Fear and confusion shone in Doriana's emerald eyes. What was going on, and why was the head maid waiting for them there? The bastard, of course, was already waiting for her audience and invited them to attend her performance, feigning sadness and disappointment. So, let the maid not waste time and speak of what happened. Meg was only waiting for this moment. Her time has come to settle accounts with the Everett brat. The head maid began to express her regret and compassion for little Lady Doriana, giving her sad looks. The fact is that today, the very necklace treasured by the Duchess of Valois was discovered in Mrs. Everett's private bedroom. Unbridled anger flashed in the girl's purple eyes. How can you lie and poison an innocent girl so brazenly? There was immediately a whisper among the Vile Six that Meg was trying with all her might to protect Doriana. But at least she didn't care. The little trash pretended to have nothing to do with it. It is simply unthinkable to do something so vile to your mother. This insignificant reptile prepared perfectly. All the maids sang with her in unison. These ugly scavengers are deliberately creating a situation in which the Duchess will be forced to punish the girl for her crime. The terrible mother-in-law bared her teeth angrily. She would have cut off the heads of all the scoundrels right now. The whole stupid flock is trying to crush the baby. Meg bowed in an apologetic bow and shed tears. The maid was so guilty that she didn't take care of little Everett. That the head of staff got up is not Meg's fault at all. The lady is very generous and kind to her maid. Not at all. In fact, the Duchess of Bonvalois herself gifted her favorite necklace to little Doriana a long time ago. All the vile accomplices immediately fell silent and looked amazed at what their mistress had just told her mistress. Meg immediately started denying Arenal's words. What was she talking about? Because this stone matched the girl's eye color very well, so the mother couldn't resist. But what is truly strange here, and deserves the attention of Madame Valois, is the unpleasant reaction of the service staff. On what grounds did all these mediocre and lazy henchmen come to the conclusion that the girl had committed a real crime? Moreover, not a single maid had the slightest doubt about this accusation. The verdict was passed against Doriana unanimously and without appeal. The Duchess is already beginning to think that she has now become a spectator of a clumsily staged performance. All the scoundrels immediately fell silent. Meg immediately started squealing that it was just a misunderstanding. How could the service staff deliberately commit such an atrocity? It was simply unthinkable. In front, the head maid tried so hard to cover up for poor Miss Everett and take the trouble away from her that the young master abruptly cut off his nanny's false words. The little protagonist looked intently at his mother. Arenal did not give her necklace to Doriana because Elliot was right. No. Meg gave a triumphant smile. Naive and stupid Elliot, let the boy continue. He is about to catch the Everett brat. What is this boy doing? Even if he realized that his mother lied to protect the girl, then why is he preventing her from protecting her? The little Duke said in a calm and confident voice that his nanny took the necklace, brought it here, and put it on the future bride. Silent astonishment appeared on the faces of the scoundrel and Arenal. How did the boy know all this? Elliot had just revealed Meg's true rotten essence to everyone. What is the heir Duke saying? How dare the nanny take the necklace from Mistress Elliot? He promised to keep Meg's secret, but under such circumstances he will not. That very day, the protagonist saw everything his nanny dared to do. Then the maid lied, saying she was tidying up things in her mother's bedroom. The eyes of the rotten person widened, so this boy saw everything. But why didn't he say a word then? The brave and noble Elliot did not interrogate Meg then and announce the theft. He wanted to believe her and protect her. Elliot really hoped that the nanny needed time to confess everything. You just have to believe her and wait. However, instead of confessing her own crime, Meg dared to commit such baseness that the scoundrel decided to frame little Doriana. The boy had never seen a more disgusting act. Meg had been so worried about him all this time that he would immediately stop blaming her. But as befits the main character, inside him there was an unbreakable core and a fortress, and in his purple eyes there was a deserved disgust for the nanny. This child was much more perceptive than any adult. He let Meg be quiet immediately and not disappoint Elliot any further. From this day on, the youngest Duke does not want to see this scoundrel on his family estate. What is Elliot talking about? They will be given a salary and severance pay. Meg immediately ran to the boy. Why did the gentleman do this to her? She is his nanny. She is the one who loves the baby more than anything in this world. There was so much pain and regret in the strong little hero's eyes. How could this trash dare to cause him so much suffering? The young Duke of Valois, with disdain, pushed the vile maid's hands away and ordered her not to touch him. Elliot had already said everything. That she should not disappoint him further. Elliot does not believe that one who uses love as an excuse for their vileness truly loves a child. Clouds were gathering above the vile instigator. The maid had nothing to say in her defense. She did not believe that this child could kick her out just like that, just like that. The terrible mother-in-law, with an icy voice, ordered the vile scoundrel to be immediately expelled from the estate. The maid nodded obediently. Meg has tied Elliot to her for so many years. Why the hell are the maids touching him? Let the youngest master explain to her that he is not serious. How can a little duke treat the one who raised him like this? Elliot must fix everything immediately. The maid will not leave this place. The hysterical screams of Elliot's nanny were heard for a long time in the corridor. The boy endured this scene with dignity, but his heart was very heavy. Seeing the sad eyes of the charming baby, the terrible mother-in-law's heart bled, poor child. The mother warmly placed her hand on her son's shoulder. Elliot did the right and heroic thing. She is very proud of him. He protected Doriana. Here the poor bright child was crushed by a weight of sadness. Bitter tears rolled down his cheeks. Arundel hurried to hug her baby. The boy managed to achieve justice. Elliot is a true hero. His heart is filled with light and honesty. How much courage and honor was in this little body. And how painful it was for Elliot to make his decision. His mother was nearby. The little hero's eyes burned with salty tears. His cheeks burned hotly. The young duke should not sob like that. Well, what nonsense. The baby is in pain. He can cry as much as he needs to, and his mother will be by Elliot's side. The baby felt warmth in his soul after Arundel's words. The youngest had already cried enough, and a smile of acceptance appeared on his face. This girl is much more mature and stronger than anyone. How proud the girl is of her little angel, a true hero. But then sobs and weeping were heard from the other side of the sofa, and the terrible mother-in-law immediately turned to look at the girl. Sweet Dorian began to cry bitterly, because it was all the girl's fault. And poor Elliot was suffering. The little one was asking for forgiveness for everything. But what is this poor thing even talking about when she stops blaming herself for all her troubles? And considering herself unworthy of happiness? But if Doriana hadn't been hated by the staff, Elliot wouldn't have had to lose his nanny. At that moment, the girl greatly wanted to subject the vile Meg to all possible human tortures. How much pain did these children cause each other? Only rotten and insignificant people are to blame for this, who did this to serve their own interests. And the girl simply became a victim of their harassment. But all the residents of the duchy hate young Everett, so if the girl simply wasn't here, then there would be all the trouble. Here Jane spoke. This is not entirely true. The baby was disliked only by those who ordered to treat her this way. In fact, everyone on the estate adores Doriana. The terrible mother-in-law is not very happy with the new maid. Jane is simply smart. She chose the right words for the baby in time. Miss Everett is very brave and fair, so the people who don't like her are just pathetic cowards. The little one shook her head. She was not brave at all, but it was she who helped Jane at that moment. Then, in the corridor of the estate, in front of the baby's private bedroom, Meg mocked the new girl. And Doriana defended her, and she was very brave. After all, Doriana did not think for a minute about her well-being and abandoned the protection of the innocent maid. Despite her fear and the consequences. But then it was the youngest gentleman who saved Jane, but the girl defended her before he arrived. The baby is amazing, he just needs to realize it. Now Miss Everett is admired and loved by many people, and in the future there will be many more such people. Duchess Bonvalois supported the words of the new maid. Everything is exactly like that. Mom also loves Doriana, and Elliot adores her. A light shone in the girl's emerald eyes. Doriana is very grateful to everyone. Now a warm and cozy feeling spread throughout the baby's body. After a hard day's work, the eldest head of the family returned to his family estate. Baron was very tired today. Behind Duke von Balwa, the hysterical shouts of the head maid were heard. She ordered to let IR immediately. She needed to speak to Baron personally. What else happened during Lord Balwai's absence? The butler dragged the maid out of the estate. Meg stubbornly resisted. Meg started shouting that she was not to blame for anything, that the maid had always been faithful to her master. And the mistress threw her out. It is an incredible baseness to lie so brazenly to your master's face and shout at him about the purity of your actions. Let Meg enter the office. The head maid was delighted in front of her beloved Baron. Of course, the young man would side with her and protect her due to their special connection. The scoundrel's cheeks immediately flushed. The girl was sure that the Duke would not let her leave his property. There was no one for her except Baron. Let the reptile not console herself with fictitious circumstances. The Duke did not call her to listen, nor did he give her a chance to fix everything. The Duke of Valois learned that his son fired his nanny today and promised to give her a salary and severance pay, but Baron does not think so, so he called the maid to his office. A sticky sweat ran down the pathetic liar's face. What is the Duke talking about now? Have they been with him since childhood? It makes no sense to put on another inept performance. Baron knows from the butler that it was she who stole his wife's necklace and then planted it in Doriana's room. So the Duke asked the butler to watch her, and he knows everything. And since when does he call this vain Arenal his wife? In addition to this baseness, the maid dared to lie to the Duke about how things were at the Rendini estate, where they were taking the girl out of the world. And besides, the vile one dared, along with the male and female Rendini, to appropriate money for expenses and needs of Miss Everett. How the young Duke knew everything is simply unthinkable. They were so careful for so many years. And after everything this rotten creature dared to do, Meg still dares to shout about her innocence and blame other people for everything the reptile has done to the von Balwa family, as well as to little Everett. She will be subjected to family punishment. Instead of legal punishments, private sanctions were imposed on the kingdom using power and the finances of every noble family. The private sanctions of the von Balwa family, the most powerful family in the empire, could not be challenged even by imperial law. However, since Meg worked for the Duchy of Balwa for a long time, the family punishment will be mitigated. The maid simply leaves their property. The scoundrel bared his teeth angrily, but as the head of the clan, he only dared to offer such a thing to a maid after so many years of faithful service. In the end, the young man perfectly knows the girl's feelings. She did all this for the good of the two of them, it is not clear. Duke von Balwa looked at the maid with a stone face. What is this woman talking about now? Is it another manipulation, or does she have a sick mind? Why does Baron keep pretending he knows nothing? Why has Meg always been by the young man's side since she was little? The girl always missed young Duke Baron very much. He always occupied a special place in her head. And in her heart. The head of the largest family froze in silent shock at what she had just said. The Duke had no idea about Meg's morbid attachment. Why is Baron so surprised after all? He himself cared so much about the girl all the time. So he moved her from the Valois lands to work in a mansion closer to him. Of course, the young aristocrat never spoke aloud about his feelings. But this is not necessary. Meg herself knows about his sympathy for her. So what kind of punishment can we even talk about? How can a girl, whom the Duke himself cares so much about, take and abandon her property? What sickening absurdity just sounded. Meg has distorted the usual situation and turned her fantasies into reality. The reason why the maid started working on the estate was at the request of her father. He begged Baron for this, since he or she could find a better gentleman than in the countryside. How did this turn into a morbid love story? What does the Duke say? Baron spent his entire childhood with her. After all, the Duke accepted the girl's crown and was so happy that Baron was a boy. And he communicated with all local children, without dividing them into commoners and children of aristocrats. The gentleman roared that he could no longer listen to all this nonsense. Meg should be quiet immediately and get out of his mansion. This was absurd from the beginning, which is why Baron wanted to get away with it. But the more he listens to Meg, the more annoyed he gets. Therefore, let the scoundrel stop talking about this nonsense and disappear immediately before the maid goes to suffer her deserved punishment. Apparently, the maid no longer even understands the words. The Duke of Valois called the butler to his residence and ordered him to immediately remove this woman from the mansion. The maid screamed for a long time and loudly throughout the property about her relationship with the Duke. Baron grabbed her head, and how could he not notice this in Meg? How tired the young man is of all this. The Duke needs at least a little peace and quiet. And this is why the young gentleman really wants to see his wife right now. To hear the girl's voice. How interesting it is why and since when the young man began to miss and need his wife so much. Something completely new for him. Behind the door of the private chambers of the estate owner stood the terrible mother-in-law. And she tried to sort out her thoughts, suppressing a feeling of anxiety. Why is the girl trembling like a schoolgirl in front of the headmaster's office? Because Arenal did nothing wrong. The butler informed his mistress that the Duke of Valois was still sleeping in his room, and that now his wife was already standing in front of Baron's bedroom. Perhaps the girl should try to enter, but the matter is urgent. She needs to get ready immediately and stop hesitating. So the Duchess's purple eyes widened. Her inner struggle was interrupted by the voice of Baron Valois. What a disgusting thing. A sleepy young man. For some reason, his wife has been milling around under the door of his private chambers for 15 minutes. Here the young Duchess's heart sank to the feet of the most handsome young man, Baron. He was too irresistible in just a nightshirt. Arenal immediately clutched her heart. Perhaps the Duchess only had a slight arrhythmia. She shouldn't worry about it. We need to immediately change the subject, so the young man has already woken up. This is very good. Arenal wishes him good morning. There was astonishment on the face of the captivating young man. The Duke also greeted his wife. Something happened on the estate, or something else happened. It's just that the Duke always takes care of his business very early, and the girl needs to talk to Baron. So Arenal had to keep an eye on him near the bedroom. The Duchess of Valois has nothing to apologize for. The young man understands everything. How can he now stop seeing everything Baron just saw? The mistress of the estate kept looking at the staff in the hallway. The young man invited her into the room, apologizing for his rudeness. The Duchess of Valois sighed with relief. Finally, the young man realized that other people's ears and eyes could interfere with their conversation. A young man in a loose shirt that so emphasized the hero's ideal body gestured to his wife to enter the room. It is possible that the young man is still sleeping. His wife really is sitting in front of the Duke at such an early hour. And everything is really fine with the young Duke. The young man looks somewhat strange and worried. Baron nodded with approval. Everything is fine. How strange, because the young man simply thought he missed his wife, and the next day she herself came to his room. Is this really a coincidence? It seems like nonsense. It's just that they rarely see each other despite being married. There is no need to look for hidden meanings in common things. While the captivating owner of the duchy was engrossed in his thoughts, his wife had already finished her story. This is a complete failure. The Duke of Valois heard absolutely every word of his wife. Baron has no idea what they are talking about. Judging by the Duke's face, Lady Bonvalois' participation clearly does not suit him. In which case, everything can be entrusted to the butler. The young man immediately apologized to his wife. In fact, the young man understood nothing. And he heard everything. Arenal laughed merrily. But the Duke is also a man. Apparently, the young man has not fully woken up yet. This happens to everyone. Baron is not yet ready to admit to the girl that he cannot concentrate due to Arenal's presence. Otherwise, the young man will fall over the ground. How lovely the young man looks from that side. Baron does not cease to amaze her. Normally, the protagonist's father is ice cold and as inaccessible as a rocky peak. But here there is so much openness of feelings. Who would have known that the head of the most powerful family, Baron, would also thank his wife in his name if the Duchess repeated everything? In the end, the young man turned out to be very sweet and pleasant. So, what is the girl thinking about? We have to return to their conversation. That is why the mistress of the estate would like to clean up the ranks of the service staff. The young man was stunned. The girl only meant dismissal. They have to deal with the maids who intimidated Dorian under Meg's leadership. Arenal learned the names of all her henchmen. The young man burst out laughing. The Duke completely agreed with his wife. Baron Fonville's beautiful smile is simply a crime. Usually he is a man. He is completely dishonest. We need to gather. His lordship agrees with the girl's proposal. Of course, Baron himself intended to do it. We will have to change quite a few maids due to the massive staff change. The cleaning service will stop indefinitely. You must discuss this with the butler. This is his area of responsibility. The girl understands her husband's words because she ignored the house before, but she is not that frivolous. The Duchess absolutely did not intend to first add more work to everyone, and then stand aside carelessly, which is what Arenal means by this. Let it be late, but still, the girl assumes from this moment all the obligations of the mistress of the estate, as a duchess should, if the head of the duchy has no objection to her decision. Sure, it's not too sudden, everything will be fine, the girl will study, the child's distrust is understandable. Arenal will do her best. The Duke did not mean this at all in this case. If the young man agrees, let him smile at his wife again like he did a moment ago. The young man froze in silent shock. The Duke simply did not have time to comprehend all the information that the girl expressed. In this case, the girl will try even better, because they say a handsome man's smile is the best reward. And with such an irresistible and captivating smile, the Duchess of Valois feels that she will definitely be more productive. The young man's violet eyes looked directly into the soul of the Duke of Valois, or so it seemed to him. The young man, with a sense of complete responsibility, stated that he will try very hard to work on his smile. The girl immediately burst out laughing. What charm! Why did the young man take her words so literally and seriously? And by the way, why did Arenal suddenly ask her husband to smile? Clearly something was happening inside the girl. Then the terrible mother-in-law burdened herself with work. The butler could not believe his happiness and thanked his mistress for it. Mountains of documents already loomed before the young woman. Here was the budget for the estate. Here was the budget for all the duchy's lands and reports on the surrounding territories. There was so much work here, and no one was doing it, that before she had time to come to her senses. The butler wished her good work. The employee immediately ran quickly towards the exit finally. Raymond could sleep more than 5 hours a day. These are debris, but what did the girl want? After all, this is the largest and most powerful duchy in the empire. Done, it is done. It's time to become a good duchess and a positive heroine of the novel. So it's time to dig into it. Arenal started with the estate budget. It wasn't even luxury expenses. Her purple eyes widened. Why does such a gigantic sum of money go into the pockets of the family of the Marquis of Saxena, if Arenal's family is not in poverty anyway? So what did the girl manage to read about her terrible mother-in-law's family on the pages of this novel? Now the Marquis of Saxon is Arenal's younger brother named Kyle. All the people on the estate appreciated him as the future heir to the family. While Arenal herself received neither time nor attention, she ended up growing up in such conditions that even her younger brother looked down on her. And apparently Kyle Saxena's dominant relationship with his older sister continued to this day. After a couple of minutes of thinking, the girl had already made a fair decision. And pleasant for her. The Saxe family already lives comfortably, because they also need money from the Duchy of Von Valois. Kyle will not receive a penny more from the Duchess. And this is just one signed document. The girl has a long and hard day ahead. Such is the life of the Duchess of Valois. The owner of the Von Valois estate studied with genuine interest the documents that his wife was now in charge of. To the young Duke's great surprise, Miss Arenal sorted out all the paperwork. All the recordings were done very carefully and diligently. The girl really put all her effort into her work. But if this continues, then the young man simply won't be able to approach his wife under the pretext of asking for help. Because there simply won't be any problems with the documents. So, what is the Duke thinking? His wife has finally taken responsibility for managing the household. And Baron is annoyed because she is doing well due to her personal interests. The coachman interrupted his young master's thoughts and announced that his carriage had arrived at the imperial palace. Lately, the young man has strange thoughts. Baron is going to a meeting. This is not the time for something like this. He needs to pull himself together. Then, behind the handsome young man, a familiar, squeaky, and vile voice was heard. He greeted his lordship. Is this really the head of the largest family? The Marquis, Kyle Saxon, stood in front of the young man. What an unexpected meeting. It is unexpected that Kyle decided to visit the imperial palace. It probably isn't for today's gathering of aristocrats. After all, the current Marquis last appeared there a year ago. The Marquis feels ashamed when the Duke speaks of it like that. He can hardly believe it. Negligence, baseness, the system of the strong and the weak, Baron openly despised Kyle. Even though he was his wife's younger brother. Apparently, the Duke of Valois likes to make people uncomfortable around him. But Baron is actually right. Of course, Kyle Saxon did not come to the imperial palace to meet the aristocracy. He needed to talk to Duke von Valois. And Baron cannot guess why the dubious Marquis suddenly needed to meet the head of the Duchy of Valois. Why didn't the money his sister sends arrive this month? Arenal did not send a single cent to her brother. Meanwhile, the Duchess also had an unpleasant encounter. She was visited by two vile degenerates who beat and poisoned poor Doriana. How dare these two come here? They beat the child and stole the money. They bribed Duke Arenal's maid. She didn't even want to let them onto the estate. The Baron and Baroness Rendini were equally disgusting. They literally reeked of rot. And they still dare to complain to her. However, these scoundrels are relatives of Miss Everett, which is the only reason they were allowed into the house. However, these insignificant parasites appeared to demand an unfair tax audit of her orphanage and the collection of their debts. The sum of the long Rendini is 3,000 gross. This amount is simply fantastic. What could be done with that amount of money? The girl will ask one last time what the hell these monsters want from her. Why are they turning to the Duchess of Font-Valois? Baroness Rendini roared, saying that it was the Duchess herself who was trying to intimidate her family this way. They told the orphanage director that it was the Font-Valois family who ordered the tax audit. That's why they are here. Apparently, the Baron and Baroness did not specify which member of the Duchy's family ordered the tax audit. So, the Duchess of von Valois ordered nothing. It is unclear why they consider the standard procedure intimidation. In any case, there is only one person who could organize this. It could be that Duke Baron von Valois himself organized all this. But the interesting thing is why these parasites are looking for the person who initiated the check. Because the procedure is carried out by the imperial palace. Let them run there and complain to His Majesty. The Baron and Baroness were sure that Arenal had arranged all this. But the Duke did not. If Baron himself arranged this, then it would be better if they hadn't come, that is. They can express their displeasure with her, but not with her husband. Arenal seems so insignificant to them. Then, the imperious and angry voice of the estate owner was heard. The Duchess von Valois is absolutely right about these scoundrels. If the parasites are not satisfied with something, let them go complain to the imperial palace. Let them not come here to demonstrate their ugliness anymore. When did the owner of the estate return? Literally just now, the Duke missed today's meeting. Since the young man encountered a repulsive slug like these two at the imperial palace. His mood soured and Baron returned. The mistress of the place carefully asked the head of the duchy who exactly bothered her husband today at the palace. Kyle Saxon attacked the head of a powerful family and asked him to convince his sister to send his money to her younger brother. The handsome Duke bared his teeth angrily. If Baron hadn't been an aristocrat, he would definitely have broken this brat's nose. Baron respects his wife's decision. The petty parasite's words are total impudence. That's why he didn't pay attention to Kyle. He let him ask Arenal for money. Not him. Who would have known that the vultures would be waiting at home for the Duke, who neglected his wife? How dare these two come here and show such an attitude? Let these two parasites be immediately swept off the Valois lands. Baron is not in a good mood today. They will regret it greatly if they stay here. It was as if a terrible storm thundered on the Valois estate. The head of the family was beside himself with rage. How dare these little people insult his wife so much? A roar and the sound of dull blows were heard. The terrible mother-in-law turned in amazement towards the uninvited guests. The Baron and Baroness Rendini shrank in their chairs and begged for forgiveness. They would leave the Valois estate now and never return. If Baron hadn't called his wife, the Duke would have driven these parasites away by beating them until they left the mansion. His lordship immediately ran to his wife and apologized to Arenal. The young man could not control his emotions. Everything is in order. The girl supposed that such an outburst of indignation was because the young man felt offended on behalf of his wife. And he defended her. For this reason, the terrible mother-in-law decided to thank her master for his actions. Blushing her cheeks, the girl was very pleased to know that her husband thought of her and her feelings. That he so fiercely defended Arenal's honor, the ice-colored eyes widened. Which means that the girl understood everything and was even glad that her husband defended her. In fact, there was a spectacle of delight inside the Duchess, and her heart skipped a beat when the young man began to care about her feelings. The young man understood everything correctly, or did the girl go too far and awaken suspicions about her feelings? We need to change the subject. And what a terrible person did his wife meet at the Imperial Palace? It was Kyle Saxon. This brazen one began to complain that his older sister had left him without money this month. And this angered the young man. It turned out awkwardly, which means the young man was already driving here angry. And then there were these Rendinas. Of course, the head of the clan gets angry when an economic problem arises among relatives. And it always ends badly. Duchess Bonvalois took a deep breath. Therefore, the girl should apologize to her husband for her family's behavior. And also for the fact that Arenal was sending money to her brother all this time. The Duchess should have told him right away and apologized sincerely. It is very rude and ugly on the part of the estate owner to keep silent about personal payments, especially of such a scale. The handsome young man jumped towards his wife, and in an even tone asked Arenal not to apologize for that anymore. After all, his wife did nothing wrong. The girl will now faint from the heat of this young man. He is too close, and he can probably hear that her heart is about to jump out. The young man does not blame the Duchess of Valois for anything, so she does not need to apologize for anything. A little more, and she will simply fly into the air. The girl was exhausted by the eruption of feelings. She felt the strong and reliable hands of the young man, his warm breath next to her face. The terrible mother-in-law pushed her husband in horror. This guy is driving her crazy and frantic. One cannot lose control during an affair. In the romance genre, all men are so impeccable and dazzling that this is definitely everyone's dearest dream. The girl clutched her chest. You need to calm your poor heart, everything will pass. He simply has too much criminal charisma. The Duchess of Valois began to apologize. She pushed her husband, not because she disliked him. It was just unbearably hot here. The scattered Lady Valois was still tormented by the aftertaste of Baron's touches. The depth of his blue eyes. The Duke of Valois himself blushed on his own initiative, his cheeks burned. So why let go of his hands if he feels embarrassed? After all, Arenal will definitely die of a heart attack. Doesn't this guy know that his perfect face is dangerous for ordinary people? In any case, Arenal should have a clarifying conversation with her brother. He himself should understand such things, given the mountain of money he received. We need to be more responsible, as befits a duchess in her position. At least from now on, this will not happen again. Arenal promises. Apparently, the wife did not understand what the young man was trying to convey. She did not need her to report on money expenditures. Arenal is the Duchess of Bonvalois for this reason. Everything related to the use of the duchy's financial resources is solely her business. If the mistress of the estate decided to spend the money or send it, then the girl had her own reasons for this. That's what he meant when the Duke said his wife did nothing wrong, and that she didn't need to apologize at all. And even more so to justify her expenses, because the duchy's day is also hers to use at her discretion. After all, that's what financial resources are for, right? At this point, issues related to their spending are declared closed. The girl fundamentally disagrees with this. The Duke simply doesn't understand what amounts we are talking about. Kyle received too much money. Why does the head of the Duchy of Valois say this so easily, and if his wife spends a really large amount? The charming young man stretched out a captivating smile and laughed. He let the Duchess spend whatever she wanted. This magnate should precisely warn her that she is about to smile, that her heart is clearly living its last days. The duchy will not become impoverished even if Arenal buys all the surrounding lands. However, she noticed it herself while working with the accounting department. And as soon as she could forget that this concerned the family of the novel's protagonist, the amount in the reports was truly indecent. How handsome this gloomy guy is, chiseled facial features, sensual eyes, perfect athletic body. It's like the masterpiece of a brilliant artist. Moreover, with a lot of money you can spend as you please, these are the parameters of the ideal novel hero. But what if Arenal became the main character? The Duchess immediately added that she needed to discuss a more important matter with her husband. The young man listened attentively. The mistress of the estate really wants to find a good teacher for the young Miss Everett. What does the Duke think about this? After a long conversation with his wife, the handsome young man fell heavily onto his soft bed. The young man's blue eyes kept replaying the conversation between the two spouses. Their communication was completely different now. Baron covered his charming face with his hand. His wife had turned into a different person. She became unbearable. The young man said he could buy all the surrounding lands, and in response started talking about little Everett. As if the young Duchess had no desires of her own, the young man jumped out of his bed. Or as if everything Arenal really wants, happiness for the children, was simply unthinkable and could not be understood. And today, the young aristocrat himself succumbed to a personal impulse and hugged his wife. Looking into the depths of her violet eyes, he deliberately held the Duchess close to him longer, trying to find some impulse from her side. The young man stared intently at his wife's face, expecting the slightest reaction, as he never expected a response in her facial expressions before. But apparently the girl only thinks about little children and not about her husband. It's obvious that Arenal doesn't care about anything. What kind of thoughts swirled in the Duke's head if Baron had really become jealous of his wife and children? This is simply beyond the limits of what is appropriate. Apparently the guy is simply going crazy. But how can this be controlled? Meanwhile, the girl was also visited by elation of delight. The Duchess's cheeks reddened and burned. One could simply go crazy. In front of her was a tray with crispy and fragrant cookies, as well as freshly brewed tea. Indeed, the children had prepared everything themselves. That's how it was. In front of the terrible mother-in-law stood two charming angels with big puppy eyes. Well, what beauties! You can go crazy from the charm of these two children. She hugged the children tightly. Elliot can't breathe. By the way, Mom just talked to the Duke. They will find a good teacher for the baby. Doriana was very pleased with this news. This means that Miss Everett will now also be able to study, just like Elliot. The baby can't wait for her first day of classes. The child doesn't understand her joy, and studying is generally not fun at all. It's just that before, the girl was told that someone like her couldn't study. That's why Doriana was so happy and kept apologizing. She wasn't thinking about Elliot. The terrible mother-in-law and the little protagonist looked at the girl in amazement, but why was she apologizing again? Rindini should have broken her legs before letting them stay here. Elliot asked not to apologize to Dorian. Studying is very good. 3 days have passed since the Duchess of Valois started looking for a teacher for Miss Everett. But the required teacher has not yet been found. The maid asked if everything was all right with her mistress. She was sighing so deeply. Maybe something was bothering the Duchess. Before Erinal's eyes was an unpleasant letter from her mother. The Marquise was telling her daughter to hire Viscountess Ivan as a teacher, and not to look for her in Hemond. Why does the girl's mother interfere so brazenly and unceremoniously in the affairs of the Valois family? And what kind of speech is so disdainful? Did the image of her mother pass through Miss Valois' mind? How dare Erinal lift her eyes? The girl is absolutely useless and not even capable of getting married. The purple eyes of the terrible mother-in-law immediately opened in surprise. What was that just now? Because these are clearly not the girl's own memories. This means that the memories of her character in the novel simply came to her mind. This is Erinal's memory. What a special effect. Since childhood, Erinal was treated with cruelty and disgust. This was considered the norm in the Saxon family. Although, what does it matter now? So, who is Lady Ivan? The woman is definitely the wife of Viscount Ivan. But what kind of person was she? This woman taught Erinal herself. She really has a lot to give. The lady taught famous ladies from noble families. Now, the Viscountess noticed that young Erinal was different from other family members. She seemed like a good person, but clearly something was bothering her. Well, the terrible mother-in-law will think about this candidate later, so the girl will write to tell the others to wait for her decision. Some time later, after a very clear response to her cruel and obsessive mother, the girl was sitting in the garden drinking tea. Erinal's mother appeared at this tea party uninvited, and she even brought Viscountess Ivan with her. Why the hell doesn't this woman perceive her daughter's words? Marquise Saxe announced in an urgent tone that the Viscountess was the best teacher. There was nothing to discuss or think about. This vile and greedy woman dares to publicly humiliate her daughter like this. The Duchess already knows that Miss Ivan is a good teacher. Well, since the conversation has gone this way, it's time for the girl herself to finally declare herself and show her teeth to her vain mother. Why is Marquise Saxe so interested in Doriana's education? Most likely, these two people have reached some kind of agreement. We need to find out. The torturer's fine lips stretched into a terrifying smile that usually screamed of an imminent threat from her. Apparently, Erinal has many worries because of this. It is natural for the Marquise to be interested in her daughter. Such suspicions are very offensive. Yes, this lady is a professional manipulator. Until this moment, the Marquise did not appear in the duchy and did not write letters, so her interest is unnatural. Well, all the fears and premonitions of Marquise Saxon were justified. She felt it immediately after reading her daughter's letter. Erinal suddenly decided to imagine herself as someone. The girl completely disregarded reality. It did not seem so to the Marquise. Thus she openly poisons the Duchess of the largest family in the empire. But what is wrong with this lady? They have nothing to lose or something like that. In the Marquise's eyes, there was only poisonous bile and bloodlust. The scoundrel took pleasure in seeing her daughter's fear and resentment. The girl was really terribly scared. Minus 10 years of life, Ivan should also notice that the Marquise's daughter has changed a lot. Well, then they decided that Viscountess Ivan would teach Miss Everett. She has many students from secular circles. This is very useful. And why did the repugnant mother suddenly decide to end the conversation quickly? And when did she manage to decide everything for the Duchess? By the way, my mother found out that her dear daughter did not deign to send money to her younger brother. At first, the Marquise wanted to say something to her daughter, but upon seeing her in person, she became convinced that Erinal was firm in her decision and changed her mind. She is so sure that she will not back down from her choice, and Marquis Saxon respects his daughter's decision regarding Kyle. that the Duchess of Valois entrusts Everett's case to her mother, and that the Marquise of Saxony hands over Denise's case to her. What this lady just said, the girl didn't understand a word at all. What does Denise care? Why does the Marquise need Dorian? In fact, the Marquise generally speaks fluent monologues. She doesn't need her daughter to answer. Arenal, here she only serves as a background. The girl didn't even realize how the whole conversation of this woman today went. She could clearly influence her daughter's conscience. The Duchess couldn't respond normally to this woman and eventually agreed. She even escorted this snake along with the Viscountess. Lady Ivan didn't say she disliked Lady Valois, but something persistent and anxious was born in her memory of her. But what exactly was it? That's why the girl wanted to think about this teacher. But why does the Marquise have such an effect on her? Maybe it's the character's habit of listening to her mother without question. But if so, then the character's attitude towards children could not change either. That is, the problem is with the girl herself. And not at all with Arenal. Apparently, this woman reminds the girl of someone herself. Someone also suppressed her will. An imperious and ruthless gaze, an iron and indifferent voice, a constant feeling of anxiety next to this woman. Marquise Saxon assured her daughter that no matter how hard she tried to live her own life, she could never renounce her blood ties. But it is true that a girl really cannot get rid of such a vile mother. And a worthless younger brother, obviously they won't let her. This gaze, the way of speaking, the movements and body language of this woman. All these markers were incredibly familiar to the girl in her character's body. Suddenly, the terrible mother-in-law covered her mouth with her hand. She finally felt the necessary awareness. For her, it was natural maternal dominance. It was her own habit in real life. Her mother always insisted that she was her daughter. No matter what she did, she was her daughter. After all, the girl does not want to disappoint her beloved mother. The mother loves her daughter very much. Since early childhood, the girl was taught that she could not go against her own mother. There was no worse crime in the world, no matter what her mother did. That's why, for an adult girl, the sweetest and the worst was always her own mother. The girl could never find the strength and power within herself to go against her mother's will. So that she couldn't create. The terrible mother-in-law wrapped herself in a cozy blanket. She wanted this unpleasant day to end as soon as possible. After this disgusting tea party, the Duchess of Valois still had a vile aftertaste. But this was not the vilest thing about the whole situation. The worst feeling came to Arenal at that moment. Lying in her bed, she finally realized what she had in common. And her character. Viscountess Ivan asked Marquise Saxe if everything would be fine, and what exactly was worrying the teacher at that moment. The teacher got the impression that the young Duchess of Valois did not like her at all. So that's the point. To be honest, Marquise Saxe was also surprised by her daughter's behavior during the tea party. Clearly this was not Arenal's custom before. After all, the current Duchess has always been weak-willed. She obeyed her mother in everything. And now, she suddenly dared to look her in the eye and contradict her. Oh. These children always think they can decide something on their own, but they always do as the adults tell them. The dangerous Marquise tore the flower from its stem and then sharply squeezed it in her hand. But in the end, Arenal is still her daughter. Therefore, no matter what Marquise Saxe does or says, her daughter can never go against her mother's will. At first, when Arenal's mother received her letter, she began to hesitate because her daughter first wanted to think and not meekly follow her mother's orders. Moreover, the Duchess of Valois stopped sending money to her younger brother. The Marquise still didn't understand why such changes had occurred. And she wanted to find out personally. And it was with this new thought and slight fears that the Marquise of Saxony and Viscountess Ivan arrived at her daughter's estate. During the tea party, the imperious lady noticed that her daughter had never dared to look her directly in the eye like that in her life. So the woman thought that Arenal had really changed. But at the first harsh look from her mother, this girl began to tremble cowardly. There was fear and desperation in the purple eyes. The woman always sensed this in her daughter. These feelings were so obvious and strong. Marquise Saxon became convinced that her daughter was still weak-willed, cowardly, and an insignificant executor of her will. Lady Saxon immediately recognized in her daughter her usual expression of submission and help. For this reason, Viscountess Ivan simply has nothing to worry about. Everything will be exactly as they planned. A few days later, the Viscountess became Miss Everett's teacher. Doriana greeted Lady Ivan. Duchess von Valois invited the teacher to come to the estate. The little girl was already tired of waiting for her teacher. In this case, let Miss Everett take the teacher where her lesson will be. Well, there's nothing to worry about. There were no problems with Arenal. However, the mistress of the duchy wanted to talk to the teacher before starting her lessons with the child. Of course, the Viscountess listens attentively to the mistress. If Miss Ivan doesn't mind, the Duchess of Fontevraud will be present at all her activities with the baby. Viscountess Ivan nodded obediently. She let the girl do whatever seemed best to her, 1 minute like being present. No one had ever observed her teachings before, but Doriana is still very small. So Arenal will be calmer this way. Lady Valois will just watch silently. She will not bother them or interfere. But that's not the problem at all. What is the essence of the protest then? Is the teacher really going to do something in class that the Duchess shouldn't see? Of course the teacher won't do any of that. Well, Arenal's jokes in this case coincided on everything. The woman immediately made a face. This girl is too alert now. What happened to her? The Marquise suppressed her will. But in any case, the teacher is not going to deviate from her intentions. First, she will have to earn Arenal's trust. Today is the first lesson, so instead of studying, they will take some time to decide where to start. Let her open the book and read the 3rd page. Doriana began to read. Scarlet flames rose toward the sky. Smiles appeared on their faces because the party night had begun. The teacher immediately interrupted the little main character dryly. That's enough, the girl is too constrained and stiff. Let Miss Everett straighten her back and square her shoulders. From vocalizations to posture, Doriana will have to learn everything from scratch. The baby is sweet and beautiful, which is why Ivan suddenly started criticizing her. The Viscountess immediately noticed the Duchess's angry gaze. Yes, this lady is ready to tear the head off her daughter's attacker with her teeth. One must be more careful in choosing words. Let the little one put down the book. Let Miss Everett not worry. If she starts studying with Ivan, they will quickly learn everything. And Doriana will become a wonderful girl. Can the girl really become like that? Because since childhood she only heard about her uselessness. Of course, under Viscountess Ivan's guidance, Doriana will become a true flower of society. The little girl will be able to ask Lady von Valois about it. But the girl didn't know that. Doriana's mother was also taught by Viscountess Ivan herself. Is this really true? She should ask the current Duchess of the most powerful family in the empire. Right. The girl felt reservedly. Doriana immediately smiled. So, if the girl starts studying with Ivan, she can also become as incredible a person as her mother. The girl understood everything absolutely correctly. Miss Everett just needs to trust her teacher. That's all. The little protagonist will do her best. The girl agrees with her teacher and will not disappoint her mother. In this case, Viscountess Ivan was happy to meet her new student. It was about time she came back. This persistent lady, who knew she was intertwining Arenal herself, does not want to yield influence and lose control. However, it worked perfectly for this girl. Doriana mumbled that she would try harder than anyone to become like her mother. The Duchess always believes in her baby, but she must remember that without lessons, the girl is incredibly beautiful. If this little angel likes new activities, then let them do them. But Doriana shouldn't overdo it. The girl felt a whole body grip. Well, this person cannot be a conscientious and loving teacher of ours. The little one handed the envelope to her mother, the teacher. She asked her to deliver it and said it was necessary for the class. Well, that's exactly what the girl thought. The entire sheet of paper was covered in writing by the teacher's hand. There were strange and unfamiliar books on the list. in addition to a huge list of necessary accessories, a violin, a harp, and all this must be bought at her shop. That is, Ivan combines training with a stake in the business, which means her goal is to sell attributes for classes and receive a share. This is expensive but reasonable. Should the girl buy all this? Doriana liked the Viscountess, and such expenses are common in the duchy. But the imposition of will is annoying. Then the girl realized that obviously this is not the only goal of this woman in the duchy. It is probably just the first stage. And if you think so, then Marquise Saxon's position becomes clear. How infuriating it is for the girl. How dare they use her for their own purposes? Mom is sure that Arenal will continue to behave like a submissive and weak-willed idiot. By touching her, the Marquise should not have interfered with Doriana. This is a big mistake. The face of Viscountess, Ivan showed sincere astonishment at what her former student had just said. Apparently, the teacher had misheard. The mistress of the estate is sure that the teacher heard everything correctly. The Duchess is not going to buy anything from this list. The girl is ready to repeat these words again. Not a single item required by the Viscountess will be bought for her teacher. The lady is going to teach the girl etiquette, because she claims that soon they will need the violin and the harp, or if they are already moving on to Condorian music. Those books are very strange. There are official textbooks on etiquette. Why does a girl need textbooks written by Ivan herself? But the Viscountess wrote her manuals specifically for the training of young aristocrats. It would be useful for the girl to study them. The girl stretched with a victorious smile. Duchess von Valois will not buy a single product from Viscountess Ivan. What is wrong with this brat? The Duchess's wealth is trivial. This girl simply leaves her no other choice. Apparently, brand products bearing Ivan's name are too expensive for the von Valois family. The Viscountess is unaware of something about the duchy's financial situation, as the situation is so bad that Arenal cannot afford to buy educational materials for her child. Since this is the case, Ivan is willing to give a discount and to prevent rumors from spreading. The Viscountess will make sure to explain the situation to other families. What vile brat threatens to spread rumors about Valois' financial difficulties if Arenal doesn't buy her products? What low-level provocation! The Viscountess is very generous with her students, but in difficult times, we must help each other. The most powerful family has no financial difficulties, so let the Duchess buy educational materials at full price. The girl has already said no. She is a greedy bastard. These expenses will not be a burden for the von Valois duchy. However, the other noble families Ivan mentioned will become a problem. That's what her former student is talking about. Arenal doesn't care about the rumors Ivan tried to scare her with. The girl will not allow such manipulations. The mistress of the estate will not allow this trash to use her name as a means to make money. The Viscountess must understand that this will never happen. The girl wants her business to prosper, but she will not lend the Valois name for her purposes. So the mistress of the estate explained the main idea of her conversation to the Viscountess quite clearly. She understood what Arenal meant. How could this brat know everything about the Viscountess's true goals? And the Marquise of Saxony? This girl really guessed it herself. Miss Ivan understood everything. The reason this lady volunteered to become the girl's teacher was solely for money. Of course, the Viscountess's business of selling useless textbooks at inflated prices failed. But rumors of its acquisition by the Duchy of Valois would change everything. And Marquise Saxon obviously has something to do with the Viscountess's inept business. Reason why she insisted on training with Ivan. It would be better if this rotten woman openly declared that she decided to lift Ivan's business, and that she used the child for her dark machinations. And what will the Viscountess do now, having failed to achieve her goal? The little one will give up her teaching post, but Ivan announced the official start of the exercises. An unexpected move. This reptile really has a strong sense of responsibility. Doriana looked at the textbook she was given. This reptile definitely has a completely different intention. You must be attentive and watch him. Thus the days passed. The teacher continued to teach the charming girl new knowledge without arousing suspicion. One of these days, the Duchess of the great family even fell asleep from boredom, having lost vigilance in her observations. The girl was awakened by the voice of Viscountess Ivan. The woman announced that she and Doriana had finished today's lesson. So 2 weeks have already passed, and no more troubles have been received from the Viscountess about whether this snake has really sunk to the bottom. The main character cautiously approached Duchess Fonvalois. Every day the girl became more and more charming. Mom shouldn't worry so much about Doriana. The girl will really take care of everything. She promises. Therefore, the Duchess should not force herself to look after Miss Everett when her mother is so tired that Doriana will not disappoint her. Well, now the girl thinks that the girl is looking at her, and not the vile Viscountess Ivan turned out to be uncomfortable. However, the mistress of the estate simply cannot tell the little one that her teacher is actually a greed generator and manipulation. Since the girl started talking herself, it might be worth considering classes in the future without the participation of Lord Valois. Let the girl think about her child, because this is very burdensome for the baby. She is trying with all her might to jump over her head. The head of the most powerful family agreed with Viscountess Ivan, the law teacher, regarding the girl's behavior. It often happens that children cannot concentrate due to the close supervision of their parents. After all, in the end, the girl is sure that her mother is walking and watching her, and as a result, complicates Doriana's life. Baron anxiously and bewilderedly asked if his wife had been sleeping well and feeling well lately. And why that question now? The strong and warm hand of the charming young man slowly reached towards his wife's face. The girl did not dodge or pull away. Duke von Valois has long had the impression that something torments and persistently bothers the mistress of the estate. However, the girl must understand one simple truth. There is no person who is good from the very beginning. For this reason, Arenal must not torture herself so much. It is enough to slowly move towards her goal. Therefore, the captivating young man really hopes that his wife will at least take better care of herself. The young man also asks that his request be understood correctly, even if it seems selfish to the Duchess of Valois. Why should the young master's words seem selfish to his wife? Because the young man cares about her in this way. It's just that lately the girl's whole head has been filled with concern for dear Dorian. But Arenay learned everything. Since the handsome Duke insists on his request, the girl will definitely take much better care of herself. What the hell is the girl talking about? The words came out of her mouth on their own. The terrible mother-in-law's cheeks blushed. The young man is very happy to hear this, if his wife refused to rest. He was thinking of locking the girl in the room and forcing her to abandon all her affairs. Every time the terrible mother-in-law witnesses the captivating smile of a young man, her heart is greatly moved. Well, it's quite late already. It's time for the Duchess to go to her personal chambers and prepare for a long and useful sleep. The little main character made a charming pout and blushed. Well, what is this charming angel trying to say? To be honest, her mother was very worried about her behavior and did not want Elliot to keep his worries to himself. The child gets the feeling that Doriana hates him. But what is she talking about? This simply cannot be. This is definitely nonsense. However, lately, the young Duke keeps asking the girl to go for a walk or play with him and hear a refusal in response. Doriana always refers to her studies and quickly runs away from her future fiancé. The girl has definitely stopped wanting to communicate with him. Previously, the children simply couldn't play together, but now it is difficult for them to even briefly see each other. Elliot is very sad without her. Doriana definitely hated him. What nonsense! The boy knows how much his future fiancé studies. But since it is actually just a matter of the educational process, then this is also a problem. It is not so. Is it really possible to subject a young body to so much stress every day without time to rest? This will have a detrimental effect on her health. After all, a whole month had already passed since Arenal stopped attending classes. Doriana wanted to increase the classes and the amount of educational material. The girl didn't care, but whether she herself would feel well, because the burden was already at the edge. And so, for a whole month now, the baby has been studying in her room for days. And days, and it is really no longer safe. Well, the concern of the charming young man makes sense. We definitely need to address this issue. The young Duke is right, this cannot be ignored. Mom will try to talk to Doriana about the excessive workload. And now the terrible mother-in-law was already standing at the door of her future daughter-in-law's bedroom. The girl knocked, but there was no response. So the mistress of the estate worriedly entered the girl's room. Doriana was fine, she just didn't answer the call for a long time. The poor girl simply fell asleep right behind the study materials, as if she was about to take an exam on which her future depended. The beautiful emerald eyes no longer shone so brightly. They were tired and exhausted. The baby was clearly exhausted. The girl saw her mother in her bedroom. Something happened. For some reason, the Duchess entered Miss Everett's room. This must end immediately. It hurts the girl to see how her light and childhood simply fade in the child. The Duchess of Valois sat down next to her charming girl. Her mother came because she was very worried about her. The little one does not need to try so hard. Doriana is only 9 years old. Instead of unhealthy studies, she should spend more time playing and relaxing. But games and relaxation are not as important now as what the baby will be in the future. This is much more important than children's fun. Only if Doriana works hard can she become like her outstanding mother, who even told the girl that. The founder Ivan said it. The girl immediately blushed. Arenal knew that this reptile tried very hard. Such a fierce flame emanated from the owner of the place that it burned those around her. What a vile person. And how does a girl imagine an outstanding adult? Well, she should listen carefully. And praise, and also read fairy tales well. It is also delicious to bake crispy cookies, of course. Doriana says everything correctly, or the girl is talking nonsense. Not at all, the little one is simply smart. She said everything correctly. Only an outstanding adult can do what Doriana listed. Well, how charming and sweet the protagonist is. The girl could be separated and admire her all day. Arenal leaned in close to the girl's ear. In fact, she herself has no idea what it is like to be an outstanding adult. This cannot be because Mother is the most outstanding adult Doriana knows. The Duchess is really happy that the girl considers her so, but Arenal herself is often unsure how and what she should do. It is really true that sometimes the mother is also unsure. It seems incredibly difficult to be an outstanding adult. That's right, exactly. However, the girl can do something now, while Doriana is still small. Let her live like an exceptional girl. That is, eat well, play a lot, and rest. It is really difficult to become an outstanding person if you can achieve it just by studying. Then every other person is like that. And then, the Rendini would also become outstanding. After all, they studied a lot, but in the girl's opinion they became great. Nothing. That's right. The mother grabbed the young miss by her little hand, so Arenal really asks her to listen to her. They will think about how to become an outstanding adult when Doriana grows up. But for now, she will live the life of an outstanding girl. By the way, Elliot really misses the girl, but don't let Dorian tell him. It will be her secret. If the boy finds out, he will get angry. The girl burst out laughing. Now she saw how difficult it was to become an outstanding adult. The emerald-eyed angel understood everything. To become an outstanding adult, one must be an outstanding child. From now on, Doriana promised her mother to study less. It is simply necessary to become an exceptional girl. And now the little protagonist couldn't stop meeting her future fiancé. The girl was really here. Elliot doesn't quite understand what sweet Dorian is talking about. But now they can enjoy playing together. Of course, the girl also wants to play. Well, everything worked out, but something bothered the girl and didn't let her. The Duchess tried again to understand and cling to this feeling, but the girl still didn't understand what was causing her discomfort. The girl was only sure that a major threat came from teacher Ivan. And her mother, the Marquise, and she needed to deal with it. Meanwhile, the vile Marquise Saxon heard another report from the Viscountess. Her daughter have the girls' classes. Lady Ivan is very embarrassed that this happened. She is disappointing the Marquise. She has no need to apologize at all. However, at this moment, it is worth using your head more. Because now not everything is going according to their joint plan. What if we look at their short-term plan? What does the Viscountess think? Since the current mistress of the duchy is now in a certain peace and has lowered her guard, it's time to start. After all, Lady Ivan was probably thinking of something similar too. The Marquise looked closely at the woman. Of course, the teacher was also thinking about accelerating. They just need to act faster. Then Marquise Saxon believes that Viscountess Ivan will be able to meet their expectations. Let her start immediately. Duchess von Valois is distracted from her daily routine by the sweet, angelic voice of her mother, who is not very busy. Doriana made puppy eyes, and the girl can see her mother fulfilling her duties. But there is nothing interesting in the girl's homework. But during the classes, she learned that she would also have to do this over time. Of course, it is still a little early, but the girl thought it would be good to at least watch her mother work. Not too soon, but too soon for such interests. Viscountess Ivan began to act much more actively. And quickly. However, learning something is a noble thing. Let the girl not be shy and ask if she has any questions. Duchess of Valois will happily answer all her questions. And if Doriana suddenly gets tired of this, let her not stop and do something else. Something suggests that the little protagonist is not enjoying the new knowledge, or the time they will spend together. In general, the baby looks rather nervous and depressed, as if the girl feels some kind of burden. Or something like that. Something is definitely wrong here. The Duchess knows this girl well. Viscountess Ivan is definitely involved here. There is something the young miss cannot say. The girl will not pressure Doriana, but she will find out carefully. So checking expenses looks like this. First they check the account books, then the expense items. The girl may have doubts, but she doesn't have them. The little one has already learned a lot. A lot of time has already passed, and the little heroine is still in a tense state. And reserved. Perhaps something happened at Miss Everett's house, and there is something putting Dorian in a difficult position. In no case, there is definitely none of that. The girl began to move clumsily and evade her mother's questions. Well, whatever the girl wants, if in the future she needs her mother's help, then Doriana will call her. Doriana lowered her head. The girl could not tell her mother anything, although she really wanted to share her secret. Night fell. Elliot's future fiancé silently and stealthily looked around to make sure she was alone here. After which, the little lady was heading down the dark corridor towards Duchess von Valois' office. With every little step she took, the little one felt an increasing fear that she might suddenly be seen. So the mistress of the estate did not freeze her study today. This turned out to be very useful for Miss Everett. The girl opened the door. It creaked unpleasantly and gave way. Doriana cautiously looked into the office. The young heroine was incredibly scared. Her heart was heavy. Her cheeks were burning, but she was definitely doing everything right. Ivan wanted to make the classes more efficient since the number of lessons was reduced. Or so she told her naive student. And when Miss Everett grows up, she will have to deal with a lot of accounting books. And there is nothing more useful than practice. Therefore, the little one will be able to learn a lot by personally observing the duchy's account books. The teacher Ivan is sure of it. And so, under the cover of darkness, the little protagonist sneaked into her mother's study to fulfill the Bilivan's edification. The more important the account book, the better it is for studying. But the girl will not be able to achieve this like that. She has to watch her mother. Find out where these reports are kept, then insert the key into the lock of the second drawer. And turn it. The most important documents are there. The rotten reptile gave very clear instructions on how to steal the account books of the von Valois duchy. The girl remembered that her mother put the key to the second box with books on the top one. She just needs to look for it there. And here is the key that will open the way for Miss Everett to new knowledge and make her an outstanding personality. Teacher Ivan told the girl to be very careful, that no one should notice that Doriana was taking these books. And finally, the second box gave way and rolled forward. The little heroine really achieved it. Before the eyes of the little girl met the stern and demanding eyes of her mentor, the woman ordered Doriana to bring her these books. The young student really turned out to be very obedient and diligent. She quickly completed her task. Now she needs to bring the materials to Miss Ivan. However, the charming girl could not avoid the feeling that she was doing something wrong, because it was not a good deed. In fact, this is outright theft. Doriana really wanted to tell her mother everything, at least now. But if the future Duchess tells the whole story, she will have to admit that she tried to commit a crime. But Duchess Bommeloas was always on Miss Everett's side. She always stood by her unconditionally and trusted her without limits. And last time, when the vile maids tried to frame the girl and accuse her of theft, my mother didn't even listen to anyone. Arenal always trusted her child and never doubted her for a second. The girl protected her from their first meeting. Bitter tears of self-contempt and regret for what she had done rolled down the little protagonist's cheeks. How could a girl do this to her mother? Because the Duchess always cared a lot about the baby, but neglected her like this. Doriana constantly brings nothing but trouble to her tutor, and this is in response to infinite kindness and love from the mistress of the estate. Now, if only the mother would help the baby out of this black hole of doubt again. She would help her find a way out and the right solution. The girl cried bitterly in the middle of her mother's study under the cover of darkness. Then a voice interrupted Doriana's torment. The girl would recognize this feminine and caring voice among a million people. Plus her beloved mother entered the office. Duchess Bonvalois heard everything correctly now. The future daughter-in-law needs her help and participation. It is not so. The terrible mother-in-law heard her girl well. Doriana needs Arenal, and that's why she called her for help. The girl dropped her mother's account book on the floor in surprise. But how could Arenal read her thoughts and immediately appear by her side? Doriana begged for forgiveness and salvation. The girl had committed a terrible crime, and she was ready to take full responsibility for her actions. The baby is very guilty before her tutor, but she will never do this again. Let her mother forgive her just once. The terrible mother-in-law rushed towards the frightened girl and began to hug Miss Everett tightly. What nonsense! Everything is fine. The girl should stop torturing and punishing herself. The girl is close and still loves her. After all, her baby had a very hard time. It was all the girl's mother's fault. Duchess of Valois should have guessed everything earlier. The sweet girl's face turned red and salty tears pricked. Her mother is so kind and brilliant that even now she blames herself for Doriana's misdeed. Miss Everett is well aware of the seriousness of her action. This is a full-fledged crime, so the little one is prepared for her punishment. The young heroine must clearly understand that Doriana's current behavior is not her fault. The girl is naive and open to people. And because of her wonderful childish qualities, the girl was used by an evil adult. However, this is really the fault of the mother herself, since Arenal, already an adult, was forced to stop all this in time. So the girl has nothing to worry about, let alone blame herself to adults. They are to blame for everything. But not a naive child. The terrible mother-in-law heavily slumped onto her bed. How could the girl allow this to happen, trusting the betrayal of this woman? After all, her ladyship perfectly understood that the snake was just waiting for its moment and would not stop. All facts pointed to it. How could Arenal be so careless? The girl was so proud of being able to unravel the hidden intentions from the start. The terrible mother-in-law should have been more careful and paid more attention to this. But she simply stood aside, considering herself the smartest. And now Doriana has a real trauma in her soul. The girl will feel vile and guilty for a long time. The little heroine was so frightened that her heart was torn by guilt. And it was all the girl's own fault. At first, Arenal could not oppose her mother and let her accomplice into the house, realizing that this was not good, and then simply stood aside. The next morning, the terrible mother-in-law was also tormented by disturbing thoughts. And the consciousness of her own guilt Baron's voice was heard. The captivating young man was already standing in front of the girl, anxiously asking if his wife was okay. The head of the great family called several times, but there was no response from the girl. And the young man decided to enter. He apologizes for his bad manners. The head of the duchy has heard rumors about what Viscountess Ivan dared to do. This woman has no excuses. The teacher crossed the line and took advantage of the girl's small and fragile conscience. This is simply unthinkable. The theft of documents is already a serious crime. Arenal sent a warning letter from the duchy, and also a separate letter demanding severe punishment from His Majesty the Emperor. She duplicated the letter of protest. But the girl is worried. Duke of Valois can handle this better. At first, everything should have been discussed with her husband. But Arenal unintentionally messed up again. The handsome young man called his wife and looked into her exhausted purple eyes. The girl had to stop. The mistress of the estate already looks sick and weakened. All these situations do not deserve such torment for Arenal. On top of everything else, Duchess Bonvalois completely forgot what the head of the great family told her during their last conversation. The terrible mother-in-law really didn't remember her last meeting at all, nor the young man's words. All thoughts focused only on the girl. Baron, during his last conversation with Arenal, urgently asked his wife to take better care of herself. The young man carefully sat the girl on a chair, but at this moment, Duchess of Valois is taking great care of herself and fulfilling her husband's personal request. The young master has nothing to worry about. The mistress of the estate will take care of everything on her own and then take good care of herself. Indignation shone in the blue eyes of the handsome young man. Apparently, his wife does not know how bad she is at lying. The young Duke of Valois carefully and sensually took her cold hand. The girl does not know how to deceive at all. Besides, the young duchess can always immediately see when a girl is nervous. And in her own thoughts, the head of the duchy perfectly understands the weight of his wife's guilt, her feelings, and thoughts about what happened. And the charming young man did not deserve Arenal's trust, so she assures that everything is fine and under control. The young man had already admitted his selfishness, so he would really like his wife to lean on his shoulder at least sometimes. After which the dream of all girls looked warmly at his wife. What a man! How can you concentrate with him? The girl burst into nervous laughter, which betrayed the breaking of her inner state. Which is what the Duke is talking about. After all, young Lady Everett and the heir Duke von Valois are her children. And she is responsible for everything that happens. Arenal needs to control herself and not fall for that superficial kindness towards her character. Apparently, the young man is waiting for the Duchess to become a sobbing girl. And he is just waiting for Baron to sympathize with his wife at least once. The young man is right, the Duchess is not well, the girl is really very upset and disappointed in herself. But with all this, the mistress of the estate is not so arrogant as to expect help after everything she did before. She knows her place. And in general, how can Lady Bonvalois count on something like that or flirt with the young Duke? The girl is very grateful for the words of support, but in fact, the very existence of the young man is already reliable support for Arenal. After all, the wonderful gentleman cares so much for the unworthy Duchess that the young man now didn't quite understand his wife. Why does the Duchess consider her husband's care to be something out of the ordinary? And why can't Arenal flirt with Baron? After all, they are spouses, and, judging by the girl's own words, the Duke of Valois shouldn't be kind to his wife either. And if this is really the case, then apparently the young gentleman is openly crossing this line with his wife. The captivating young man reverently placed the girl's hand in his. What is this boy doing? Baron is unbearably handsome. Arenal will not withstand such pressure. The head of the family, with special tenderness, placed his wife's thin hand on his fantastic face. And lately, he has been especially tender towards the girl. The girl was already powerless. Where could she get more resources to resist the captivation of this hero? But the young man clearly had no intention of stopping. Even now, Baron crosses the line when he asks her to talk to him and lean on him. Well, it's simply impossible to even be near this magnet, of course. Arenal would really like to exhale and succumb to her feelings. But one must not recklessly succumb to this kindness, to the warmth of the young man's gaze, to the tenderness of his caresses towards the girl. The terrible mother-in-law cannot simply endure it and cry so pitifully. She cannot let the feeling overwhelm her. The young man seemed to read his wife's thoughts. The Duke looked at the girl with such amazement. Everything is fine. She has nothing to fear. Duke Fonvalua already knows that his wife is a strong person. The girl can cry, and cry as much as she needs to. Arenal was sure that she simply could not show her weakness, but everything changed after one sentence from the young man. In an instant, all the heroine's barriers were broken by the warmth and kindness of the handsome young man. Emotions filled her entire soul. Why can a girl allow herself this? A very stupid question. The Duchess can be weak since Baron is by her side. The Duke smiled gently and gave a not entirely clear answer, but shortly thereafter, this answer made Arenal feel better. But still, the terrible mother-in-law does not believe that she really has the right to sit like this and cry now because it is all her fault. But the young man came close to her heart and enveloped it. These words came out of her lips on their own and began to drown her in a fit of self-reproach. The girl could not contain her labored breathing, but the calm whisper calmed her down. The girl realized that she needed this so much now. The young man allowed her to release all the poison from her body that had so tormented Arenal. The young man noticed that his wife had already calmed down a bit in his strong arms. It was all like this. What a disgusting thing. Arenal herself, unintentionally, disappeared inside a handsome young man. One must prepare. With her tears, she ruined her husband's clothes. The Duchess apologizes and will now find something to clean her husband's clothes with. And again, there will be a barrier between them. The young man quickly took his embarrassed wife's hand. Everything was fine with him and his clothes. There was no need for this trouble. However, the most important thing at this moment is whether Duchess of Valois is okay. Let the girl sigh and think about herself now. The young man asked with all seriousness about the girl's condition. It was very important for him to know that she was well. Of course, the mistress of the estate had already regained her senses. She didn't even realize it herself. The young man literally healed his wife. If you think so, then the strong hands of the young man seem to have wrapped Arenal in some kind of safe mist. And reliable. Moreover, Miss Valois cried so hard for a long time in the Duke's arms that she released all her sores. The girl's cheeks immediately turned red. The terrible mother-in-law should immediately stop sprinkling herself and think about the young man. Here, unexpectedly for her and her husband, the Duchess simply shouted loudly and prolonged to the entire duchy property. What is Arenal doing? She is about to burn with shame. The young man could barely make sure that his wife was full of strength. It seems that a while ago the Duke hesitated whether to say this, but now the Duchess is fine. Therefore, the young man can say that the rotten intentions of the Viscountess were read between the lines. And there was clearly more than one in her head. Like this is not just one intention, this reptile was planning something else. The girl didn't even have time to think about it properly. Of course, the young man will explain everything to her now. No matter how much he thought about what happened, the Duke had doubts about the scoundrel's motives. Judging by Miss Everett, this reptile told her to steal the important account book of the duchy. No. After all the documents were located in the office of the mistress of the estate, and important reports on the execution of their financial transactions. And what does the young lady think about the purpose for which this was done? It's not just theft for profit. To be honest, Arenal was only thinking about the baby, so she really didn't understand the reasons and motives of the Viscountess in her head. And if Doriana had stolen the book and given it to the Viscountess, what would Ivan have done with those documents? Well, there are many options. If there is some kind of financial fraud, then the Viscountess could use it. However, if nothing like that was discovered, this scoundrel could have faked the fraud herself. This rotten person could easily forge any document, and, after Dorian's false machinations, She would simply return the book to its place. Now Duchess von Valois begins to understand where her husband is leading. The intentions and possibilities of the Viscountess are crystal clear. And on that same day, Duchess of Valois was very worried about her daughter's behavior. So she watched her closely. And if the girl hadn't felt that something was happening to the baby, Doriana would most likely have done everything. By the way, this would be a fatal loss, since after the theft of documents, the peace of the duchy could be forgotten forever. And while the handsome young man thought about this, the question of why Ivan used this method at this time came to his mind. That the mistress of the estate should think carefully about what happened and the execution of this crime. The Duchy of von Valois is guarded by hundreds of armed guards. Absolutely everyone in the empire knows this. Moreover, the head of a great family and part-time owner of the family estate is the only sword master in his state. Therefore, no one even dared to think of touching the duchy's documents. But by using the girl, Ivan almost succeeded in everything. Therefore, we can confidently say that the only weak point of the von Valois duchy is the girl. It is Doriana Everett, the future wife of the young duke, who can be the hand that can threaten her great family. What does the young master mean? It is really that the very existence of this charming girl is dangerous for the duchy. But the baby was simply used, of course. That's not what the young man meant. Doriana is really not guilty of anything. Arenel's purple eyes showed fear for the little one. She really thought that the duke wanted to get rid of the girl. The young man really looks so cruel and heartless in the eyes of the young master's wife. No, not at all. This girl is a cruel person who caused the handsome duke to show that expression. This is a sinner. And the girl would be lying if she said she didn't like the boy's manifestations. Arenel again with his strange poses. So why did the Viscountess decide to scam using Doriana? It's just that this whole idea sounds very dubious from the start. All this sounds very illogical and does not clash with reality in any way, which is what the head of the duchy means. Ivan is a permanent teacher. This is not her part-time temporary job. She should have spent about 10 years with the girl if everything was fine. If she wanted to influence the duchy through Miss Everett, then we can assume that the Viscountess has already achieved her goal. Just a few years next to Ivan, hiding and winning the girl's favor. The teacher was able to turn her into her puppet. What kind of novel is this? It is scary to be here. That's why the class teacher in the place where the girl lived changed every year. The fact that Ivan aimed at the duchy by calmly demanding something like this from the girl speaks more of a loss of control and anxiety. However, the Viscountess had no reason to lose her temper or worry. So such emotions supposedly came from someone else. Well, everything sounds fair and very logical. Ivan really started to get used to it and relax, so why the rush? Most likely, the Viscountess simply rushed and pressured her, which means there was also some kind of accomplice. Or leader. Wait a minute, the young gentleman is really guiding his wife's thoughts about who exactly the rotten instigator is. The handsome young man nodded uniformly and calmly. The girl understood it absolutely correctly. There was only one such person. From the very beginning, only this vile organism showed special interest, when the search for a teacher for the baby was still underway. Meanwhile, the Viscountess was already asking her mistress for forgiveness. She didn't know everything would turn out like this. The steel-faced marquise does not understand Ivan. The Viscountess must keep her composure, what she is trying to say. And if the Viscountess behaves this way, she will put the marquise in a difficult situation. The marquise has no idea what the reason for this behavior is. It's better for Ivan to return to the manor and rest. She will find a way to help her. If Ivan can just remain silent, this will greatly help Saxon. She will let the marquise's servants escort the guest to her estate. The Viscountess shouted that she only trusted the lady, even if this fool remained silent. Everything seemed too obvious. And now how can Marquise Saxon get out of this whole situation? Because the situation is extremely serious and dangerous. Was everything inside the vile instigator burning? Why the hell did this trash make such a mistake? It will cost both of them too much now. This insignificant woman, Saxon, ordered her to quickly find a way and immediately sent the brat to steal the accounts right under her nose. And after all her stupidity, this shameless woman also ran to the marquise. She had to immediately shout on the street that Sax had arranged everything. Damn it, how could you so mediocrely lose your only chance? First you need to calm down. The marquise will always be innocent. The situation has already passed. The Balua Duchy will definitely point to the marquise as inspiration, because it was she who forced her daughter to hire Ivan. After all, the marquise was so afraid of missing such a rare opportunity. And she was excited, so she showed carelessness. This was a rare opportunity to get an unbeatable hand, to win a fortune in a game with extremely high stakes. At the tea party, rumors spread about the search for a tutor, but her daughter did not tell the marquise a word. And in this, the rotten scoundrel saw his opportunity. The marquise then declared that there was no point in Arenal contacting her mother about such trifles. But inside, she was furious because this trash did not dare to consult with her. And from what family does the future wife of the young duke come? The members of the Everett County family died several years ago in a terrible accident. This county has nothing left but a vile honor and a name that continues to crumble. I wonder why they care about the girl. This question interested many people, because the Everett family ended with only one daughter named Doriana, a girl who has nothing more than an engagement relationship with the Duchy of Valois. And she has no one to trust. And now that she had this desired opportunity, the marquise decided to immediately take advantage of the orphan. And take advantage of her vulnerability. If the marquise can take hold of this brat, then Saxe will take hold of the future of the entire great duchy of Bon Valois. This thought exploded like lightning out of nowhere. It was the joy of intrigue that the old reptile had not experienced for a long time. So as not to act on her own, Ivan was chosen. But Arenal began to act completely different from what her mother expected. Her daughter ordered her to await her decision and did not immediately comply with her order. So the marquise began to suspect that the duchess probably suspected something. And that's why she was behaving that way. That's why the marquise made the mistake of showing up personally at her daughter's estate. And now this mistake has become fatal. Even if the scoundrels initially acted according to their plan and nothing changed, the risk would still exist. The vile marquise's first plan was to seize the will and conscience of the future Duchess of Fontevalois. However, this excellent plan was ruined at the root by that useless Arenal. Why the hell did she get involved in her mother's business? The Duchess halved the number of classes, and now it was unclear how to organize a meeting between Doriana and the Marquise of Saxony. With fewer training hours, it took longer to repress the girl. Initially, 1 or 2 years were allocated for this. But if everything has changed so much, now it is completely unknown how long it will take the Viscountess. But can Saxon entrust such a mission to the Viscountess? Will Ivan be loyal to her for several years? It was necessary for her to become a teacher herself. Ivan, whom the Marquise promoted, became a double-edged sword. Saxon got nervous. The bastard was worried that this sword might be pointed at herself. She grew impatient and ordered her to act as soon as possible. And in the end, the only opportunity was lost. The attackers were exposed, and all because of the Marquise's greed. However, there is another serious factor in this whole story that caused such an outcome. Insignificant daughter, Arenal deliberately started confusing her mother's cards, because the mistakes were caused by this very girl. The Viscountess's attempt to steal important documents, as well as the involvement of the Marquise of Saxony in this. It is quite obvious, and there is evidence. However, all the incriminating circumstances are not enough for them to become decisive. So the Marquise can deny everything and continue to live peacefully. But there is an important point if the Marquise's daughter's actions were calculated from the beginning. There is a serious risk. And in this case, you cannot just sit silently. On the contrary, you must immediately start acting against this girl and come to an agreement with her. Meanwhile, in the beautiful and fragrant garden, 2 little heroes shouted with joy about how beautiful it was here. it may be possible that today the members of the von Balwa family will try serving desserts in this very place. As if they were having a picnic. Well, it really is a wonderful day. Such pleasant weather, nice sun, wonderful atmosphere. Let the children try the strawberry cake. A charming angel with emerald eyes greedily swallowed a pile of strawberry cake. How cute! This is a wonderful treat. All past worries immediately disappear if you have something sweet on hand. Arenal would simply like to forget about everything and relax with the children. But the Duke said that now one must only observe. Okay, time must be dedicated to the children. The servant interrupted the family idyll of the Bot Duchy and announced to the Dukes that a certain guest had arrived at the estate. The Marquise of Saxony arrived at the family manor. The girl only wanted to forget about everything and simply enjoy her vacation when the scoundrel appeared. A few days ago, the Duchess was thinking about what she could do if her rotten mother was behind all this. At that time, the duchy could not directly confront the Marquise of Saxony due to a lack of decisive evidence. Everything that the young gentleman expressed is only his guess, certainly true, but unproven. As long as the duchy does not have enough evidence, given the way the Viscountess was questioned, the vile Marquise is unlikely to open her mouth. It would be best to pretend and leave the situation behind. Saxon has always acted carefully. But now she might make a mistake. Therefore, the Duke and Duchess have no choice but to wait for the main instigator to make her mistake. The terrible mother-in-law agreed with her husband, but understanding her mother's rotten character. This did not seem very reliable to her. However, sometimes the best strategy is to do nothing and wait for the attacker to bury herself. It was unbearably difficult to do anything in such a situation. The scoundrel appeared at her door. Maybe this was the carelessness Baron was talking about. The girl turned towards her most handsome husband and smiled at him with only purple eyes. Now is the time. His wife had nothing to worry about. The Marquise was always careful and did not come without notice, but here she appeared uninvited. And in all probability, considering all the events taking place, it is the Marquise of Saxony who should be worried now. Wow, the captivating hero is trying to smile mechanically again. Arenal somehow felt creepy. This is a very rude visit, so it's fine if the Duke also sees his mother-in-law. And let the children finish their sweets. The charming young man looked at the girl with a look of approval and invited his wife to go to the estate for a meeting. The young man continued to support his wife without words. They were not necessary, everything was that clear. In fact, the Duchess did not feel entirely ready to talk to this reptile. But suddenly, this was an opportunity to punish her. Lady Bamalwa still did not know what the right thing to do would be, whether to call the Marquise Bill criminal or not. What is most important is whether the girl can even stand up to her mother and win such an important battle. We are talking about damage to her family, and she still feels like a doormat. That same day, Arenal was afraid even to look at her mother, so she allowed herself to be pushed around and weakly obeyed her orders. Can the Duchess answer correctly this time? The Marquise isn't even a real mother to the girl. However, this vile creature is a complete copy of her own mother. Her husband's reliable hand rested on the girl's shoulder. The charming young man was by her side. She and the Duchess of Valois would go through all this together. She should not worry. The mistress's cheeks immediately burst into flames. The girl is already starting to get used to such manifestations and enjoy them. Miss Arenal had just experienced déjà vu in her office. The charming young man had already become a support for her with precisely these same words. The same warm and uniform gaze. Reliable and sensual touches. Correctly chosen words. What is wrong with this embodiment of everyone's dreams, Baron? He is simply unbearably handsome. You must recover immediately and get him out of your head. Arenal unintentionally started hitting her head. The young man thought that apparently his wife was ordering her thoughts this way. And so the couple approached the office door. The butler announced that the Marquise of Saxony was already awaiting a meeting. You cannot get discouraged and lose your will. Categorically refuse to agree with her on everything and nod at the scoundrel's actions. The vile reptile was surprised to see her husband, whom the entire empire feared, in a private meeting with her daughter. Well, the Marquise acted rudely by not announcing her visit, but she is glad that the Duke of Valois decided to greet her personally. This head of the duchy acted hastily and went with his wife to meet his mother. But a long time had passed since their last meeting. If Lord Valois wants to see the Marquise, then nothing prevents him at another time. Baron will take advantage of it, and that's why these two immediately started their opposition. Marquise Saxe visited the estate today to speak privately with her beloved daughter. But the Duke stubbornly ignored the reptile, as the young man suggested that they should not pay attention to her. And talk. The scoundrel is sure that with their conversations, they will annoy the young master. Not at all, the Duke will be delighted to watch them. The charming hero invited his wife to sit more comfortably on the sofa. But the Marquise of Saxon imperiously called her daughter. The scoundrel does not believe that at this moment, his daughter is suitable for the role of a good mistress of the estate. And Duchess, Arenal is like a small child who needs a close tutor, the Duke of Valois, just to talk to her mother. Therefore, the Marquise has the impression that it is not her daughter who is desperately avoiding being alone with her, which greatly annoys her mother. A painful impulse ran through the girl's interior. This woman knows where to push. Arenal's conscience constantly reacts to her harassment. The handsome Duke became indignant and decided to defend the girl, but his wife interrupted him and ordered him to listen to her. The young man looked at his wife with astonishment. The girl was clearly insecure and depressed, and this is not the best option for winning. However, the Duchess of Bonvalois urgently asked her husband to leave them with her mother in private. Everything is in order. Then the head of the duchy listened to the girl and left the room. A heavy silence and oppressive hung in the room. The Marquise is simply surprised that the great Baron Bonvalois simply listened to his careless wife and abandoned them. To be honest, the mother was sure that this young man would not give up until the last moment and would start spying on them. This woman does not consider her daughter to be anyone at all. Arenal, she is a complete nullity to her. Of course, the Marquise does not even think that the Duke decided to share his suspicions with his pathetic and useless daughter. Most likely, this reptile believes that Baron treats her with suspicion and that his daughter will weakly help her deceive her husband. By calling the Duchess of Valois a small child who needs a tutor to talk to her mother, Saxe clearly provoked her daughter. The bastard, through pressure, gave them the opportunity to be alone. The Marquise is now very impatient. This vile woman tries to do absolutely everything possible to change the situation in her favor, committing open manipulations. The Duke warned that the Marquise was clearly running out of patience, and this always leads to total mistakes. The mistress of the estate clenched her fists. The girl must now defend not only herself, but also her children and her husband, and not let them be offended. Therefore, now is the time to force this snake to bury herself. You must give her a reason to make a fatal mistake. The visit of this insignificant person today should be a peremptory ticket for her, so that when the annoying obstacle is gone, the Marquise can finally talk to her daughter about important things. And what was this reptile doing until that moment? So immediately and directly she got to the point, although it has always been like this. In the current situation, there is no point in pretending that Arenal knows nothing, since the daughter herself asked the Duke to leave the room. Therefore, it is quite obvious to the mother that her weak-willed daughter is ready to make a deal with the Marquise, even if she doesn't waste time or talk. How interesting, on the other hand, as expected, we should observe this whole situation a little longer. What kind of deal are we talking about? Let the daughter finish her inept game, or the mother needs to understand herself. Then take care of everything and give her what she wants. To be honest, the girl didn't know how to respond to something like this. It would be good if the Marquise did exactly that. A terrifying silence fell upon the two interlocutors. The Marquise radiated a rage that could be touched by hands. The girl suddenly let this out. And what will the consequences be now? You must stay calm and not show your fear. The Duchess has so many different thoughts in her head right now that the girl simply doesn't know which one to hold on to. And besides, the Duchess has only just begun to get used to the role of a mother, so she simply cannot afford to think about anything else. The mistress of the estate turned to look at her mother, as if a serial killer was looking at her with a cold gaze. And empty of a shark before eating. The girl got very scared. That's the kind of woman she is. I want to throw her in the closet and hide her at the bottom of the sea, chaining the closet. Then the Marquise will give her daughter what she wants, because she only needs one thing. It is true that Arenal will not want to deal with a fool. The Duchess of Valois is very happy that her mother shows so much attention and care towards her child. We need to try to pressure this woman to see if the mother can say what exactly her daughter wants. But isn't this obvious to the current Duchess of Valois? Of course, the girl needs her man. The situation has not become clearer. Even facing Marquise Saxon's proposal, there is a feeling that not even this is enough for her daughter. Since she wants it so much that her mother will explain everything to her. Her scatterbrained daughter has been married for 8 years to the most powerful man in the empire. And she has an heir, which strengthens her position. However, the head of the clan himself does not treat his wife like a stupid girl. And strangely, which is why the Duchess still has no power. Arenal is the mistress of the estate, but this is only an appearance here. Not a single person obeys her. And is loyal to her. Her daughter cannot do anything in the name of Valois. And what will happen when Baron brings his mistress home and she gives birth to an heir? Then the struggle for power will begin. Arenal simply cannot survive in such conditions without her man on the estate. Which is why her daughter needs her man. Mommy understood everything correctly about who will always be on the Duchess's side, regardless of the faction division. Of course, the best person for this role would be Marquise Saxon herself, as the mother is capable of solving all these problems. And her daughter knows this very well, which is precisely why Arenal decided to speak with her mother alone. What a professional manipulator. You cannot show her your fear because she has known her daughter since birth, nothing surprising. The Duchess took care of the children and simply didn't think about the fact that a young man might bring another girl home. Although this is a common thing in novels. If the Duke were the main character, then everything would be different, but the young man is only the father of the main character. And if you think about it, in the original story, the terrible mother-in-law died in agony at the hands of the executioner. What is the probability that the girl will also end up in this novel exactly like her character in the original storyline? The Duchess swallowed nervously. You need to regain your senses and not panic. This lady has an unimaginable effect on the girl. Marquise Saxon definitely has a weak spot. You must attack it without showing your own weakness. A predatory winner's smile appeared on the scoundrel's face, and what happened? The daughter heard everything from the side and was confused. Arenal has nothing to worry about. She needs to stop trembling and strike back at this reptile before it swallows her. That's why it's necessary to think of something pleasant and bright to extinguish the internal anxiety. It must be some kind of strong and warm emotion. In the mind of the mistress of the estate, passed the image of a handsome young man who enveloped her with care. And such indestructible warmth. Baron gave strength to his wife, protected her from the inner storm, and just by his presence made her believe in herself. The girl really felt that the young man was by her side. She caught her breath, and a rush of memories of his touch passed through her body. This hand that held the Duchess so tightly, and yet gently when she trembled with sobs. And guilt. Arenal was no longer afraid of this tangible aura of a young man that enveloped the girl, and became an island of her security. Well, the Duchess of Valois has never been good at tricks and schemes. But it is worth a try. Arenal is very sad. The mother's words are precise and true. For now, Arenal is just a beautiful accessory in this house. She has neither influence nor the necessary authority. After all, Marquise Saxon knows this better than anyone, so why should her daughter talk about it again? And if the mother could give her daughter what she lacks so much, the Duchess would be incredibly grateful to her. The bastard smiled triumphantly, Finally, his daughter stopped acting inappropriately and spoke freely. Well, the mother of the Duchess of Valois loses vigilance and thinks only of her own interests, forgetting caution in conversation. It's time to corner this reptile and pin it down, but her mother wants to make a deal with her. So, what does Marquise Saxon herself need? This is the only opportunity. The girl is so ignorant that she has no idea what her mother might need. A lightning bolt struck the two opponents. The girl tried with all her might to corner her mother, while the Marquise wanted to suppress her daughter's will once more. Since the mother is so impatient, it is necessary to provoke her. Words will be unnecessary here. After all, the mother herself can tell everything. The brat decided to joke with her mother. The girl almost broke under the firmness of the vile one's responses. Under no circumstances does the mother know that her daughter is not entrusted with anything on this estate. Arenal really knows nothing. The Marquise of Saxony herself came to her daughter's manor. She needed help. And this was already the Duchess's victory. For this reason, let the Marquise stop wasting her collective time and simply get to the point of paying for her transaction. This scoundrel is in a desperate situation, and his daughter is not her last resort. There is a possibility to force her to retreat. There was a pronounced internal struggle on the face of the dangerous woman. The Marquise clearly did not trust her daughter, but now she had no other choice. Thus, the main instigator wants, in exchange for future services for her daughter, to keep the Duchess of Valois silent. That the girl forever forgets the fact that Marquise Saxon was involved in the theft of documents, along with Viscountess Ivan. If this really happened, the cautious and cunning instigator has just admitted her involvement in the terrible crime. What the Marquise's daughter says. But the mother herself just admitted her involvement in the theft of the duchy's account books. So the price of the deal on the mother's part is her daughter's silence about everything that happened on the estate with Miss Everett. Well, the Marquise admitted that the woman does not understand at all where her daughter is leading now. And she doesn't understand at all what happened. In this case, the Duchess of Valois will kindly explain it to her, so the cautious culprit has finally made a mistake. The same mistake the mistress of the estate hoped for so much. Precisely, this oversight was not enough for the picture to be complete. After all, there was no evidence in the case of the theft of the duchy's accounts against Viscountess Ivan and Marquise Saxe. However, the main villainess herself admitted everything a couple of seconds ago, which is better than any evidence found. In this case, Arenal will personally act as a witness in this case, pressing charges against her mother based on her own testimony. Arenal wants to accuse her mother, the brat inside who says, of course. The Duchess feels very good. The rotten woman immediately jumped from her seat, hovering dangerously over her daughter. Her daughter has been a useless fool her whole life. Isn't it already clear that absolutely everything the Duke drags her into is doing her no good? There is absolutely nothing here for the girl. No one will help Arenal. And the scoundrel decided to abandon his family. How low to cover your rot with blood ties? This woman buries herself deeper and deeper every time. Yes, it's the same as putting your own neck under the blade of a guillotine in the central square. The Marquise was truly scared. How absurd. The Marquise will help consolidate her power, but Arenal is no longer pleasing, and a person from her family will awaken even more suspicion. In fact, the girl really likes how everything is going right now in the Duchy of Valois. Because she is happy here. The Duchess is comforted every day by the smiles of her charming children, their sonorous laughter, and the true happiness in their eyes. And today the girl and the children even enjoyed delicious desserts with the handsome Duke, as if they were one family. In their relationship with the Duke, they support each other, and if everything stays this way, then the girl won't even ask for more. But for the Marquise, this makes no sense. This woman only recognizes power and money. The rest is empty. If this greedy and unscrupulous woman could distinguish the price of value, then all this simply wouldn't have happened. The struggle for influence within the family, the division of a noble family into different factions, is much more important to Saxa than external trusting relationships. And all because this woman spent her entire pathetic and useless life taking care of her own interests. Well, does the girl agree with her mother's statements? Indeed, Arenal has no power or influence, and maybe even she is acting like a fool. But even if all this were true, for what reason should the Duchess of Fonvalois follow her mother's will? Let the woman think for herself. Now the Marquise offers her will as imaginary care for her daughter. But this is very funny, because the Marquise was never really interested in her daughter. It is not so. The Marquise deigned to show interest in her own child only at the moment when marriage to the largest family was discussed. Only then did the scoundrel become curious about his daughter, and after the wedding. The Marquise only needed the duchy's money. Her entire life, Arenal was just a tool for the vile mother she counted on, suddenly pretending to be an affectionate mother. The Marquise really thought that the Duchess of Valois would believe such an obvious lie. The scoundrel really wanted to abandon her own mother. The brat forgot that the Marquise actually gave birth to Arenal and raised her, and she will abandon her just like that. It was not thanks to her mother that Arenal became a duchess. It wasn't the Marquise who gave birth to her, fed her, raised her, clothed her, and taught her. The Marquise clenched her fists with fury. The woman still couldn't realize that her stupid and weak-willed daughter was capable of such a thing. If it weren't for the scoundrel, then this girl wouldn't even be sitting here now. At first, she was scared. Now it's typical manipulation. The girl is very familiar with this. In fact, the heroine could never resist this, but now she knows that no relationship can be good on its own. Does the mother really want the girl to unconditionally respect her just because she is her mother? So now the Marquise felt better, because she was angry that her daughter did not obey her will, which Arenal endures. But the mother herself never respected the one who gave birth, only repulsive reproaches and humiliations pronounced so disgustingly. There is not a single reason to follow a mother. A girl should not obey her just because she is her daughter. Triumphant calm finally shone in the purple eyes. The girl managed to do it. She got out of the inner cage. The Marquise did not give up, refusing to admit an obvious defeat, because in front of her was only the useless Arenal. Even if it hurts Arenal's soul a lot, the heroine will not act as this scoundrel tells her to. She will never understand. As mentioned, no deal will be made, as the mother has nothing to offer in return. It is irrevocable. The girl took a deep breath, but Marquise Saxon must promise her that this will not happen again. And if the Marquise politely apologizes, her daughter will try to ask the Duke not to let the matter go to trial. Now, this might seem difficult for the Marquise, so the girl will give her mother time to think. Let her get to know her daughter when she is ready, but the Duke will not remain on the sidelines for long. He must decide how to approach this matter. So let the Marquise not delay her decision and make a wise choice. But now is the time for the Duchess to say goodbye. After which, the mistress of the estate left defiantly and closed the door. Numerous foul insults were heard in her direction from the room. There was a lot of noise. In the hallway, the girl was met by a worried young man. Everything was fine with his wife. With the girl, everything is fine as never before. There is something very important that the Duchess understood today during the conversation. The girl walked around the entire luxurious estate of the duchy and finally found her children. Catching her breath. After all, Arenal herself has become a real mother in this novel. And during all this time, she had a son whose love she had not known since birth. The poor baby was alone for so many years, and the girl immediately switched to Doriana. Because it was easier and simpler. Elliot was frozen in amazement that his mother was doing this to the child. He didn't even know how to react to her behavior in such a situation. The Duchess feels very guilty for her baby and apologizes for ignoring and disappointing him all this time. The girl suddenly says this to her son. She understands that Elliot is confused. But her mother had to say it. She didn't know why her character avoided her own son, but she could see exactly how much pain Elliot felt. Arenal will never be able to correct the past, but she promises to be much more attentive to her beloved son. The mother promises to simply love her son, because now she has become a true mother to him unconditionally. And Lady von Valois is grateful to God for such a wonderful child. Elliot is the kindest child and brightest in the world. So his mother is fantastically lucky to be the mother of such a wonderful child, because it is a great happiness. Without needing absolutely anything in return, the girl will give him love, even if it means ripping her heart out of her chest. The girl did not receive love, but she will give so much that this feeling overwhelms this beautiful girl. In fact, the boy wanted only one thing all the time. Arenal froze in anticipation. She would do anything. Let Elliot say it, she will give the child the whole world. Maybe we're talking about a gift, and if the child wants a diamond. Or maybe we're talking about an entire mine. The girl will do absolutely anything for this baby. Elliot will have whatever he wants. The little protagonist looked intently at his mother and asked if he could call her his mother now. A direct hit to the girl's unprotected heart. What is this angelic child doing to her? She needs to experience all these flashes of tenderness. Well, what kind of madness is this? Is the girl simply killing the child or saving him? It is not yet clear from her psychological state. Let the people of the world just look at this treasure, bright and kind. The best boy on the planet. And this is his son. Of course, if mom doesn't like this kind of treatment, then Elliot won't call her that. Of course, Arenal likes it. Elliot hears this sound. His heart is about to jump out of his chest from total happiness. Doriana blushed. The little heroine was so happy for the child that she always believed the connection between Elliot and his mother would improve. How cute it is to see families filled with warmth and love, and why the girl stays on the sidelines and calls her Arenal. Let the baby also approach them when he was a baby. Well, the girl simply didn't want to interfere with the family reunion. The terrible mother-in-law hugged two incredible angels tightly and tenderly. This is happiness for her. The butler brought the necessary documents to his master. The Viscountess was sent to prison. Her family renounced their title and left for the provinces. Initially, everyone faced the death penalty, but the duchy asked for clemency. So everything ended like this. And it was Arenal who submitted a petition for pardon. She was worried about the girl, and if she was accused of people dying because of her involvement. The brilliant girl simply cannot live with such a burden of responsibility and guilt. And this cannot be allowed. How will Doriana live with those thoughts? Because it is unbearable and will simply destroy the poor girl inside. Here the young people agreed that such irreversible actions would lead Miss Everett to mental anguish. Of course, the head of the duchy is simply disgusted by Viscountess Ivan. But the Duchess of Valois was right. If a harsher punishment were imposed, the girl would blame herself for everything, even if she had nothing to do with it. Or feel sorry for the Viscountess. For this reason, ending this repugnant story without bloodshed would be the best solution. And Marquis of Saxony sent a letter to His Excellency, and the Duchess of Valois apologizing. Arenal said that would be enough. As his wife asked, Duke von Valois will not take the matter to trial, just a minute. And why does the butler report this to his master, and not to the Duchess von Valois herself? The servant hesitated. Well, his lordship has been very busy lately, so the lady asked the clerk to deliver this letter along with other documents. Anyway, the girl had to say this personally, and the head of the duchy is not so busy as to not be able to dedicate time to her. For this reason, the handsome young man urgently asks the butler to tell the lady next time that the Duke will receive her at any time. The clerk sketched a warm smile. The gentleman asks not to transmit information through him, but to come to Lady Valois personally. His lordship clearly loves his wife very much. The young man nodded affirmatively. Of course he loves her. Then the young Duke realized what his employee had just said out loud, and jumped instantly from what his employee was saying. No, a feeling so strong and deep cannot arise so suddenly. And immediately. However, even an old man like the faithful servant of the Duke of Valois clearly sees that the young man has begun to treat his wife with much more tenderness. But that's how it should be in the relationship between two spouses, because Baron is, after all, Arenal's husband. Therefore, the young man is simply fulfilling his marital duty, because the Duchess has begun to take her responsibilities more seriously. In fact, the young master himself wondered many times what had changed in his attitude towards Arenal. But hearing so openly and directly about such a secret and very incomprehensible feeling that the young man had not yet understood was unbearable. The butler smiled. Well, how to understand this expression on Raymond's face? The butler can leave. The handsome young man began to boil with indignation and shame. The butler left his office contentedly. It was the first time he had so much fun working here. Why is this happening to the head of a large family? The young man raised his voice without even realizing it, and this was a strange shame. Raymond believes that Baron loves his wife, but this is impossible. It is absurd nonsense, it cannot be. In reality, the Duke and the girl had been married for 8 years, and suddenly his wife became close to him. Well, this is nonsense. This is precisely absurd, so the young man was confused and could not immediately give an answer. Because this is very crazy for his reality. And, in general, Duchess Arenal simply cannot please her husband, as the young man has never experienced such feelings for anyone. Therefore, even now the young master cannot be overwhelmed by such childish and stupid emotions, because Baron doesn't even believe in it. And stupid because Baron doesn't even believe in it. The master of the estate really began to treat his wife with more care and tenderness. But this is part of his duties. Baron began to want to see his wife more often, to care and do more for the Duchess, because he wants to properly fulfill his duties. But this does not mean that the transformation of his attitude has turned into feelings. Because feeling disappointed by one's own emotion towards a person is much more painful than just by their image. The little main character was gloomier than the rainy sky, but what happened to the sweet girl was that she was really offended. It's probably about the new teacher, Miss Everett. The teacher did something wrong, not at all. The new teacher is very good. It's about the girl herself. Doriana is simply useless and worthless trash. She is incapable of anything. Who dared to say such a thing? The baby is incredibly talented and smart. Where did Doriana get these thoughts in the first place? So the girl was so upset just because she painted the picture badly. Mommy was already scared. Well, you can't reproach yourself for that. You don't need to know how to draw. You shouldn't obsess over it. But a lady's education is very important. Not at all if it causes pain. And according to the Duchess of Valois, the baby's picture turned out very beautiful. It's about powerful and majestic lions. Doriana did an excellent job and drew everything well. The girl actually depicted flowers, but why do they have eyes and noses then? Surely the girl hadn't colored everything completely yet. So her mother didn't understand, but the girl colored everything. Now the girl saw such beautiful flowers, then savior sounds of sword strikes were heard outside the window. The young heir to the duchy is currently training in the armory yard. Perhaps Doriana wants to go watch his training. Of course, the girl had never seen sword training before. What a relief! The little one completely forgot about her drawing, thanks to Elliot. The sound of blows echoed throughout the training ground as the little duke persistently wielded his wooden sword. The knight directed every move of the young swordsman. The child distributes his weight incorrectly. Before striking, it is necessary to transfer it to the other leg. The teacher explained to Elliot that the young man's movements were too wide and would create a gap in his defense. That's why the little knight said that he doesn't understand at what moment he needs to wield the sword. It just comes out that way. Well, how does such a sight feel? The girl is not bored simply standing and watching Elliot's battles at all. Doriana really likes this, but the mistress of the estate began to worry about her beloved son. He could get hurt. But aren't this knight's teaching methods too harsh for those children? The teacher wants the child to suffer or something. Doesn't the knight uncle seem too aggressive for a little lady? No, it's difficult for the teacher. The Duchess of Valois looked at the baby with amazement. The moves that the younger knight was trying to teach young Elliot simply didn't suit him at all. Most likely, the uncle is trying to show him how to correctly transfer strength. And the child simply continues to wield the sword. However, if the young man continues to do this, he will get tired faster. The girl began to talk a lot out of emotion. The charming girl fell silent and turned to look at her mother. And why was the Duchess of Valois looking at the girl like that? The girl covered her mouth with her hands. Yes, this girl is simply a genius. The girl is incredibly insightful. So, can the baby practice swords with the younger master? It is better to discuss this question with the Duke himself. This question is not exactly one that can be resolved so easily, since Miss Everett is a future fiancée. If someone finds out that the future mistress of the Valois estate is learning to wield a sword, it won't do her any good. What an age this is. In the original story, the girl really did not wield a sword if others looked at her sideways. Perhaps it is worth leaving everything as it is. However, those big emerald eyes were so happy with Elliot's training that the girl was really having fun. After all, Miss Valois saw the girl's very expression. How could she ignore her interest after this? And leave it unattended? Let the butler notify his mistress when the head of the estate returns. The girl herself will tell him everything. And she will not back down. And now, on the threshold of his lordship's office, the mistress of the estate was already standing with the determined air of a great commander. While Arenal thought about how to convince Baron, Raymond wanted the two of them to have a good time alone. What Baron's wife came to talk about, the young man was surprised by her appearance and the strange gleam in her eyes. So, once a Valois woman was named a knight and received the rank of sub-commander. Despite the sidelong glances, many admired her. Therefore, the pathetic opinion that work should be divided into men and women is a relic of the past. But if a lady wants to fight with swords, this may cause a negative reaction at first. But if you look at it more broadly, then this is not bad. Let the wife calm down. Apparently the girl said too much, and the young man was simply angry with her. What does the Duke of Valois think about this? The handsome Duke correctly understood that his wife wanted to learn fencing. Regardless of gender, Arenal is already too old to train. But there is no such law. For this reason, if the master's wife really wants to learn, then Baron will take action and will contribute to it. Here the young man's blue eyes instantly sparkled. His face filled with amazement. Baron froze in silence. The mistress of the estate tried for a long time to interrupt her husband's thoughts. But all to no avail, so she took his hand. The charming young man immediately fell silent and looked at her with astonishment. The lady is really asking her husband to finally listen to her. The young duke's face immediately flushed. Of course, the young man was ready to listen to his wife. They were too close. The girl is very happy that her husband also worries about outdated stereotypes. But this is not about her at all, but about little Dorian. The head of the large family froze in shock. That is, he could not hear how they were talking about the baby at that moment. The Duchess paled, realizing she had been holding the captivating young man's hand for too long. And she needed to finally let him go. Miss Bonvalois apparently rushed with such a delicate request. The young man was not yet ready to hear such a thing. Everything is in order. In fact, the Duke believes that nothing bad will happen if the girl suddenly wants to learn to fight with a sword. The handsome young man looked at his empty hand, which still remembered the warmth of his wife, a strange feeling. Baron understood everything. First, he will have to determine what level Dorian is for the Duke. This is a very difficult decision. If the young man really means that the girl can really wield a sword. Since Arenal can do it, then there is no point in talking about Dorian. By the way, Baron Ben Valois personally directed the award ceremony for the woman who became an outstanding knight. Therefore, the young man simply cannot impose a gender restriction on studying fencing. Everything inside the Duchess of Valois began to tremble. What a strange feeling is spreading throughout her body. Arenal feels good. Of course, everything is fine with the girl. There is no reason to worry. Simply something was clearly happening inside her. To begin with, the young man will meet the girl, but he himself is a master of the sword and, in general, he is very busy with work right now. Despite his tight schedule, the young Duke must always take care of his family. Does the girl disagree with this? And Doriana is also part of his family now. Baron can understand why the lady's heart is still beating so furiously in her chest. And then came the day when the greatest sword master in the empire met a new recruit in a skirt. The image was very impressive for that time. The captivating young man looks as illegally attractive as ever, his gaze fixed on the baby with a sword in his hands. The little protagonist had a heroic appearance, a confident look, stamina, and assertiveness in every one of her movements. The young knight watched in amazement from the stands of the training ground, along with his mother. His future wife stands there and doesn't move, but he has the clear feeling that something has clearly changed in the girl. The thing is, Miss Everett had put on pants, so everyone was a little unaware of Doriana's new look. This girl is so cute in those funny training shorts that one cannot help but cry. Elliot looks at her with a serious face. So, how does a future Balwa fiancé feel holding a wooden sword? The weapon is not too heavy for a girl. Everything is fine. Well, in that case, he and Doriana can start their first combat lesson. The young man raised his training sword. The little protagonist attentively watched every light and perfect movement of the Grand Master. Let Miss Everett try to attack Duke Fonvalois now, so they can assess her skills. And her current level. This is pressure. The baby pretended to be ready, but inside she was very worried. Because Baron Fonvalois himself was experiencing it. Even with a single glance, it is quite obvious that comparing the young man's strength with that of other knights is simply a crime. Baron is the strongest of all in the empire. The young man is so strong that even if the League of the Best Knights is only against him, the result will be in his favor. Even being next to him is very difficult. And yet, the girl must prove her worth and show that she deserves to learn to wield a sword. Doriana feels that it is hers. The young duke clearly did not expect such agility from the sweet and gentle Doriana. Clearly, there was something more to her besides charm. In fact, this young lady had a lot of stamina and perseverance. She had the right attitude in her eyes. And her body was unstoppable. The little heroine stepped forward confidently and took a fighting stance. The girl would never abandon her intended goal. And so the baby, like a wild animal, began to attack from different sides. Baron watched her closely. Of course, no matter how much she tried, it was not stressful for the young man. But he only needed to land one blow. Doriana didn't want to tap out for anything. The girl mercilessly tensed her body. Her sword did not stop working. So the baby is clearly exhausted, her training sword is trembling. It's better to end this right now so as not to hurt her. Well, there's nothing to be done. There's simply no other way to stop the distracted girl. Doriana is too absorbed in the process. The Grand Sword Master literally made a couple of quick movements with his sword in a fraction of a second. And he was already behind the girl. The little heroine's emerald eyes didn't even have time to properly capture the lightning-fast actions of the Grand Sword Master. The charming warrior looked at her weapon in shock, but Doriana didn't even see how it happened. How is such exorbitant speed possible? Baron is truly the greatest master of weapons. The girl's eyes fell on the broken sword she held in her hand. Wow! The girl would also like to learn to be fast like a predator. And with these sharp and precise hand movements of the Duke of Valois, which were performed with incredible ease. The young man is truly a great warrior. The worried Duke immediately ran to the baby. She wasn't too surprised. She was fine. She wasn't scared. So Doriana has calmed down a bit and is trying to analyze her training fight. That's what the young man wanted. It was already difficult to stop the girl, so the young man had to make sure that Doriana could no longer wield her sword. The little one behaved like a true gallant knight, in whom perseverance flows. And willpower. She truly lacks character. The handsome young man placed his warm hand on the girl's head. The girl really did an excellent job with her training. To be honest, it was interesting and pleasant for the virtuoso swordsman to test the strength. And the little lady's skills today. Well, we must admit that this girl is already gifted with the most important qualities of a knight. The Duke is very happy with this girl. So the young master has already decided something about the training and sword training for Elliot's future bride. The head of the duchy noticed the concern on his wife's face, although the girl tried not to show it and act in his presence. This little one is a genius. This is great news. It means that Elliot's future bride finally found something she likes and can do it without obstacles. Simply incredible. The Duchess spat out her hot tea from the burst of understanding of the Duke's words. Lady Valois now heard everything correctly. The girl is a genius. To be honest, the master of the estate was surprised. Miss Everett has sharp movements and a good sense of fighting. Is she really more capable than her boy? It is difficult to give an exact answer. Talent and potential cannot be compared when comparing individual indicators of completely different children. However, there is one chivalrous quality that Doriana has and that Elliot lacks. And it is the desire to win. The frantic desire to defeat the enemy is what gives courage. The girl is not easily frightened. She is ready to attack fiercely, sparing no effort. The word knight may sound majestic, but he is just a fighter, so the desire to win a fight in itself becomes a quality of a knight. From the beginning, it seemed that Elliot was not interested in winning or fighting. And that was a big difference between the children. Therefore, it is worth saying that each of the children has a different character, and the Duke took this into account when he called Doriana a genius. Therefore, the issue here is not at all which of the children is better at this, but which of them is really more suitable. Therefore, speaking of this, if the mistress of the estate does not mind, the Duke would like to personally educate Miss Everett. Of course, the girl agrees. Miss Arenal couldn't even dream of such a thing, and Doriana will definitely be completely delighted. The young man really looks forward to this at first. The Duke of Valois also participated in the training of his son, but this became a burden for Elliot. Therefore, the sword training had to be entrusted to another knight. Which means the girl didn't even know it. However different the little main characters are, Arenal still doesn't know that much about her children. Those emerald eyes of the little warrior burned with fighting spirit. It had been a long time since the young sword master had seen anything like this. And when the blue eyes of the handsome young man clashed during a training battle with the persistent gaze of Miss Everett, he had the feeling that in front of him was an adult warrior. Honestly, the handsome young man is ashamed to admit it, but the Duke himself looks forward to his next training session with Doriana. The terrible mother-in-law was once again exposed to the dazzling power of her husband. Every time Baron's smile has a crushing effect on her. Baron is a charmer, he has an incredibly cute face, but why are a girl's thoughts always confused with this boy? The terrible mother-in-law walked through the hall of the Bonvalois estate, thinking that she was starting to think about Baron too often. But then Miss Bonvalois' attention was drawn to a sound that came very close. And her heart skipped a beat. The little protagonist was sitting on the sofa and sobbing painfully. Her mother's heart bled at those sounds. The child immediately realized that he was no longer alone in the hall, and there was at least one witness to his sobs. The young master immediately covered his charming face with his hands, because his son is sitting here alone and crying bitterly. Elliot doesn't cry at all. The little Duke immediately jumped from his seat and ran down the hall. He had to leave. What is it now for? The little hero has never been more withdrawn than now. What is worrying the child so much? The child literally disappeared from the terrible mother-in-law's sight in just a couple of seconds and left something light on the coffee table. Arenal approached the object and realized that in front of her was a piece of paper. What was it, and why was Elliot crying so much? So, on the sheet of paper, there were incredibly talented images of various objects. Animals and plants, as if a recognized genius of painting had left his mark. The girl was amazed and called the child's teacher. How could a 7-year-old child draw something like that? The Duchess would like to confirm her conjectures. The girl correctly understands that all these magnificent drawings were made by her little son. That's right, the young Duke really created these drawings with his little hands. It is simply unthinkable. His lordship might not like it, but Elliot is also trying to excel in other disciplines. And the child is simply brilliant. Simply incredible images, so precise and vivid, as if touched by the hand of a great artist of antiquity. Yes, this little one is really on the same level as Picasso. The Duchess took this news very well, and the teacher was worried. So Ernal's 2 children are geniuses. Wow, the children are really completely different. Her husband was completely right. And why did the teacher hide from Elliot's mother that her son is an incredibly talented artist? This little one is so charming, so kind and sweet, and then it turned out that he is a genius of this century. Well, at least now it has become known. If you think about it that way, his lordship is right in his conclusions. Elliot has an incredible gift for drawing. It's just that the teacher didn't think such conclusions would please the mistress of the duchy very much. But why such conclusions? The thing is, even the youngest knight doesn't like to hear about his talent. He doesn't like to be praised. He, as a person who will continue the line of the Duke of Valois, does not need drawing skills for the child. He loves drawing, but he must be careful not to become a laughingstock. At such moments, the charming child is overwhelmed by a sense of duty towards his beloved father and, of course, towards his duchy. How would the girl like it if her sweet baby could freely do what makes him happy and brings him so much pleasure? Poor Elliot forces himself to hide such an incredible talent, to be careful and keep it secret. And so, in the hallway, the little protagonist was definitely crying. Although he told his mother the complete opposite. What a tragedy. The girl must deal with this. After all, she is here to make these children happy. Therefore, the Duchess of Valois needs to see and talk to the baby, as long as she can torment herself. This child should be the happiest in the world. The child has such a pure and bright soul, such a big heart. Elliot will be happy, no matter what it costs his mother. Ernal decided everything and immediately headed to her son's bedroom, but forgot that it was already midnight. And the child was probably already asleep. But it wouldn't hurt to check your speculations anyway. The Duchess of Valois was already standing at the door of the youngest knight's bedroom. However, nothing will prevent the mistress of the estate from making sure of this. The girl carefully creaked the door and looked inside. In the youngest knight's personal quarters, the light was still on. The child himself was sitting at his desk. Why hadn't Elliot gone to bed yet? It was already late. The young duke believes that he needs to study more and more, sacrificing sleep hours. Because this is detrimental to Elliot's health. Well, in fact, at this moment, the future heir of the family is having difficulty wielding a sword. So he focused on other things. There are still a lot of skills and disciplines that the head of the duchy must learn. So the child focused on them. After all, the younger duke must be responsible. The poor little one, the child felt worse when he saw Doriana train. Apparently, the child began to compare his skills with the innate talent of the future bride. And he began to think that he was incapable. The little genius didn't do any of that at all. The child immediately hung his head in resignation. Apparently, the baby's feelings and experiences still overcame Elliot. And he roared that this was not at all because of Doriana. The girl was confused by this reaction. She so wanted to help her charming boy and put everything in order for him. Only the young knight is to blame for everything. His future wife is not to blame for anything. She is simply smart. But the little duke is simply an incompetent, stupid, and desperate person who cannot do anything. And he cannot cope with anything. What does the best boy in the world, Elliot, say? He is a real dream. His inner qualities alone are the greatest gift. The most powerful family in the empire, the von Valois, has always been a family of knights. And great swordsmen, but Elliot knows nothing about fencing. The child always knew and understood this, no matter how hard he tried, and when Elliot saw Doriana. He finally convinced himself of this. The girl has nothing to do with this, all because the child himself is a clumsy person, so the young man devoted himself to studying other disciplines. The terrible mother-in-law instantly wiped the bitter tears from the face of the adorable baby. Elliot was completely wrong about himself. Ernal will tell her son something. It is simply incredible, and it doesn't matter at all what the child does and what he doesn't do. It is enough for a sweet child to just be himself, because Arenal couldn't even dream of such a child. It doesn't matter what her baby chooses. It doesn't matter why he refuses. His mother will always love Elliot and will be immensely proud. The youngest master should stop being so hard on himself. When the child insults and humiliates himself like this, Arenal feels hurt. Tears appeared in the mother's purple eyes. It was unbearable for her to see how the baby belittles himself and doesn't see the obvious. But how can a child be himself? Because Elliot is the next duke of the largest family in the empire. The head of the von Valois family must be an outstanding person. He must be able to easily grasp all disciplines and wield a sword skillfully. Well, who decided this? The father really told his son this. Maybe the emperor issued such a decree at all. So maybe it is written somewhere that all hereditary dukes of the Valois family must simply be excellent swordsmen. But no such thing exists. The child must understand that no one is angry with him. It is normal for a person not to be able to do something because everyone has their own thing. The mother really wants the child not to create false rules for himself and not to forget himself for a moment. The girl understands everything perfectly. Having studied the history of the Valois family, the child thought he simply had to be like his ancestors. But this is stupidity, because the family history is only the past of his eminent family. And Elliot is his future. The charming child looked at his mother with some adult awareness. It seems Elliot is beginning to grasp Arenal's main idea. The past is simply a fact. It does not determine the present at all. The child understands what his mother is trying to convey to him. But then what can the young man do with all this? Elliot had a clear plan in his head. And now it turns out that it is not necessary. Arenal is simply sure that the little duke needs to do what the child likes. And his loving parents will always support their adored son, and both will only be happy if the child derives sincere pleasure from his choice. The privacy of the terrible mother-in-law was violated by her future daughter-in-law. Doriana was puzzled by Elliot's behavior lately. What happened to the little heroine? There was clearly concern and anxiety on her childish face. They are very friendly with Elliot. The young man was behaving very strangely. The mother looked at the girl in amazement. Why did he decide that? It's just that the child started constantly, secretly watching his future fiancé. Doriana doesn't understand exactly what he is doing. Because as soon as Miss Everett wants to greet Elliot or approach him, her future fiancé simply runs away. And just a couple of minutes ago, the young duke asked Doriana to show him her hand. But what does that mean? The child studied the girl's palm very carefully and attentively. His eyes studied every line of Doriana's hand. The charming future bride was afraid to tremble again and stood motionless in place, so as not to disturb the young duke. Then the charming Elliot placed his hand on the palm of his future fiancé. It was very strange. As if the little protagonist immediately withdrew his hand embarrassed and then blushed. Elliot even apologized. Doriana told the youngest master that he had nothing to apologize for, that the child could even take her hand with both palms. Then the girl noticed something black on the palm of her future fiancé, similar to ink. Or a pencil. Apparently Elliot is working hard now. And so, the two little main characters stood frozen facing each other. The children held hands and looked into each other's eyes. Everything was fine and warm as usual, but the young duke abruptly ended his meeting with Doriana and simply ran away saying goodbye to her. Well, this kind of behavior is not strange for a little heir. The girl is very worried about this. Well, there are several reasonable reasons for the future head of the clan's behavior for starters. The child decides to submit his painting to the imperial competition. For this reason, such oddities are not alarming at all. The girl simply has nothing to worry about. Everything is fine with Elliot and their friendship. The young man decided to capture what he liked on his canvas, so he studied everything around him for sketches. The girl, upon hearing these words, immediately became embarrassed and blushed. Elliot draws what he likes. Well, just look at this flushed face, what a beauty. Now Miss Everett has become a little clearer about the child's behavior. A few days later, the young knight's painting was finished, and Elliot asked for it to be sent to the butler's palace. Raymond packed his little master's creation perfectly and safely. Elliot has nothing to worry about. Everything will be done. The young master really won't show his creation until the end of the imperial competition. After all, his mother is simply burning with curiosity. The child doesn't want to do this. If he suddenly wins an award, he will show it. If a competition for the title of the cutest child in the world were to take place, then his son would definitely win. What his mother said was, "What child?" Arenal immediately retreated. Because Elliot already considers himself a young adult. What kind of children are there? And the word dear is now an insult to him. But still, the mother cannot resist the attack of another emotion. She hugged her son tightly. And held him tight. The two were interrupted by the voice of the head of the duchy. His beloved son had already finished what he had been working on all these days. After all this time the child was so busy painting his picture that his father didn't manage to talk to Elliot. The young duke does not want to go with Miss Everett on a trip to the Imperial Academy because they can go there. So the duke thought it would be good to see how children his age learn. And Doriana wanted to see how others handle a sword and whether the boy is also interested in fencing. So the children can sign up together and there are drawing lessons. The duke made a final attempt to offer sword lessons to his son, but was immediately defeated. The youngest knight is not interested in fencing. Elliot is interested in drawing lessons. The child is firm in his intentions. The little heroine nodded, in understanding towards her future fiancé. Elliot immediately looked at her fallen face. However, if the future fiancé takes fencing lessons, the young duke will also take them. Doriana does not want to be a burden to Elliot at all. Everything will be fine for her. There is no need to worry about that. Well, what nonsense is Miss Everett talking about? About how a girl can become a burden to the young heir to the family. The little main character stretched with a captivating smile and ran everywhere with Doriana. It's just a pleasure for the child. Is the boy really willing to go anywhere with the young lady? And the young man will be interested in absolutely everything. The girl's face immediately blushed. The girl felt embarrassed by her own thoughts. How cute they both are. The girl wishes the competition for the cutest child in the world really existed. These two would definitely be the winners. And as soon as the other characters endured the power of the crushing charm of these two, the girl stopped trying. Her poor character's heart will not bear it someday. The wife is doing something strange again. But apparently she feels good. Several days have passed. It is time to visit the Imperial Academy, where two children of the Balwa family might study. And now that the luxurious carriage of the duchy had arrived at the right place, the handsome young man gallantly helped his wife alight. The Duchess of von Balwa looked around and asked her charming children to stay together at the front. The girl was burning with impatience, such a pleasant and important day for her family. Because everyone was going out into the world together. Today was the first official appearance of the von Balwa family. Everyone looked incredible. That's what an ideal family looks like. Happy and curious children walked in front of their parents and looked around such a large educational institution. The Valois family was immediately greeted by the director of the Imperial Academy, named Helen Clover. It was a great honor for them to welcome the great family here. The head of the duchy asked the director to behave naturally and stop worrying just for Valois' sake. But this was impossible. After all, his academy was visited by the most influential person in the empire. There were places that the guests wanted to see at first, of course. The Duchess of Valois first wants to inspect the children's dining room and kitchen. Nutrition at this age is very important. Of course, no problem. The director of the Imperial Academy leads her visitors to the children's canteen. Doriana conveyed through Elliot that she wanted to see the fencing class as soon as possible. Arenal was completely crazy. What cafeteria? Well, the Duchess of Baluas didn't think about the girl's wishes at all. The girl wants to do what her mother wants. They don't have to go together at all. Let the children independently examine what is important to them. It will definitely be more comfortable for the children. The girl agrees. And what will the children themselves say to such a proposal from the Duke? Of course, Elliot and Doriana will be happy. The children will see off the future fiancé. The little heroine was already completely inspecting the training ground. The imperial one was the same as the one in the Valois family. In fact, this training ground was built in the image of the one located in the Duchy of Bonvalois. Since the Valois knights were always considered the best swordsmen, they were a model in everything during the construction of the academy. The Valois family is incredible. The girl is always surprised, and Elliot, who knows so much, is also incredible. The teacher is not visible. The students are fighting, but without much effort, it is now clear that the lesson simply has not started yet. Could Elliot's future wife really determine at a glance whether the students were working at full capacity or not? That's right, the girl perfectly saw and read the strengths and weaknesses of every swordsman. It was not difficult for her at all. The conversation between the two little main characters was interrupted by a cheeky boy, pointing his finger at Miss Everett about what she was doing here. How dare this rude guy point his finger at the future Duchess? It's okay, Doriana knows this guy. The future bride of the head of the Fonvalois family immediately turned pale. The girl greeted the Tournian heir through clenched teeth. This is an arrogant guy from the Tournian clan. The younger duke definitely heard this surname somewhere. You must think a little. Elliot remembered everything. The Tournian family clan made a deal with the scoundrels Rendini. His daughter is the fiancée of this insolent man. This means that the disgusting brat is involved in the pain and suffering of Elliot's future wife. The boy is the same scoundrel as his torturers. The boy knows that Mr. and Mrs. Rendini bullied the girl. They were the monsters who poisoned her, beat her, and starved her. And his spoiled and stupid daughter repeated after her vile parents, Jen, also started offending Doriana. So how could someone like Doriana Everett appear at the Imperial Academy? Why did she suddenly come to this particular class? If this vile worm is Jen Rendini's fiancé, then this brat is involved in Miss Everett's suffering. Everything is decided by him. The charming heroine came to see how the fencing lessons were going and let the girl stop talking nonsense. Doriana is just a maid. What is she talking about? And besides, she's a girl. What kind of sword does she need? It's a pity. The charming girl is still being bullied by other children, and what has she done to them all? This incompetent will probably receive an education at the Imperial Academy. She definitely came here as someone's maid. Look how Doriana dressed, it's even funny. Then something got into the brat's and cheeky boy's head, and he immediately fell silent. The little main character looked at Elliot in amazement at what the boy had just thrown at the Thornian heir. The future head of the largest family had just thrown down a white glove to the insolent man, which could only mean one thing. The vile boy immediately looked at Elliot in shock. What kind of jokes were these from the stranger? There was zero in the young duke's voice. This is not a joke. Let the bastard immediately raise his sword. Who is this guy? The fool is now facing Elliot von Valois, Doriana Everett's fiancé. The vile parasite immediately turned pale. A cold sweat ran down his face. He was truly the heir to the most powerful family. Charming Elliot will no longer listen to how this brat dares to insult his future fiancé. This is a challenge to a duel. So let the bastard immediately give the sword to Elliot and raise his own. And the duel won't be that bad. After all, if the most powerful family had shown up officially, the insolent man would surely have been executed. But here, this boy challenged him to a duel. And if the Tournian heir manages to win the duel, then everything will be settled. The little duke will not forgive this brat's ignorance. The youngest master is unwavering in his decision, of course. He is not a swordsman like his father, but he will punish this little monster for Doriana's honor. No one dares to offend his future fiancé. There is no one in this world purer and more beautiful than Doriana. And soon this insolent one will understand it forever. Despite all his poured-out anger, Elliot didn't hear at all that his future wife was calling him all this time. The little knight immediately jumped towards Miss Everett and asked her what had happened. The girl thanked him for his help and for defending her. However, the future Duchess of the von Valois family does not want her fiancé to enter a duel. Doriana herself will fight the insolent man. Elliot was immediately confused as to how she did it, because it was the responsibility. And the future fiancé's task to protect her honor, not at all. This was always just a girl's problem. All her life, the little heroine endured bullying and violence at first. Her future fiancé came out in her defense and besieged her vile nanny. Then her mother, who every time pulled the girl out of the black pit of her own fear. Doriana only accepted his help. But during all this time, Miss Everett gained confidence and strength, breaking all the fears that held her back. And now the girl will solve her problem herself. The little hero really understands and shares Doriana's feelings. But it was he who challenged Thornian to the current duel. And moreover, in this magnificent dress, it will be very difficult for the future bride of von Valois to fight. That's not right. Here, behind the children, the strong voice of Duke von Valois himself was heard. There is no need to worry about Doriana's clothes, because the head of the duchy already sent the butler to fetch replacement gear. And very soon the servant will return. The handsome young man, with a calm and tranquil gaze, supported the little one's desire to teach the offender a lesson. She has everything for it. Moreover, this is very useful, because the girl herself wanted to check what level her knowledge was at now. And skills. And then I had a wonderful opportunity, a sword fight with my partner on the training ground. And not with a master. The little protagonist analyzed everything and blossomed, but this is really a great opportunity to understand what a girl is capable of. The vile brat turned pale with fear. Standing in front of him was the most powerful and strongest man in the empire. Everything will be fine with him. And just a couple of seconds later, the young warrior trampled down all of Thornian's impudence. And the fight ended very quickly. It is simply impossible, some kind of nonsense, that a girl from the orphanage would defeat the young heir with swords. However, the small vial one lay in the mud at Miss Everett's feet. A couple of brisk moves were enough for the girl to destroy her opponent. A few minutes ago, the brat stood in front of a girl with a sword and in shorts. And he was sure that all this was absurdly funny. The boy was sure that with his eyes closed, he could defeat the upstart. Why did this girl suddenly get involved in a men's duel? How many tears will be shed afterward? Doriana doesn't even know how to hold a sword, but she challenges Peter Thornian. She had better stay as a maid in the orphanage. So, since the insolent one is in no hurry to start his duel, in this case, Miss Everett herself will start the duel. As the girl wishes, the result is still the same. And this time, Doriana will always remember where this upstart really belongs. No matter what dress she wears, she will always be a servant. A fighting spirit burst into the little warrior's emerald eyes, which was not hidden from the vile enemy's gaze. That's what it was. At that moment, the insolent man already felt that something was wrong. Doriana was able to destroy all of Peter's pompous confidence with just her gaze. And then, literally a second, and the girl was already masterfully dodging with her sword. All her movements were sharp and fast, like those of a wild predator. When this girl managed to get so close to Peter, a nervous shiver ran down the insolent one's back. Where did she get such agility from? Besides Doriana skillfully wielding her weapon, her movements were impossible to count. She had her own style of attack. And the girl also had amazing speed and sharpness in her movements. Peter needs to create distance and think. The wooden sword of her opponent flew past Peter Thornian's face. How this upstart did it was simply impossible. Real fear and vulnerability appeared in the eyes of the cheeky brat. This girl had just destroyed him in a matter of seconds. Peter no longer had a sword in his hands. The little warrior disarmed the insolent one with a single move and put her sword to his throat. So the future Duchess of the House of von Valois has just made herself known and crushed the pathetic Thornian heir in front of everyone. If suddenly the boy still disagrees with her victory, they can continue the duel until the insolent one suffocates from helplessness. Then the terrible mother-in-law jumped towards the two little duelists. Her baby just had a real fight. We urgently need to call a doctor to the training ground. Doriana was not injured. Everything is fine with the girl. It was her enemy who got it. Just in case, let the orderly call the doctors. The Duchess of Valois will be calmer this way. And what are Miss Everett's feelings? Now the little warrior understands what her mentor, Duke von Valois, told her. That no one could defeat Doriana. The girl nodded with satisfaction. Now that Miss Everett could clearly practice fighting the enemy. She felt her strength. And most importantly, among all these students, the little heroine has no equal. Her skills and talents are much greater. The charming warrior really enjoyed participating in the duel. The girl's heart is still beating wildly. And her body is simply soaring with joy. The handsome young man was satisfied with the words of his best student. The baby is truly great. Her phenomenal skills need further development. The Duke of Valois is very pleased with today's training, but next time he will have to choose a much stronger opponent. Then an inspired Elliot flew towards his future fiancée. The girl looked simply incredible. Everyone couldn't even utter a word. And for the winner, Miss Everett, her future fiancé is incredible. The girl is very grateful to everyone for their support. Well, it's time to go home. Mom will bake sweet cookies with chocolate and a cake for her children. This is what the ideal family picture looked like. Behind him, on the training ground, Peter Thornian stood frozen in place. Defeated and humiliated in front of the whole class. The terrible mother-in-law took a deep breath with some heaviness. Apparently the girl never managed to become a good mother. The handsome young man turned to his wife. Why did the Duchess say this? Is there any reason for it? But when the Duchess of Valois heard that her daughter would suddenly start fighting with someone on the drill ground, she rushed to pick her up from there. But Ernol's husband managed to stop the girl in time with her intentions, and everything ended well. Then the Duchess fell into uncontrollable panic. Suddenly, the girl was injured and bleeding, even though the Duke explained to her that the baby was strong enough. And that everything would be fine. At that moment, when the mother should have simply believed her son, Ernol behaved incorrectly. And this can affect their children. The charming hero analyzed his wife's words and tried to help her ease her worries and aspirations. In this case, let the Duke of Valois take care of and trust his children, and let the girl raise them as she sees fit. This way, the couple will be able to compensate for each other's shortcomings, because that is what parents do. Well, here is another wave of the unbearable attractiveness of this handsome young man again. Why does the girl get so embarrassed every time? However, the young man was also embarrassed. The head of the duchy himself was embarrassed and confused by his own words about the married couple. The awkward silence of the two young heroes was interrupted by the butler's voice. Raymond announced that they had received a letter. The handsome young man immediately jumped from his seat, saving himself from embarrassment, and ran towards his orderly for the letter. The young duke quickly looked at the correspondence. Apparently, it was a letter from the imperial palace. The Duchess of Valois was surprised to intercept the letter from her husband's hands, wondering if something had happened since it was from the palace itself. The girl carefully studied the content and immediately called her charming son because they were talking about him. There will be no arguments or reasonable justifications against such a statement. It is time for her baby to accept it with dignity. That is why the Duchess is pleased to inform her little artist that Elliot is the officially recognized genius of the century. The little hero can only accept and recognize the phenomenality of his skills and his fantastic talent. Elliot became the winner of the imperial competition, and his mother began to hug the baby tightly and congratulate him, and she said so. In an official letter from the palace, they sent congratulations to the young winner. Elliot's painting will be exhibited in the Imperial Gallery. And besides, the young duke is invited to the award ceremony. This cannot be true. It is probably all a dream. To be honest, the young duke still doesn't believe that he not only took part in the imperial painting competition, but also became its winner. His fiancée immediately jumped towards her future fiancé. Wow! Elliot is truly a genius of this century. The boy said that Doriana was amazing on the training ground, but to her Elliot is the most amazing. Doriana was as beautiful as a person can be so beautiful. The youngest heir had already forgot that he had won the competition. And a few days later, the official and solemn ceremony of the winner took place in the Imperial Gallery. The two little main characters attended the award ceremony in luxurious outfits. The children were delighted with the huge emperor's gallery. Their parents arrived along with their incredible children. The whole Fanvalwa family was in shades of purple and yellow. A large number of guests were already crowding the Imperial Gallery, and among other works, a painting by young Elliot was exhibited. The Duchess of Valois looked for her phenomenal son's work and immediately recognized it among all the others. The mother immediately took the child's hand and led him towards the beautiful portrait. The girl immediately realized where the picture of her beloved son was. The young duke's wonderful creation was exhibited in the center of the exhibition. It is a painting of Elliot. No. The little protagonist looked at his work. The young artist's cheeks flushed. This was really his work. The rest of the family had already approached the Duchess of Valois and her son, and stood admiring the masterpiece of the young genius. Thus, the heart of the imperial exhibition was the work called The Happiness of Elliot von Valois, which received the main prize. Arenal ran to her son. Her child is a genius. His mother has already said it 10 times, and this is still not enough. The girl will say it 1,000,000 more times. The Duke of Valois places his hand on his son's head. In his painting, the gap between the viewer and the work disappears. It seems that the viewer becomes part of this happiness. The little artist really did a great job. It is a true masterpiece with the right values. And the young man had no idea about his son's talent. The father is so proud of his son that Elliot did not expect this at all, believing that the Duke would rather be angry about his hobby. At that moment, tears appeared in the little knight's purple eyes, and the parents immediately froze in amazement looking at their son. Why is the baby crying? The girl attacked her husband. Does this mean that the young Duke had never praised his son before? This is not true at all. The little artist immediately pushed his angry mother away. The boy was simply moved that he could continue drawing. After all, the young heir didn't quite believe that he would be allowed to do what was close to his soul. And this thought spread with a pleasant warmth throughout the boy's entire body. And it raised a ton of feelings. Elliot was simply infinitely happy, so he started to cry. The moved mother leaned towards her charming son. What a charming boy. The Duke watched these two with astonishment. Indeed, the Duchess of Fanvalwa is also immensely happy to see her son happy. Because this is the most important thing for a mother. The most handsome young man watched with surprise what was happening. There was so much warmth and comfort between them. Who would have thought? Arenal thought the same. Before this, baby would run away upon seeing his mother, but now they are all so happy together. Their souls are already blooming. All this time, the girl still tried to keep her distance and create boundaries, because she didn't know how long her stay here would last. However, the brave young man broke all her barriers. Baron threw a robe over his wife's shoulders. And it was colder at night. However, such repulsion and coldness only made it more painful for Arenal. She was simply afraid of getting attached to the heroes of this novel, because someday it would end. The girl blushed under the sensual and warm gaze of her beautiful husband. How long will the heroine keep deceiving herself? After all, Miss von Valois was sure she wouldn't succeed here. So she told herself she shouldn't and walked away from her wonderful family. But seeing the smiles on the faces of Arenal's relatives was true happiness for the girl Elliot. She ran to her and hugged her mother for the first time. The little protagonist is very grateful to his mother for her support and help in everything, because it was she who defended her desires. And now, in the violet eyes of a charming child, a genuine happiness shines. That is enough for the whole continent. Isn't this a reward for every mother? Arenal sat down next to her son. It is the mother who should thank her son, because he makes her life happy every day. It is simply a fabulous moment, and if this sweet moment lasts a long time, The girl would really like it to always be filled with such moments.